Welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series. My name is Jake Hysterix, Aussie Penko, and next to me is Jimmy Preacher Fu. And we are into week number 4. And what a busy week it's been already. I am last week. We're coming back to OPL this week, of course, as well. We just released a new OPL podcast, not myself in particular, but you can go to soundcloud.com/the OPL show to go and find that one out. But here's what we're here for. Week number 4 of the OCS, and we're starting to see our top-tier teams come into the competition.
And what a week it is to come back to. I mean, we're getting right into the meat of this competition because we're getting into what is traditionally referred to as the hump week. You know, we're getting past the halfway point, and after this point, it really will solidify which teams are going to the top 2, which is really important because that's pretty much who's going to be challenging the OPL bottom ladders and trying to get into that series.
Okay, Preacher, so we got 2 undefeated teams coming into this competition so far, namely Regicide and Outlaws, and they're looking to be really strong teams coming through. We are going to talk about the first match quite shortly. We are going to jump into Champ Select shortly as well, so I'll keep this quite brief. Now, Alpha Sydney struggling to get up there as well, but they are still sitting higher than a lot of other teams, so I shouldn't say struggling. But I want to talk about Regicide super quick because Regicide, they're undefeated and their jungler looks unstoppable as well.
Yeah, I was about to quickly argue with you on that point and say that Alpha Sydney falling a little bit behind. No, they're sitting 2-1. They're like pretty much below the best that you can get. So it wasn't too bad for them, you know, coming into this one. But yeah, let's go back to Regicide because their jungler is absolutely amazing. And last week, you know, it was a little bit of a struggle to watch, but nonetheless, it was still a really good performance coming through from them. And it just really, I want to see a lot of cleaning up coming from this week because it's going to be a really hard match into Corvidae. You know, Corvidae have been performing exceptionally well, of course. So in their own right, it is going to be a challenge, especially from the jungle aspect.
I mean, our questions start with, do we think Zyta can step up? Because there were a couple of questions about Zyta last week, Preacher. We know that he's been playing Victor and been actually prioritizing Victor where others wouldn't. And as we move to this Champ Select, we want to know, is he going to prioritize it again?
Well, I wouldn't be too surprised if we do actually see the Victor. Now, Victor itself isn't so meta, but going into Champion Select for Corvidae, they've picked Victor the 2 times they have played. Of course, the first week it was a bye for them.
Yep.
And that's really what Zyta proved to himself. Now, Zyta himself, there are a few questions coming out for this player because as far as we're concerned, he does get the gold. In the first week that he debuted, which was week number 2, he got 7 kills on Victor, but late game in that team fight, he barely put down any damage at all. So that is a point of question to come through from this player. Nonetheless, though, he proves that he can lane, he proves that he can macro rotate, and it really just comes down to the very last team fights that he needs to secure his position in this league.
Well, now that we're finally into the pick and bans here, I want to prioritize the fact that yeah, maybe the Z is a good ban generally, but there must be something that makes Corvidae prioritize it over something like a Syndra, which Johnson has been fantastic on, Preacher. Do you think it's worth banning the Z away? I mean, there's got to be something hidden, bro.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it in the LCK, we've seen it in the EULCS.
Oh, we saw it in LCK.
Oh, yeah, you know, that Z is absolutely crazy with the lethality build. It only goes even more insane. So, you know, it's just a generally good ban. Now, Johnson, I'm not too certain if he plays Assassins or not. He's one of those players who hasn't really come into the OCS, so we don't have too much of a track history for him. But, you know, going into a Victor, which we assume is going to come out for Zyta once more, yeah, Zed does absolutely amazingly. Just wait until he burns his W and then just go straight onto him. There's no way that he can stop you.
I mean, this is a really important game as well. You got to note that Regicide undefeated. Corvidae, they're sitting equal 3rd with another team, Alpha Sydney up there, sorry. So if Regicide lose the game here, they start dropping the ball. They start looking like, okay, maybe they're not top 2 tier that could potentially challenge a spot in the OPL. And then suddenly you look at Corvidae and you go, okay, these guys, you know, they're growing, and they are definitely growing, Preacher.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real struggle that that Regicide have, sorry. You know, if they drop this game, then it means they're no longer secure going into week number 5 next week, which is a real struggle for them. So if they can cement this one, then it could go really well for them. Nonetheless, you know, these bans, they just look really standard. There's not too much to talk about.
Yeah, apart from the Z, I'm not asking too many questions here. I mean, I think we talked about pre-game. We said that if Regicide banned, you know, if Regicide lost the Graves, would Lisa be as comfortable as he would? Because he is a massive carry. He's so cemented for this Regicide.
It's not necessarily the Graves that he loses out on. It's just his playstyle. So Graves facilitates that, but you've also got the Lee Sin, you've got the Rengar, you've got the Kha'Zix. Pretty much he just loves playing high damage junglers who can take it to the enemy early on. Now, in terms of laning phase alone, he ganks amazingly. You pair that up with a straight tank in the top lane that Sick has been known time and time again to play with a lot of lockdown, and that just does amazingly. You put it into the mid lane, good as well. The only time that Lisa falls behind is when he goes to the enemy jungle and tries to 1v1.
And it looks like will be the 80 carry trade coming through here as well, so the Jhin, the Varus pretty standard again. I mean, Corvidae have been prioritizing different things across the board, but it still always just seems to be that standard style of meta. Of course, Regicide not having a ban there, curious to see why, but, you know, Isla down in the bottom lane has been prioritizing things like Misfortune. I mean, we could see the Zyra Preacher. Walk us through it now that we're in, I believe we are still in 7.3.
Yeah, 7.3, but come on, we got to take a look at what is left on the board, and a distinct Camille has not been banned away. Now, this really will fall on the shoulders of Corvidae to say, do we prioritize the Camille? Do we think that we can really work into it? Because as far as we're concerned, Flick is an amazing top laner. You know, if you put him onto a carry top laner like we did see last week on the Trundle, he performs amazingly. Now, cast your mind back to the week before that. He was on the Nautilus, a little bit shaky because while he can find the picks mid-game, he can't make the 1v1 plays, and that is really what he's known to do. So if they pick up the Camille, it could go well for them.
Jimmy Preacher Foo!
Hello.
That's a new one.
Yeah.
Hello, Zerath. Okay, so Zyta not going to pick up the control, but who else shoots lightning? Ask yourself that question. If Victor's not going to do it, I guess Zerath will be. This is the first time in a very long time I have seen Zerath in competitive. I was going to talk about the Lee Sin and how, well, that's nice for Boss, but back on Zyta.
Yeah, back on this Zerath. Okay, so Zerath does suit Zyda's playstyle a whole lot more. How does Zyda like to play? Really far back into team composition, and that was almost the point of criticism that we had about him, the fact that he was sitting so far behind in team fights. But nonetheless, if you put him on a Zerath, he doesn't need to be that far ahead. He can pretty much position himself wherever he wants to. That's incredibly safe, and just shoot off his ultimates one by one. He doesn't even need to be anywhere close to the fight.
It looks like the start of a really good poke composition, Preacher, don't you think?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, this poke composition looks amazing for Corvidae, so it is really strange how they got both the Varus and the Zerath. But on the other side, the Braum wasn't picked up in return. Now, Braum is traditionally known as the hardest counter to poke. Just put up your Unbreakable and nobody can really pierce that onto the rest of your team. But not picking up the Braum could prove a little bit dangerous for Regicide. They want to draft a whole lot more of a teamfight composition. Of course, you know, the Nami Tidal Wave does facilitate that. You know, it disrupts the enemy team comp. If they want to run at you, then it doesn't work. If they want to set up a lot of siege, it doesn't work either. But the fact that there's no Braum leaves a lot to be desired.
But we're still going to be looking at that Zerath pick because that's a that's a major pick. I'm still a little bit blown away by that. But Regicide, they start prioritizing the jungle because, of course, Boss hasn't picked his jungler just yet by taking away the Ivan and things like the Elise. No Lee Sin for him to go on like he had last week. I mean,
Don't say it. Don't say the Udyr. Look, I don't think that the Udyr is too standard. I think that the Udyr is just definitely a one-off by Boss. If it ever happens again, I only think it would happen this week purely because of the bans that have happened. But, you know, don't play with my heart hysterics. I'm not too certain.
My question is, I mean, would Udyr even work into this composition? Because they're obviously trying to run a really hard poke comp. I mean, what else simulates that for Corvidae? What else can they fit in? Regicide are going to get the first pick. But, I mean, Corvidae, when they come back, what do they start running into this team comp?
Well, you see, the one thing that Udyr does provide is he is this unstoppable wall that if you want to run through him in order to get to the backline, he will just stun you up and make sure that you don't get into the backline. That's pretty much what a team composition needs when you're trying to draft a pick. But other than that, I just don't think that it fits because we don't know their top laner. We know that they have to go into a Maokai. It's most likely going to be a Nautilus again for Flick.
There's a bigger wall.
Yeah, I mean, you can pick the Nautilus, but then we have a lot of questions for Flick yet again. I mean, we saw Flick the week before. He didn't perform too massively on the Nautilus. He can play it, but, you know, mid-game, if he fixes it up, it shouldn't be too bad.
And another thing we've talked about, Preacher and I talk a lot, by the way. We've talked about tank team comps in OCS. So if you just want to run us through that, Preacher, I mean, it hasn't had too much of a success rate so far.
No, it hasn't. So tankless compositions have a really big problem in the OCS, and that is because the one condition they need in pretty much any single series of competition is the ability to finish out early. Now, we've seen these tankless compositions go really far ahead. You know, the Jace in the top lane as well, and the Kha'Zix or Rengar.
Oh my god, I love this. I love this, Preacher. I don't know what's going on, but I mean, it goes from a poke comp to, okay,
a hard engage composition, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is a lot of hard engage. Zerath obviously at the back. Corvidae, run me through this comp. I want to know the ins and outs of why.
All right, I'm just waiting for the last pick that comes out from Register, but while we do, we can talk about it. I think that, okay, so that's a very standard Corki pickup for the Zerath, but going back to the Zerath pick, I think that is just a standalone pick. It's not really something that you can talk about in the context of a team composition. I think they looked over the last 2 weeks that Zyda has played and said, you know what, you stand a little bit too far back. We're just going to put you on a champion who can still output damage while you are sitting so far back. That's pretty much what explains it. It doesn't really work with the rest of the team, but you take a look at the rest of the team. They got Varus, who's extremely strong right now with lethality, and they've also got the Karma to speed up the Skarner to get inside the enemy team.
I mean, honestly, Flick has been playing Nautilus quite a lot. You know, he's been changing it up as well. Last week, did we see him on carry? Was that last week?
Yeah, that was Trundle. He was on Trundle.
So, I mean, yeah, so he's on a different style of tank, which more of a bruiser, really. But now on the Gragas been seeing a lot of play up in that top lane. Skarner's a big surprise to me. I think Zerath right now has just blown me away. The Corki with Zerath matchup, I want you to talk me through this because it's not something we see often, but I feel like Zerath has the larger range.
He does, yeah. I mean, his Q is just larger range. Until Corki gets level 6, it's always going to go towards the Zerath. So I'm pretty much expecting Zyda to win this lane single-handedly. You know, it's generally what we see coming out of Zeraths. They don't lose lane too often. The only one exception is going into an assassin. But you take a look at how he's going to impact the late game. Yeah, it works towards his playstyle. He likes to stand really far back. He likes to output damage from range, which he failed to do on the Victor. I'm almost willing to say, you know, he got 7 kills, not too much damage in the last team fight of week number 2. But onto Zerath, much more of an opportunity. I want to see how he performs. If he can land his ultimates, if he can land his Qs, then it should put up a really good game.
I mean, Regicide here, this could be some kind of unbreaking for them because we've seen it how they do struggle under the pressure sometimes, and you know they play really good meta-style comps, which they've done here. You know, going on the Lee Sin is pretty standard for Lisa as well. I mean, he's got Lee in his name, so I'd be very surprised if he didn't have a good performance on the Lee Sin. But playing something that's a bit unjust, a bit undone in the meta, it could work against Regicide. It could definitely bring them to their first loss, potentially.
Yeah, it could chip away at them. I mean, the Skarner is really some unknown, and when you pair it up with the Karma, it does a lot of good work just because of how far ahead it can get into the enemy team before they really even think about disengaging. And of course, it does have a few problems. Namely, it does go into a Nami. So with the Tidal Wave and also the Aqua Bubble, both those things can stop that Skarner right in his tracks. But with a Gragas as well, busting somebody into your own team, using Skarner to drag him even further behind. I mean, if you pick out one of the carries on the other side, whether that would be, you know, the mid lane or the ADC, it's still a dead person nonetheless. So I guess Regicide going into this game, they just really need to watch their positioning. Because if their mid lane or if their ADC steps too forward in late game team fights, with a Gragas ultimate, that could just be a dead team fight before it even starts.
Well, my question is Lisa just, we've said he's a strong jungler coming into this. Is he just too great at the moment for Corvaday? Do you think there's some weakness in his play style at all? Or at the moment, does he just look too cemented that he's going to feel pretty comfortable?
I mean, we talked about this early on. Lisa, he does play amazingly going into both the top lane and the mid lane. Now, we took a look at the top lane. That's going to be a Maokai for the Lee Sin. That's going to be huge. The Twisted Advance pretty much just guarantees that you land your Q every single gank that you take. So Lisa undeniably will be going top a lot of the time. Mid lane as well, you know, the Corki into Zerath, maybe not. Maybe Zerath stands a little bit too far backwards, but he has got avenues to gank these lanes. His early game isn't going to be too stifled in terms of the opportunities that he has. One of the things that Lisa does do, which is a little bit too greedy for his own playstyle, is go into the enemy jungle consistently. Now, Lisa likes to go into the enemy jungle. He likes to invade, but not just taking their buffs, he likes to also 1v1 them, which is questionable at times because sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I'm not too sure why you have to take that 50-50 because you lose that even more in just walking there, walking back. Might as well just take their camps and leave.
I mean, this aggressive playstyle from Regicide, though, has worked out in their favor. So I'm feeling pretty confident in their ability coming into this game. However, with Corvaday's team comp, which has just thrown us under the bus, my question now stands, okay, so if Corvaday can bring a win here, does it mean Zyda steps up? Or do we see Boss maybe focusing in the bottom side and the top side of the map? Do we see him maybe just going, nope, sorry, mid, leave you to your own device, you're a Zerath, which he's a bit independent.
Yep.
We expect him potentially to pick up the Morellonomicon. Or, you know, what else would you pick up as Zerath?
I mean, yeah, just pick up the Morellos, get your 20% CDR, get your infinite mana, and just scale the game from that point on.
Whatever works.
Yeah, whatever you want. I mean, the tier is a little bit iffy just because your cooldowns are a little bit too high early on. You don't really stack it up that fast. So yeah, I'll be expecting the Morellos. It's going to be a really standard pickup from him. I don't think there's going to be too much surprise. But yeah, you don't really need to gank this Corki. The Corki into Zerath, they're both going to be scaling up until level 11. So it's around the 15 to 20 minute mark that these guys really get on board with their damage. Until then, they're just pretty much laning against each other, trying to pick up whatever money they can to get those items. But yeah, just same at the side lanes if I was at Skarner. You know, go into the top lane, go into the bot lane, try to make plays. Skarner is deceptively tanky early on. So, you know, that is one point that he has going for him going into the bot lane. That is one thing that a lot of junglers do struggle with, especially Lee Sin on the other side. Just get on a really tanky jungler, go into the bottom lane, they burst you down, you're still on half health, nobody really cares.
And furthering that question, one last thing to add to it, Preacher, is does Zyda need to, you know, does he actually need to step up? Even if Boss doesn't show any presence in that mid lane, will he need to step up anyway? Is there enough damage sources on Corviday's lineup here for him to be, okay, I'm quite, you know, like I'm going to sit back. He's not going to sort of participate in every team fight. Or that's been our problem at the time, and we've noticed. Does he need to step up now more than ever?
Yes, he does, but I think he has all the tools available for him. In terms of the drafting phase for him, this week could not have gone any better because you've got a Nautilus to engage for you, you've got a Skarner who will run into the enemy team as well, and worst case scenario, a Karma will get you from a bad place into a better place. So it all does fall on Zyda's hands. If he can get every single advantage practically that he can and still not carry, then it really does call into a lot of questions for him, but at the very least, even the draft does favor him.
Well, game number 1 of the Oceanic Challenger Series for week number 4 between Corviday and Regicide. Regicide sitting undefeated and pretty. And our big question was if Lisa could continue to carry this lineup. Not that everyone else on the lineup is not great. I mean, Sick has been performing, Johnson as well, Kedu and Isla pretty consistent. But Lisa just kind of simulates this comp into a beautiful rendition of players, and they're 3-0 undefeated, like I said. So Corviday, got to have to step up. New picks, interesting picks. What can they do to stop Regicide?
I mean, every single week that we watch Corviday, it's just a whole lot more questions that we ask. I think the only 1 week of reprieve that we did get was last week when Boss played the Lee Sin, which was extremely standard.
Week before last week.
Yeah. So the Lee Sin was really good. Other than that, we got the Udia. A lot of questions coming in. Performed well early, didn't perform so well late. I don't want to see the Skarner perform that way as well, but if that is the way that they tend to go, then it's going to be a little punishing for Corviday. Maybe their unmeta strategy doesn't really suit them. Nonetheless, it is always a pleasure just because of the wacky picks that they come out
Look
with.
at that, 15 gold to start off. Oh, but it's responded down bottom. I mean,
no, it's 30 gold because you share it amongst everybody.
Oh, do?
Everybody gets 15 gold. So the smart thing to do is to move all 5 people over a pillar. I know.
Get 15 gold.
Everybody gets it.
It's bad.
You get 15, I get 15, we all get 15.
That's, you know, those control points for Skarner are very important as well. I want to focus on the starting jungle here for Boss because, I mean, realistically, Skarner, how's his wave clear pressure? Because, I mean, he's got a low cooldown on the Q early. He does quite a lot of damage.
Wave clear is amazing. The only one downside that he has is his survivability. So you take a look at Boss, he's actually got, gone for his, and he's gone for his shield at level 2, which is really smart of him. It means that he's going to sit a little bit more healthier than usual in this jungle. It's the same as we saw with his Udia, how he went for turtle stance as opposed to more damage going on early into the jungle. And it's really smart that he does so because Boss's playstyle is he wants to gank before his first back. Skarner's a great champion to do it because you do have an innate stun built inside your kit. So I really want to see how much of an impact he has, especially around the top and the mid lane.
Okay, I mean, honestly, the composition that's been derived here from Corviday, is it, you know, let's just come back, enough damage sources or not? Because it honestly looks like Boss, does he have to build a Trinity Force in the jungle? Does he have to go for something like a Black Cleaver? Or just a Warrior Enchantment, then full tank?
Now, it depends what sort of damage you're asking about. Do they have a lot of poke damage that they can get off safely onto the side of Regicide without too much? Yes, but Youngcat is getting caught in the bottom lane.
Yeah, just a quick Aqua Prison. I mean, he has to get forced away. Continue on with your point, Bridget.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you're just asking about poke, yeah. Corviday have more than enough poke to get them into a lot of good damaging situations. Have they got DPS? No, they're lacking a lot of it, especially on the side of both Youngcat and Zyda. They haven't really got burst. They haven't really got a lot of strong DPS coming out. I wouldn't even be too surprised if Youngcat opted to go for the Blade the Ruined King build. Now, it doesn't go into lethality. It means that you get behind a little early game, but what it does secure is a lot more DPS for your team.
I mean, Boss has got the control of the Crystal Spires, you can see in the river there as well. Getting the Scuttle Crab, I mean, there's a lot of mobility coming out of this Skarner quite early. Regicide, they've always had the ability to sort of, not like Outlaws with Scam Diggity, but they've had the ability to sort of come back from a deficit and be quite comfortable as well.
They always have. And one thing that I really want to point out just really quickly before we lose it is the fact that Lisa was pathing really efficiently. He was pathing around the top side of his river, which means that he was covering Johnson because Johnson was pushing up massively into Zyda. If Boss wanted to go for that cheeky gank early on, then it would have definitely been responded on to Lisa. The one downside of this Skarner is you practically know where he is at all times, because whenever he takes a Spire, it will show you.
Well, I mean, Lisa just trying to get the Scuttle Crab control as well. This is going to be his first back on the map. Potentially boots, potentially go for the tracker's knife. I mean, we know all Lee Sin's pretty much prioritized the ward coverage, as gives them a bit of mobility, a bit of escape as well. But he actually stops the back, starts getting a Crystal Spire of his own. I mean, 15 gold is quite a lot. He will be noticed that he's in that jungle, so now he's going to back.
Oh, he might not. I mean, he might be looking for some action in the mid lane.
Maybe
possible.
Not. Comes through, Valkyrie forces the flash, and Zyda gets the stun. He's going to do a bit of damage traded off as well, but that is a flashless Xerath, and Xerath, remember, has no escapes.
All right, but there is one downside to simply saying Zyda has no flash, let's gank him again, and that is the fact that Johnson is just pushing in this wave so fast. I mean, he's pretty much spent his entire laning phase so far pushed beyond the 50% mark of his lane, which means that if there ever was a gank that came out from boss, it could come from all angles, it could work out really fine. And it's really the inverse for the other side, how Lisa can't really find any good avenues into the mid lane. Zyda burned a flash, great, he burned a flash, so what? There's no way that you're going to gank him because he's always going to be on the turret practically.
I mean, realistically, Lee Sin is quite similar to Graves. Different playstyle in the minute, the skill differences, of course, but he's still quite aggressive, you know, and he can 100 to 0 people.
He is.
Not in the same fashion as Graves, but quite close. So my real question is, I mean, is the proficiency on Lee Sin enough? Because we know this guy is a fantastic Graves, but whether the Lee Sin makes much of a difference or not is my biggest concern.
Well, you know, we're at the 5-minute mark, and so far there's no first blood that's been had on this map, which really does put a huge stain on Lisa's track record. You know, Lisa likes to gank a lot early. Lisa is sort of the de facto first blood king inside this inside this tournament, but he hasn't really been involved in one. He's ganked the mid lane, he's burned a flash, but Zyda is still just sitting so safe. Take a look at his positioning. He never walks past those two spires, which means he will practically never be in a position in which he can be exploited and ganked.
I mean, honestly, Zyda playing it quite safe here. Already a big improvement. We know that the laning phase for Zyda wasn't the strongest suit. We know that he needed to sort of grasp that understanding of where to go from the laning phase as well.
On the other hand, I'd say that his laning phase is possibly his best time. The only questionable time is when he gets into those late game team fights. But once again, draft really favors him. He's on the Xerath, and it works out really well. So, like I said, if he gets everything going his way and he still doesn't perform as highly as we expect him to in the middle of a team fight, then maybe we can start questioning the player itself. But until then, you know, we're yet to see how he impacts the late game.
Zyda going to get jumped on here with the Valkyrie. Gets a phosphorus bomb as well. Johnson just trading off huge. Remember, has the level 6, goes for the flash. That's very deep. And the first blood. Zyda stuns underneath the turret.
I mean, that was a 1v1, but realistically, it shouldn't have happened. Take a look at all the summoners available on both sides. Zyda just teleported back into lane, so he was on full health. He had it needlessly as well. And then Johnson just goes straight into him, not respecting the pure burst that comes out from the Xerath.
I mean, that's going to be absolutely massive as a flash comes through from Lisa. Misses the Sonic Wave, and Zyda just walks on out of there. I mean, he's got the ultimate. He's now got that first blood. He's gone back, and he's got a needlessly large rod.
That was before the first blood.
Whoa, okay, so we're going to start seeing... What is that, a Luden's Echo first?
I would expect so. I mean, he's got a lot of poke potential. He's running around a lot simply to dodge the Lee Sin Qs. By running around, you stack all of the Ludens, so then you can get a proc off pretty much every second Q. It's a really smart build coming out of Zyda. It gives him a lot of early game burst.
Yep.
And that's the Zyda that we've known and loved. The Zyda who likes to dominate lane, the Zyda who likes to make a lot of cross-map plays, and I just want to see, you know, I'm always going to go back to this point, I just want to see how he matches up come the 30-minute mark.
Well, Johnson picking something like the Corki, maybe not as proficient as the Syndra. However, that first blood is going to impact that middle lane. We know now that Zyda, with that extra movement speed, with that burst of AP, Johnson gets caught out like that again. That is the start of a massive snowball for Corvidae.
I mean, I think that was really Johnson just going straight into Zyda, not getting caught out in the least. But if you see how he did it, he actually Valkyried all the way into a turret, was within turret range, and he just got stunned up by Xerath Z. So, you know, not a lot of analysis to do in that situation, but he might be caught out here.
Oh, wow, the Skarner ult, the Impale here, and there's the right of the Arcane looking for the last shot, doesn't find it. The snipe from Zyda, and that is 2 kills on a Xerath.
That was massive. So practically, Boss trusted in Zyda to hit all of his skill shots, got 2 out of 3 ultimates, and also the Q. That was massive coming out from Zyda, and now he sits even further ahead. Well done to Corvidae in the early game.
Well, Boss dodges the Aqua Prison here. Curtain Call goes into Boss. Gets sniped down by Kedu, and now Regicide, they want some kind of response. Young Cat has to flash, a flash response from Sick. Deadly Flourish doesn't miss. Yes, it does, actually. Words don't even come out of my mouth. But the thing is, Regicide, they now get themselves on the board.
Yeah, they get that kill, but it's not over.
Ooh, Zyda looks for a snipe, looks for the stun. But end of the day, Regicide do get out. Lisa picks up the first Infernal Drake of the game.
And that's going to be massive going over for Regicide. I mean, Regicide, they lost that little scuffle, and then they managed to pick it back up. They also get the Infernal Drake. All in all, it's not too much of a lost cause for them. Pretty much what it means is that the only center of focus coming out from Corvid A is going to be Zyda because of his massive 2-kill lead going into this game so far. If he manages to get that Ludens early, it could be really devastating going to Johnson, but it's all a skill-based matchup because you miss your skill shots. Johnson's just going to wail on you.
I mean, I'm not sure if Ayla had the ultimate available, didn't have that tidal wave, or it just went bizarrely wrong.
Decided not to use it, actually.
I think, I think Corvidae, they're still find themselves quite happy. 800 gold ahead, sorry, make that 700 now. Zyta is getting massive. Johnson unable really to respond as damage just keeps coming out. And as a Zerath with blue buff is like every man's worst nightmare. I mean, in that mid lane, that's scary.
Its side is, dream right now. So practically he's hitting pot shots left, right, and center. It practically needs Isla to roam up just to top up Johnson to make sure that Johnson's not within 100 to 0 range. And that's really punishing because with all of the time that Isla is moving mid going back to bot, he's missing out on a lot of CS potential. And it also means that Kidu is in a bit of a rough position. If Corvidae read this and if Corvidae decide to make really proactive plays along the bot side, it could be extremely punishing for Kidu.
Well, Boss has Impale available again. No flash though, but Johnson's stunned up. Skarner comes in and a teleport forced out from Sick. Yeah, it's going to be cancelled in the end, and Zyda gets free harass as Rite of the Arcane again. The third shot comes out. Wait. Oh, Zyda!
What?
Okay, this guy has stepped up this week.
Well, this is a Zyda that we know and love. He gets that early game so well done for himself, but nonetheless, this lead is pretty much what we saw in week number 2. So he's not sitting too comfortable and Sick is coming in.
Okay, so Sick gets stunned up again by the Zerath. Sonic Wave lands, but a teleport is a response. Flick cancels as well. And both these top laners unable to teleport in and make a difference in the mid lane. However, Corvidae with a strong start, Regicide not looking as strong.
No, Regicide are a little bit further behind, and I think all 3 of these kills now going over to Zyda, it's very mid lane oriented. So if Zyda gets this early turret, if he manages to get it for his team, he can start roaming bot, he can start roaming top, and that is the Zerath's strength. Zerath doesn't do too well in a 1v1 matchup. He does much better in a 3v3 matchup, but speaking of which, in the bottom lane.
Oh my god, everything has just missed. Tidal Wave, Aqua Prism, but the Curtain Call comes in looking for the shot. Sonic Wave. Instead, Lisa's locked up. Wait.
The burn?
No, it doesn't come through. Okay, so Deathfire Touch doesn't get the kill for Kedu. However, Young Cat is forced back. So a lot of ultimates used there, a lot of resources for Regicide, but they get absolutely nothing out of it. Maybe a bit of extra lane pressure.
They try to make a lot of plays around the bottom lane, and that's realistically what you need to do. You need to say, okay, mid is more or less of a lost cause just because of the 3-kill advantage. Into the side lane. Do we gank Flick on the Gragas, somebody who can either get us into turret range and kill us, or get us out of turret range and get to safety himself? Nah, let's go into the bottom lane. So I applaud them for trying to make a play. Execution was a little less than desired though.
I mean, Regicide here, they're meant to be one of the top 2 teams. We said that they're potential contenders. Middle of the split, now that we're in week 4. Regicide, they're not looking too strong in their early game. It's only a 500 gold deficit because the lanes are just pushing so hard here. I mean, mid lane, bottom lane, they've got some CS advantage. It's slowly closing from the side of Corvidae. But again, it's still not too much of a gold advantage that you can definitely write off this early game with Regicide falling behind.
Well, it's nothing to write home about. They're very minor CS leads, and at the end of the day, when all of these waves get cleared, then there's not going to be too much of a difference coming out between Corvidae and Regicide. I think the only noticeable CS difference is in the top lane, of course, between Flick and Sick. So they're both sitting there in their own rights trying to tank up as tanks themselves, but Flick has got so much more of a trading presence. Whenever Sick goes in for a lot of the last hits, Flick can just cancel it with his belly slam. That comes up about every 5 seconds. So, denying a lot of CS over on the other side, it stacks up and it starts to add up to a lot.
I mean, honestly, Boss keeps going through his jungle and then he keeps picking up his crystal shards up in that river. It's just a bit of extra gold. It's just a bit of extra roaming pressure as well. But I like the way Skarner started this game off. 0-1-1. Sure has that first death. Impale is being used very well as Lisa forced out of the enemy jungle. Young Cat And Flick has walked down here as well.
That was Chains of Corruption coming out from Young Cat. Did not hit Lisa.
Yep.
So that's going to be a massive cooldown coming out from the bottom lane of Corvidae. I don't think that's too punishing just because of the way that the wave is currently pressured against Corvidae. It's not going to really impact them too hard, but still, missing an ultimate is always a big deal. That could have potentially been a kill onto Lisa, somebody who's really squishy right now, and the fact that they didn't pick it up means they can't accelerate their lead even more. I think Regicide just need to stall this, because if they keep on stalling it, if they wait until late game, it does very slightly swing towards their favor.
Well, I think Corvidae here down in this bottom lane with no Chains of Corruption, Boss has to be careful. Remember, the CC now is going to come out from Boss if he comes in with that Impaler ultimate. He does walk away, though. Level 9 on that Skarner. Lisa's level 9 as well, so there's real no jungle disparity right now. However, Lisa does hold about 10 minions ahead.
Well, it's just going to be a little extra gold going over to Lisa, and that is what we see from Lee Sins. You know, they just want to get even more damage down for themselves. That's the way that Lisa likes to play, really aggressive early on. The fact that Lisa hasn't found any kills on the map yet, 0-0-0, is really worrying, because it means that Lisa is not playing towards his strengths, and we praise Scam Diggity on another team for the fact that he can play from behind. Can Lisa play from behind? Well, we'll have to see, because he hasn't been able to find anything on the map.
I'm still waiting for what Boss is going to pick first, because he's got Ninja Tabby, which at the moment, I mean, like, you saw last night, SKT versus KT, everyone is picking up Ninja Tabby. Like,
it's a good item.
Well, against such a big, like a double AD comp that Regicide are running with the Jin, with the Corki. I mean, why not? You got a Lee Sin thrown in there for good measure. That's their damage. It's AD.
Yeah, it's all AD and it's all auto attacks. So even if some of it is magic coming out from Corki, his passive still makes it so that his auto are mitigated by this Ninja Tabby. So it's a good pickup altogether. It means that Boss can gank bot lane and mid lane with ease. And it just means they get so much more pressure. But right now, the focus is on Dragon.
Here comes right again. Ultimate from Zaraf. Remember, it's only level 1, so 3 shots. Sick comes in with a teleport. Redemption just used. Corvidae looking for this engage. However, Regicide might want to back off.
Lisa's low.
Very, very low. Chains of Corruption misses again from Young Cat as the flash comes through. Zyda gets kicked on the spot. Not sure what happened there, but he runs away. The thing is that the blue side have picked up the Dragon. Six already picked up his first kill. Regicide explode with the explosive cast. Now Corvidae are on the front foot looking for their next member to kill. But very, very good ultimate from Flick ensures a better trade for Corvidae.
So that actually went pear-shaped for Corvidae all the way until the very last second when Flick excellently used his ultimate, not for CC, but for damage, and busts down not only the mid lane, but also the support coming out from Regicide. They get much more of a lead coming out of this one.
Preacher, that was quite hilarious. Corvidae are going to pick up the first turret of the game. Flick goes down to ensure that no one else does. Underneath the turret, Six going to start taking damage. Sapling after the flash from Flick. Flash from Kedu as well. Last shot is the crit. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, just an advantage ensures it. And the trade-off almost comes from Young Cat, who doesn't have ultimate, who doesn't have flash. Karma's there, slows down Kedu. Hail of arrows, but Zyda's there to finish it off. Dragon might go down. No, negated as Dragon picks up the kill, and Corvidae out-rotate once again.
That was a bit too strange coming out from Regicide. They wanted to get the kill down onto Flick, but Flick is deceptively tanky. When he takes a swig with his W, then practically he's resisting about 20% of the damage coming out.
Just say takes a swig?
Well, that's practically what Gragas does, right? But anyway, so he mitigates the damage coming in. It means that they have to go so deep just to get this kill onto Flick, because they pretty much committed as soon as they walk past the turret. And it's so detrimental for them because it gave them about half a minute for Corvidae to just completely collapse onto them. 1 kill for 2. Definitely not worth.
I mean, honestly, every Arcano Pulse from Zyda is just on point. Like, this guy is hitting all of his abilities. And this is the most important part, because now he's doing damage. He's 4-0-2. Luden's Echo looks like the Morella Nomicon's going to come through next. Corvidae start off a really strong early game against one of our top 2 teams. And this is surprising us out of the water. That's a 3k gold lead at almost 20 minutes in the game.
Well, this is absolutely explosive, because what it means is that at the very least it's going to be a 3-way tie for first place if Corvidae can close out this game for themselves.
We got 3 weeks though, so I mean they could potentially take over. They could potentially put themselves up for a top 2 seed.
Exactly, and this is the first way to do it. Beat an unbeaten team in the current process, because if you can prove your might against Regicide, then what it means is that you are essentially the dominant team going into the next week. And it really does set you up for much better than Regicide, because even though they will sit on the same score, you'll have the match record history, and it means that you're just sitting so much more comfortable.
Okay, well, Flick split pushing. Gragas picks up another turret for Corvidae, but it's going to be traded off. You know, a bit of respect down in that bottom lane. Regicide do pick that one up. That is evening out the score, but not really enough at this stage of the game. It's the first turret for Regicide. However, that gold lead is still at a big 3K, which sure is not really enough, but in the OCS we have found that these gold leads have been cemented into the winning team, or at least minutely have changed in that mid-game stage.
And the only real way that Regicide can come back from this deficit is if they get a pick down. Now, their team composition does facilitate it excellently, just because of all the lockdown that comes out of Jhin, comes out of Maokai, and all of the burst damage that comes out of the mid lane and the jungle. Now, if they can lay that down in a pick, then it works out really well for them. But if they can't, they just fall even further and further behind, and it's Corviday's game to win.
Well, Rift Herald, see you later. We're going to see the Baron in about 10 seconds from now. No team really in any position, but we did say Corviday, coming back onto a point, was that, you know, maybe Zyta was someone we shouldn't talk about. Maybe Zyta was someone that, when it gets into the team fight stage, he's going to struggle. You know, he's going to struggle with his positioning. Zyta at this point hasn't really struggled. There hasn't been a massive team fight, apart from that one, a bit of a skirmish which turned into something explosive.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. The fact that Zyta hasn't actually had a chance to prove to himself yet, so we're still sitting on that huge question mark. I mean, you take a look at the way that their bot lane is positioned. Corviday's bot lane is still sitting in bot, which pretty much indicates they don't want to group up with Zyta. They want to leave Zyta to his own devices. They're not going to group up as that main 3-man unit. They're not going to do a 4-1 split push, and overall, we're just not going to see Zyta's capabilities until the very late game.
Well, you can see that one dragon each side. Next one going to be spawning very, very shortly in a minute 30. And you can see that both top laners have now rotated to that bottom side of the lane, with Corviday sitting in this top side river, waiting for some kind of opportunity. I mean, Youngcat has ult available, no flash, however. And there's a lot of chain CC on the side of Corviday, so I feel like looking for a skirmish here, Preacher, could potentially be their upsell. Like, this could be what they want to do. Find a pick and lock down one target.
I mean, that's the difference between these two team compositions, right? You got Corviday, who have a lot of AoE CC, and then on the other side, you got Regicide, who have a lot of single target CC. So if they can layer their CCs respectively, Regicide have the advantage on a pick, but this isn't pick meta.
Okay,
Whoa.
so remember, level 2.
Oh, hey!
Whoa, Youngcat picks up a kill with a piercing arrow. Now Corviday can start sieging mid.
That was a little bit too feisty coming out from Corviday. They've got so much poke coming out from such long range. Yeah, and the fancy feat coming out from Kidu, dodging 2 skill shots, but that's it.
And has to use the QSS from Corki. The tidal wave was used, the chain of corruption from Youngcat, but Corviday still have the opportunity to siege. Lisa's on the side of this lane, but opts not to go in. So it's going to be a free turret for Corviday, and with Dragon 25 seconds from now, they can opt to get this next objective. Yeah,
they definitely want to walk towards the Dragon, make sure that they get that coverage. The only other thing that they can do is get a few wards down onto Baron and make sure that top is pushing, because Flick does have teleport. He can join the team when Dragon does spawn, but they want the pick.
Sick walks right into the trap, locked down. And there's the Impaler. Come with me, says Skarner. But you're not going to live. The flash from Sick. Wow, he actually gets out with the help of an Arcane Smash.
But Flick is here.
Maybe I said that too early. Explosive cast, lockdown again. But while all that aggression was going on to Sick, everyone else comes in from Regicide. They start locking down one member. That's going to be Flick. And the snipe from Kedu. That's what they need. Corviday have to back off. Regicide very well played to reposition. And now the Mountain Drake could be within their grasp.
And Kidu just says, you know what, buddy? You got me, so I'm going to get you back, but it's not over.
Oh, looking for Sick. The last hit. He does find it, but a good heal coming out of Kedu. Regicide still hold priority over this Dragon. They actually disengage. But with Regicide finding something on the map after that, they shorten the gold gap, and they have some kind of priority back in this river.
It just means that neither of these two teams can get the Dragon. Actually, the fact that Regicide backed off first means that Corviday can now get some pressure onto it, but Corviday, in their own right, should have definitely backed off, because they were the ones who lost a member. They lost Youngcat, but they're more than happy to just take this Dragon now that Regicide said, you know what, we're going to concede it. We don't have our front line in sync because he's too far down. And a Mountain going over to them after 2 Infernals? Yeah, after an Infernal, sorry. That's going to be really strong for them pushing into the mid game, because they can just burn down this Baron.
I mean, Regicide here, they've picked up their Ocean Drake, and it's unfortunate that they don't get the Mountain. Corviday are still slowly inching forward, and their team composition looks scary past that 40-minute mark as well. I mean, sure, it may, as you said, it might slowly go towards Regicide, but a 6 items of Wrath Preach, I mean, you can talk me
huge.
through that. That's
Yeah, I mean, a 6 Items of Wrath is huge. Not only that, but you
got
put it
flat
onto
HP.
Zyda, a player who likes to just stand so far back in the middle of a team fight to the point where on Victor, he might not be able to reach people with his laser, but on Xerath, he most certainly can with his ultimate. And we're going to see some good stuff come out of this guy. The only real thing that he has to impress us with is his target ability. So if he can hit his ultimates, then he's pretty much sitting in a good position for his team. Other than that, you know, it's going to be a bit lackluster. That's the name of the game on Xerath, really. You hit your skill shots and you win the game. So really looking forward to seeing how Zyda does impact the map from that point. But enough of that. I think we've mentioned it like 4 or 5 times now.
we have to.
In the top lane,
Yep.
Youngcat is caught.
Ultimate Sonic Wave used, but sees Dragon coming and just doesn't follow through. Edge of Night was available at that point as well, so interesting from Youngcat. I mean, Regicide here, they're still looking for their pick. This is really big for them because going into this mid game, we feel like they have lost a lot of control and they're just trying to regain that back on the map.
It's a very standard Corvidae game, the fact that they dominate early game so easily and then they might have a few struggles come late game. It's never the macro that they struggle in. So when I say that they struggle, I always mean it is the late game team fights as a 5-man unit. The fact that they're not necessarily communicating where they want to go, where they want to dictate where the fight is held, might be a little bit of a problem for them because you have to take a look at Boss's champion. Now, Skarner, it works really well with his inside his spires, not so well outside of it because it gives him movement speed and makes sure that he can get into the middle of the enemy team in order to impale them. If you don't fight within your spires and if you don't make sure that your spires are taken, you might not get the opportunity to get his ultimate off.
Corvidae getting locked between this choke. I can already see some potential from the pick of Regicide, but still, Corvidae as a big man unit. Going to keep pushing up this mid wave.
The catch!
From Xerath. Whoa, one hit of that. And Ayla goes almost down. The Impale looking to come through as well. Boss with the flash tidal wave. Locked down by the Twisted Advance. Really good kick. That's just hit 3 members. And now Regicide are cleaning up this fight. That was massive, Preacher. Corvidae, they have to run away from this because Regicide, they have the upper hand.
So that was huge coming out. I think the biggest mistake that happened from Corvidae was Boss flashing in and trying to impale because he wanted to go straight onto Kidu to make sure that he could drag the Jhin back into his own team. Did not work because Kidu actually had his Edge of Night up while he used it. A failed ultimate coming out from Boss means that Skarner's whole ability is negated from this point onwards. And that was just really messily played by Corvidae because after their initial strategy failed, they didn't really have a backup plan to fight that. Boss was too far inside the enemy team, and Regicide just take away an easy team fight coming out of that one.
Lisa on the Lee Sin. I mean, honestly, that just looked beautiful. Hit 3 people with that Dragon's Rage, and that was really the end of it. Okay, so now we see that Regicide have pulled up that gold lead. They're not falling as far behind as before, and they're pulling in these team fights. Corvidae, this has been their weakness before. How do they resurge what they were doing in the early game?
And look, you just got to take a look at these 2 teams, right? Corvidae, they come back just by having really good team fights. Now, the one big error that we did talk about in Boss flashing in, that can't happen again. But other than that, they've got all the tools to success. They got Flick, making sure that there's a pick coming out for their team. They got Boss, who can capitalize on that pick. And they got everybody else who can stand at long range and just deliver a lot of damage. On the other side, though, you cannot sing enough praise about Lisa playing right now. Because if you had to say anything about OCS, then the one good thing about these junglers is the fact that they play these early game champions like Lee Sin. And they fall behind or they don't get that massive lead, but they still manage to do work later on. So props to the OCS junglers for having the ability to do that.
I mean, honestly, it just looks like Lisa's able to play from a deficit, Preacher.
He is.
Like, it's honestly, it's been so well orchestrated coming through this, the Challenger Series so far. And he's a jungler that has had a lot of experience externally as well. And I'm sure these teams are scrimming hard. And he's potentially, you know, widening his champion pool. So I like the way he's going. But now what he's got to do is bring Regicide out of that gold deficit and into a gold increasing expansion. I guess. That was the word. I was looking for that. What's
I'm just
the opposite
looking
of
at
deficit?
you.
What's a bank? Bring him into the bank. I don't know.
What, a surplus?
Thank you.
Is that what you're
yes,
talking
a
about?
gold surplus, Preacher.
Yeah,
That's
all
what
right.
Lisa needs.
Look, Lisa's playing out of his mind on this Lee Sin. Like we said, fell behind early, but he still managed to do a lot of work. But speaking of which, it's a team fight.
They've got Boss in an aqua prison here. The curtain call is just going to be blocked up. Wait. Oh,
Hello.
Wow. Actually curved the arrow. And that is going to be the last shot going on to Flick. Now, Corvidae know that ultimate's down. They continue to push from the side of Regicide.
Yeah, Regicide is just going to keep on nailing this one down, but it's a return fire.
Wrath with the ulti just keeps sending the shots. I think that's it for that one.
One more.
No, it sends one over to the left side. Zick is still in the middle here. They choose not to impale him. He goes flash with the slicing maelstrom. Locked down. A Young Cat explodes. Explosive cast can't get anyone out of there. Instead, Regicide, a three-man kick again. Are you serious? Ayla picks up the kill. Regicide is still chasing. Lisa's so deep in this fight, but it's just a clean sweep so far. Regicide from a deficit. They bring it back.
Oh
my God! Kedu with the flash fourth shot. That's a Jin who knows how to aim his crits. Regicide make it look so incredibly easy.
But it was not easy coming in from this because Lisa had to get the pixel perfect ultimate off in that team fight. Lisa! That was insane. You cannot line up for a Lee Sin to kick you back because what they did, Corvidae, they just thought, okay, I'm going to frontline. I'm going to be a Skarner and a Gragas in the front line, and I'm going to disrupt the enemy from diving in my backline. What does Lisa say? Great, that's pretty much 10-pin bowling for me. I'm just going to hit it straight down, knock up all of the players, and from that point onwards, you really got to take a look at Young Cat's positioning because the flash coming out from Sick at the start of that fight, it really did lock down Young Cat, and from that point onwards, an ADC who's standing in the front line of your team dying, that pretty much just seals the deal in terms of a team fight.
Corvidae looking to actually rush the Baron here. Teleport even comes out from Flick. And remember, Zyda pulls up Teleport on the Wrath as well. They get rid of the ward, and this seems like a desperation play for each other.
It is, but it was seen by them. So, you know, Regicide, if they react fast enough, this could be really deadly for Corvidae.
Well, they pull off the Baron at half health. There was no control ward to really negate what was going on in that pit. Regicide now, they start controlling this river once again. Preacher, let's talk about one person who we haven't really mentioned enough in this series, and that is Kedu, because he's 6-2 and 4 on this Jin, and he looks like he's nailing every single shot that's coming his way.
Yeah, I mean, Australian Sniper, he's definitely proving his worth. He curved that bullet last time. I didn't see that movie, but I'm pretty sure after that, it was a really good synopsis just watching the way that he managed to hit Dragon in the backline over there. Kedu is just performing really well, and he was his dark horse coming into this game because we had a lot of things to talk about.
He misses the Deadly Flourish on Dragon.
I mean, we were talking about it, right? Zyda was a really big question coming in. Boss was as well. And throughout all of that, we had no real time to talk about Kedu. But coming in from this bot lane, he's just slowly cemented his lead, almost as an ADC should. But the fact that he's playing as an ADC should means that he's at a really high level.
I mean, now Corvidae, they have an exciting team comp coming into this game number 1 of week 4 of OCS. However, an exciting team comp, yeah, but how do they play from this deficit that they're now in? Regicide with the small lead. It's now looking even bigger with almost 3k gold on the board. And you got a standard meta team comp going up against something that's a bit unnatural in Corvidae.
I mean, I'll tell you what, Hysterics, I love my spicy food, but at the moment, Corvidae, I don't think League of Legends does too much. Yeah, there's a meta for a reason, and the fact that Skarner isn't picked too much in competitive really does scream as to why that is. So, you know, this spiciness aside, the fact that this is novel is great, but the Skarner is just missing a lot of the mark of what we saw. You take a look at this score, 0-3-2. He's simply not hitting the mark. Now, is it the fact that he's hesitating to make plays? No, certainly not. Boss flashes into a lot of team fights and tries to impale Kedu, but time and time again, Kedu just managed to get out one way or the other, where it'll be disengaged by Ayla or from his own Edge of Night. But nonetheless, Boss just can't find his way into these team fights. Maybe he should be aiming for Johnson, but even then, if Johnson has package, easy way out.
Well, look at the ward control coming through from Regicide. I mean, they honestly own this Baron River right now, and Corvidae too scared to go in. Flick just has to be sent to a side wave, but Regicide, they do start the Baron, they get off it, they then look for a pick once again, and they're just going back and forth, trying to bait Corvidae into getting into a team fight, which I guess at the moment, Regicide is so happy to take.
Not only that, but also it's really dangerous for Flick to be side pushing because he doesn't have teleport. If there is a team fight that does transpire, then Flick is going to have a really hard time getting in.
You can see that the package was just used to get over to the Baron pit. A lot of the captive audience sitting in that brush, waiting to be locked down. Sonic Wave lands, Dragon gets flashed away. Here's the curtain call going on to Dragon. Someone save him, looking for the snipe. They go around the back. Zig tries to find the twisted event. He pops a vengeful maelstrom. Redemption going to come through. Tidal Wave, explosive cast. It's all getting used. Corvidae have to retreat here. Lee Sin goes in. He doesn't have the kick available. So Regicide, can they win the fight? Kedu's caught out. He gets slowed down by Gragas. They do get him, but he goes down to the Deathfire touch. It's a 1-for-1. And Regicide, That was a bit overbearing.
That was massive, but the one downside was the fact that Kidu stood so far forward, so I was about to sing him praise about how he curved the bullet once more onto Zyda, but then he steps a little bit too far forward and finds himself caught out. So Flick dies in the end of that, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade. Nothing that really Regicide can capitalize off of. They certainly can't go for the Baron, because if they do, you know, they're a man down. It's going to be really difficult for them. And Corvidae, they diffuse a really deadly situation coming out of this.
I guess Regicide have to reset their ultimates, reset their game plan, and wait for Kedu to come back alive, which is 15 seconds on the board. That next dragon could be a potential, however, it is an Elder Drake. So it's going to be an Ocean, a Mountain Drake coming over the side of Regicide. And honestly, it's Corvidae. They've fallen behind. What do they need to just step up? I mean, like, what do they need, Preacher?
They
what do
just
they need
to get a pick. They need to get a pick off. They need to get an even 5v5 team fight inside Boss's Spires. And if they manage to do that, then they can come back ahead. Look, their team comp is drafted to do a messy 5v5 where people don't necessarily know where they're standing, but they just can't seem to find it, because time and time again, it's always Regicide initiating these team fights onto Corvidae. Corvidae need to be on the forward foot, because if they're always on the back foot, always reacting to how Regicide are playing, it's frankly speaking not enough to get them a lead.
And I mean, it's such a shame, because Corvidae looks so promising and so exciting with these new picks coming into the OCS. But just having this mid-game, which is falling behind, as I say that, the ultimate from Zerath once again. I mean, it's doing a lot of damage now, and it gets 4 shots, I believe. 4 or 5, maybe I can't count.
5.
But each individual shot, if you take 2 of those as Kedu, you're forced out of a fight.
Exactly. You take 3 of them, you're dead as well. So that was a really good fancy feat of Kedu to dodge out all of these. But it's more or less the same trading that happens between these two teams. So you see Zyda using his ultimate pretty much off cooldown whenever there's a good opportunity to do so. And the same coming out of Kedu. They want to use it as engage. But the fact that Kedu has a slow on his is so much bigger than Zyda. Zyda doesn't have a Rylai's. He's not building into a Rylai's anytime soon, which means he's not going to get a lot of slows coming out of it. And they don't have the engage potential.
Flick goes on with the body slam. However, Sick just doesn't care. He's pretty tanky at this stage of the game. Remembering that Gragas, I guess, doesn't do as much damage as Maokai in the mid to late game stage. Maokai always going to do more Gragas.
I mean, I'm not too certain why we're talking about damage coming out from these two top laners. They both built tank in their own respects.
Look, if you listen to the podcast from week 3, what did Spawn say? His favorite meta was tank meta.
Was tank meta, yeah, but like
because he likes big team fights.
Yeah, he likes big team fights where people are much more calculated than they are reactionary and ruthless. But
fair enough.
You're not talking about the tanks doing damage. You're talking about the tanks blocking off people's path of exit. You can take a look at a lot of the zoning potential that comes out of both Sick and Flick. So both of them have more or less exactly the same zoning potential because both of their dashes are the same range, and it locks off a lot of paths of entry for the junglers to get in. Now, that is a whole lot more punishing for Boss because Boss doesn't have a dash. Boss needs to just run into it, and it's going to be really difficult.
Can I just point out, Flick just teleported to top lane when Zyda was already there. I mean, it's a lack of communication, I guess, coming through for this Corvidae mob that could definitely hurt them. Flick is now going to run into the captive audience. Might be locked down. I mean, he's going to run into another one if he's not careful. The Sonic Wave just to deter him. That Elder Drake is now live. Baron's still up and standing. And Regicide have had control for at least 6-7 minutes now.
Yeah, and the next big objective for both of these teams is undoubtedly going to be the Baron. Now, they don't do too much with the Elder Drake, so it's not going to be too much of a focus going on for either of these two teams. But going back to the point, you know, Boss getting locked down, he needs to find a good Impale, because that is the whole point of Skarner. If he can't find a good Impale into the middle of these team fights, huge punishment for Corvidae, and that will be their downside. The fact that even though they have a Karma, they can't propel this Skarner into the middle of the enemy team. You take a look at his build, he's built a Righteous Glory. If you can't run with a Righteous Glory and a Karma Shield into the middle of the enemy team, there's barely anything that can save you at this point.
I mean, Corvidae need to kind of regain. They've been called a dark horse in this competition. We've prepped them up as being a team that could contend for that top 2. So, I mean, they really need to prep up their morale. They need to start looking at Regicide on an equal playing field and say, yes, we can still win this, but how do we win this? And realistically, with Regicide going for the Baron here, they potentially need to stop it, which would be the first thing on their list.
This would be huge, and this is Zyda's time to prove himself.
Right of the Arcane Juice, Sonic Wave in there, 2-man kick this time, sends Dragon away, he has to flash because the curtain call's coming through. Tidal Wave is going to lock up 2 members, and Corvidae is still sitting healthy. However, Johnson on the back picks up the first kill. It's going to be the support. Meanwhile, oh my god, Boss gets crit for so much. Corvidae still have all 5 members. and they turn their sights once again to the Baron.
And that was it. That was Zyda's one time to shine. Did he succeed? Sort of. He got a lot of damage down at the enemy team, but he didn't get anybody down to 0 HP, which is really punishing for them. And quite frankly, Corvidae cannot stop this.
Not sure what's going on here, but the flashes come out from Regicide. In the end, it will be a 1-for-1 trade, almost 2 coming through. Youngcat starting to do some damage. Regicide back off. There's going to be no more sniping, but the Baron goes down. Regicide look comfortable. They may lose a few players, but it's really only going to be the Nami. So still really good work to come back from this deficit, and now 40 minutes look to be in commanding lead of this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if Regicide wanted to run a 1-3-1. They can do it with a Maokai in the side and also a Corki on the other, and just completely use their Baron buff to their maximum efficiency.
Or go Elder.
Or go Elder. I mean, they've got the ability to do so with these pushing lanes. It's a little bit too punishing for Corvidae at this point, but if Corvidae can respond to this, there's still a chance. Much harder to intercept Elder from Baron, though, because Baron does put a debuff, Elder doesn't.
Oh my god, that went down so quick. I mean, you had that 10% from the mountain, you had a bit of extra infernal damage as well. Regicide now have Elder, now have Baron. Do you need to do the 1-3-1, or do you just run it down mid, boys?
Either way you spin it, it's pretty much going to be a one game for Regicide. The only downside that I can see to this push is if Zyda manages to pick somebody out and the boss flashes and engages, but he's going in.
This Sick goes in, twisted advance again, right of the arcane, doesn't find Kedu. He actually dodges out of it. One more shot, he does take that one. Tidal Wave has just hit up 3 people. Now the curtain call comes through. Lisa gets very, very low. He's already used his ultimate, so he backs away. The rest of Regicide say, fine, that's fine. I'll go and clean up, says Johnson. Flashes in. Lisa for one last torment kill on boss. And 10-18 on your scoreboard. Regicide, they're now looking at the inhibitor.
And that's exactly what you'd expect coming in from a Baron and Dragon up team. I don't think there's too much that Corvidae can do at this point.
Oh my god! That was filthy damage, but with a filthy Corki like that, oh my god, well done to Johnson, who's just been coming back in this game. Regicide, they're going to go for the Nexus now, and Corvidae, they lose out, and Regicide stay undefeated.
Yeah, so Regicide, they're sitting 4-0. This is so comfortable for Regicide coming into the midway point of this competition. The fact that they're sitting lossless coming in, you know, a perfect streak so far, really does highlight their ability to play in the late game. And once again, you know, it's exactly the same criticism that we came in before even Champ Select of this game, where Corvidae, they don't really play as a 5-man unit, and when it comes down to that very last team fight, they fall down. Because you take a look before the very late game came around, before the 30-minute mark, Corvidae was performing exceptionally well. Corvidae was almost at the point where they were toe-to-toe with Regicide and even had the lead at the start.
They improved a lot, Preacher. I think that's what we need to note there, is that they improved from their last week's performance. Sorry, the week before last week. I am confused. But it's gotten better and better, you know, from Corvidae. So, I mean, they still look like a dark horse. They just have to consistently find wins from here on out to at least have that potential to look like they're continuing to challenge. Was my extended sentence there for you. But Regicide looked better than ever. To play from a deficit like that, where you've got a Fed Zerath, you know, you've got a Skarner who's being so fluid across the map, and then for Lisa to step up like that on Lee Sin, he got 2 4-man kicks.
Yeah, I mean...
Watch the replays.
Yeah, you have to go back and watch this game, and you just got to really take a look at the similarities between week 4 and week 2. So they're even weeks, and I've had the privilege of casting both of these weeks, but it really is what came into this game. It was more or less of a rematch. So you take a look at the mid lane, Zyda got fed a lot, Boss is on an unconventional jungle, and then what happens? They get a huge lead early on, and then they fumble a bit in the late game. Now, was this better than week 2? Yes, it was a whole lot better than week 2, just because of the fact that Zyda was outputting a quite significant amount of damage come that late game team fight. But once again, Corvidae not on the same page. You've got your star players, but if they can't come together, what does it really matter, right?
I mean, honestly, after that pick and ban phase, I'm pretty excited. Game number 1 was awesome, but game number 2 will be even better. It's going to be between Noxide and Sin Academy. So we're going to have a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back after that. Welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series, where people like Zyda and Boss decide that Skarner and Zerath are interesting picks, and we agree with them. Unfortunately, Corvidae not picking up a win there, however, which moves us to our next game, Preacher, Noxide versus Sin Academy. Now, with these games, the most important thing to note is they're best of ones, so everything's on the line. Both of these teams, Noxide and Sin Academy, they're 1-2 at the moment, so they're not having a strong start to the split. However, we are expecting big things from both of these sides.
Look, the whole deal with best of ones is not the fact that these games are random, because they're not. You know, you don't just wake up in the morning and all of a sudden, oh, hey, look, I just found a win on the OCS, right? Like, you still do have to perform really well and
right
get it. Yeah, now, both of these teams, they are coming down from a loss last week, so going against each other, their morales have been hurt. If they do recognize that from each other, then they can maybe pull that back and say, you know what, guys, it's not going to be too hard of a week. But yeah, looking at these two teams, they did have a little bit of a struggle coming in from last week. Now, Noxide, while they did play amazingly early game, they had a lot of troubles going into late game team fights, and it really does speak to their communication. Now, when you have communication between two people, 2 or 3 people making plays in just ganking alone, not too much of a problem, right? But when you get into a 5v5 team fight, then it could really start to struggle for this team like we have seen. And on the other side, you know, Sin Academy, that was probably one of the biggest shellackings that we've seen. So
you can't take that word. That's not your word to take, Jimmy Preacher Fu. So we jump into pick and bans for the very first game. We've been talking about Noxide, and we said that the shot calling might need a bit of work because Dandane, of course, is that big centrifuge for the rest of his team. But Doink is back in after 2 weeks away for a ban. Arta Fernie's still that strong top laner. Sombre is a great AD carry as well. And of course, John Riggy stepping in for Bluezor. Now, Noxide, they need stronger shot calling. And this is what we've been saying. We're saying that if they get that underpack and their communication gets to 100%, this team could be potentially unstoppable. They
do, but coming into this week, they actually lose all of their bans, which could put a big spanner in the works in terms of that. You know, they might have a little bit of confidence issues. They might not want to play make a lot of proactive plays coming into this, and that could really hurt them. But looking over on the other side, it really does put the onus onto Sin to really dictate the way that this game is going to be picked out. They can ban the 3 really standard bans, which are Camille, Rengar, and LeBlanc. But what that means is that you leave open really strong picks like, for instance, the Varus. Jace is still open. I mean, Jace may be a question mark because this is the OCS, but still, you know, all those picks do go through.
I mean, it still may be a potential. Of course, they lost their bans because of a roster change coming through there. So, like you said, it could be quite crucial to how Sin Academy build their composition. LeBlanc is pretty standard. Never going to mention that again. I would like to talk to you, Preacher, about the potential of Sin Academy maybe highlighting Raven again. Because Fiora was one of his picks. It looked great. It just didn't fit well into the Sin Academy comp.
Yeah, talk about it. Week number 3 was huge for Raven. Because even though Sin Academy came down from a bit of a loss, the one good thing that they could pull away from that week was the fact that their Fiora, Raven in the top lane, went massive. He solo killed Froggadog twice on Alpha Sydney, even though Alpha Sydney was in a commanding position. Now, we're not just talking about lane goal discrepancy. We're talking about dragons. We're talking about Rift Heralds. We're even talking about turrets, you know, all of that gold coming through, and still Raven manages to 1v1. So put a carry onto Raven. Some good times up ahead.
Now, on Noxide, I said to Bedoink at the start of the season, I said, are you going to be playing Yasuo again? I said, last season... He said, no. He said, I'm actually going to be sticking towards the meta. You know, I want to advance. I want to get my playstyle better. And I can understand that as well. I mean, something like the Syndra is a first big priority. But Doink, it puts on the carry pants. Yeah. We know that. Like, this guy loves to carry.
All right, but I actually don't think that Yasuo is too bad, given the fact that he also has Dandane.
He's not going to get picked anyway.
I mean, yeah, I know. I'm just quickly saying that his communication with Dandane is awesome. Dandane is a Rek'Sai player. Would not be surprised if Rek'Sai was picked up for Noxide, so that is what we're looking forward to.
Okay, so I mean, look, there's really been no slimming of the jungle champion pool coming through so far, and with Dandane still having his Rek'Sai available, comfortable, AD carry and support first rotation, or do we start prioritizing up in those, you know,
no, just get Somber his Jhin and it'll be all good to go because, you know, generally ADCs are picked out in the first rotation. Bans on ADCs feel a little bit weird coming out from the second phase. This is true, but oh well.
Okay. Oh well.
Oh well.
Like, fantastic color.
It's not the worst thing. It's not the worst thing. It just means that Jin's going to get banned away from Sin Academy and the Noxide need to find another ADC.
I mean, I'd be curious to see if Sombre actually maybe prioritize something else like an Ashe coming through, which has had a bit of rising popularity. Remember the OCS is on, you know, one of the latest patches as well. So the thing is, you know, like Korea's following. Yep. We're not Korea.
No.
But
we don't prioritize the Ashe. We don't prioritize the Sivir like North America does.
It's still a possibility.
But here's the deal. It's really weird because most likely that Jhin is going to get banned away from Somber in the second rotation.
Yep.
And we've seen Sombra perform really well on the Jhin. I mean, last week he performed absolutely massive coming in despite the fact that they didn't win the game. So the fact that they're taking that comfort off of him, if that does happen, of course, you know, we're all hypothesizing, then it could put Sombra on the back foot here.
I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, you're not hypothesizing. You know exactly what's going on. So it will be the Jhin highlighted away from Sombra at the time being, so that limits his champion pool. Curious to see if they then go, yes, let's prioritize getting rid of any other AD carries from Sombra.
Probably
or they just
not.
stick to, I mean, you've still got the top lane open. We get rid of the Malco or Art of Fernies. He likes Jace.
Yeah.
He has played Jace before.
But this is the OCS, and Jace's win rate in the OCS is anything but spectacular because it goes into a tankless composition. We've already talked about it, how tankless compositions require early game winning, and the fact that the OCS, these teams may not have the best cohesion, may not have the best synergy when it comes to, oh, hey, take a look, it's 25 minutes, we're up ahead, let's just push down mid and win the game, you know? The fact that they can't make these calls, make proactive plays, it really does highlight why maybe they shouldn't pick the Jace.
So it's interesting carry pants that you want to put on, Preacher. Look, Ashe is taken away. So maybe it isn't just Korea. Maybe Sombra's had a bit of experience or played around the Ashe a little bit recently.
Potentially. I mean, the fact that they were so willing to give up the Jhin ban, you know, almost seemingly guaranteed for them, they might have just said, you know, Sombra, you perform really well in the Ashe, you can just be a stun bot late game. Taking that off of him, the only real other champion that he can pick up for himself is the Sivir, but going along with the Sivir, there's no real ADC that goes along with Sivir except maybe, no top lane, sorry, except maybe Maokai.
Okay, so I mean, look, the Maokai has been prioritized tonight already in game number 1. It fits into a really nice composition and it's quite flexible as well, Preacher. Obviously not with roles, but with its position in the team composition as well.
Yeah.
Fiora's no big surprise for Raven, though.
No, of course not. I mean, he just performed so massively up in the top lane last week, and this really does put a lot of pressure down onto Noxide, because Noxide is picking up their top lane right now. If they pick a Shen, like Froggadog did pick last week, then Raven is going to have a really good time into that Shen. Into a Maokai, into a Nautilus, exactly the same story. It takes off a lot of tanks up in the top lane that's going to be safe to split push with into Raven. And that's a lot of pressure on Noxide because they want to pick it anyway. They have to essentially concede the fact that they're not going to get a split.
But I mean, if Noxide start looking at Art of Fernie's carries on the other hand, we know exactly where he's going to go. It's potentially going to be Jace again. So, I mean, what stops him from going into the Jace? What makes him go, maybe I should actually look at something else?
Look, win rate aside, there's not too much that's stopping him from going the Jace. He does opt for a tank regardless.
Maybe he's changing around.
Yeah, he definitely is changing around. I mean, I think he listened to us have a little bit of a rant about tankless composition, and he took a look over the OCS and said, you know what, maybe these guys are onto something. Maybe we don't close out these games so fast. So he doesn't want to go for really the carry style play. But even if you don't want to go carry, you still can pick other really good top laners who can take it 1v1 against Fiora, like for instance Trundle.
Well, honestly, I mean, like Sin Academy, their last option available, and what we know goes well into Kha'Zix is blue. It's blue. What?
Bring him up, you know? And then all of a sudden, Ivan just manages to get your team so far ahead. Yeah, so the Ivan pick is strange, okay? Because generally when we think about Kha'Zix and we think about Ivan, Kha'Zix gets ahead. He goes for the cross-map plays, and he gets early game advantages with ganks. Ivan doesn't. But throughout the OCS, it's been the other way around. Kha'Zix have fallen behind and taken more of a supporty role, and Ivans have taken a carry role, not in their build, but just in the fact they get so far ahead early. So I'm actually really looking forward to Prayless bringing that OPL expertise, bringing that sort of cohesion to his team through a supporty champion.
I mean, honestly, Prayless, remember, has been around the scene for quite a while. This guy has literally played fantastic Graves in the past. I believe Avant-Garde top laner, at least a substitute for some portion as well. It honestly, it's surprising to me that, you know, this guy, he's going to play the Ivan. He's not going to carry on something else, potentially, you know, playing a more supportive orientated
I mean,
jungler.
you say he won't carry, but he might not carry in the straight definition of do damage.
Of himself.
In terms of setting up his team to do damage, Ivan does excellently in that. So Ivan really does well in this sort of team composition. He's already got a lot of damage coming out. I mean, you got a Fiora in the top lane. You're talking about Raven on Fiora. You don't really need to get any extra damage coming out from the jungle when you've got that sorted. And when you take a look at how it all coheses together, you send a Fiora in a side lane. She's split pushed against the Poppy. Sure, Poppy tanks up to ridiculous amounts to the point where you almost can't 1v1 her. And then you send an Ivan in, she just melts down in the face of this Fiora. So that is really the composition that they're looking for to make cross-map plays as there is a 1-4 or 1-3-1 going on. And it could potentially work out really well for them.
Of course, the lockdown of the Ivan there is really simple but important. And I think Sin Academy, playing around their jungler, playing a bit more cohesively, like you said, is really important. Now, we've known in the past couple of weeks that Sin Academy, they're 1-2 on the board, so they're not going too strong at the start of this split. My question is, are they lacking structure, do you think, Preacher? Or where is their weakness coming through in Sin Academy of OCS so far?
What it looks like is the fact that Bedoing has been away for a little while from
Sin
this
Academy,
team.
my friend.
Oh, Sin Academy.
You're thinking, don't think of the old one.
All right. Yeah, sorry. No, that was my bad. All right. So Sin Academy pretty much is their shot calling, right? Because you take a look, they're not making too many calls early game. Like they sort of do, but it falls apart the later on the game goes. So they really do need to make proactive plays. At the very least, coming in from week number 3, I think the only thing that we could analyze from that week was the fact that they were just essentially waiting to get collapsed on and waiting to lose a pretty short series. I believe it was the shortest game of the night.
Yep.
So that was really devastating coming in for them at the very least from a morale perspective. And they just need to start making plays. Now, I'm not going to use the word proactive. I'm just going to say,
I will
actually make decisions, because the last playing week, they just didn't do anything on the map practically.
Well, that was kind of the story with a couple of other OCS teams coming through. So it's that need for decision making and shot caller to really step up and say, this is what we're doing. Everyone needs to follow. Why is no one following?
Yeah, at the very least, in terms of roaming, there was a lot left to be desired, because you take a look at the way they moved around, or rather lack thereof. It was just Raven in a side lane. You got your ADC and support duo in another side lane, and your mid lane in mid. So nobody really moved around for about 30 minutes of the game, and they just lost the game from that point onwards. If they want to make more movements to the point where they just even rotate their bot lane into the mid and make sure that it's a 3v1, it could work a whole lot better for them.
I think that the thing is here, Praelus on Ivan is going to do a lot of mitigating of making sure that Sin Academy know where they're going. And the experience from an ex-OPL player is huge.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you cannot underestimate this guy. He's been around for a while as well. More expecting him to go on the Graves, but maybe his first step on the Ivan for at least us on the OCS is going to be a big one. And he's going to show us that Sin Academy still have some fire left in them.
Well, the deal with picking up this Ivan is you could take more of a backseat position in your team comp, and you could just say, you know what, I don't necessarily need to put on the carry pants, and that's a good thing, because when a lot of the damage responsibility falls on your shoulders, then it forces you to play in a way that requires you to focus on your micro a lot. And when you're focusing on your micro a lot, you're not making shot calls to the team, because you say, wait up a second, I got to get into this good position, I need to get my auto attack off onto the enemy. That's a lot of time wasted for your team, whereas on Ivan, you don't need to auto attack. All you need to do is shoot a Q. You hit a Q, you say, okay, everybody collapse on this guy. It's a whole lot better for team cohesion.
And maybe that's exactly what they need coming through here, because we've said that, first of all, Noxide, their shot calling is a bit, it's either minute, I'm not sure what's going on there, but it seems like it's being challenged or second guessed. Dan Dane, of course, in the jungle, making those calls. And whereas Sin Academy, they lack a bit of structure in the calls themselves. So with two teams with a similar problem, by picking up something like the Ivan, it seems like that in itself just gives them just that little bit of extra experience coming into this.
It does, and the root caller is always the thing that you want to take a look for, because you land that, and it pretty much is a signal in and of itself to say, everybody go in, because it doesn't really matter.
It draws you in.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really matter what happens, it's the call.
Bloom. Okay, Daisy. So this is going to be game number 2 of the Oceanic Challenger Series for week number 4. Noxide versus Sin Academy, this epic best of 1. And Sombre going to be picking up the Sivir, of course. Now, the Sivir on this gentleman here hasn't been noted too duly, because we've always seen him on the Jhin, and he looks fantastic on the Jhin.
Also the Varus.
Of course, at the moment, the meta stimulates that, yes, Jhin is the idea, but Jhin and Ashe both being banned away only left out the Sivir, and we're going to have to see if that is going to be a big problem for this bottom lane of Noxide.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big question mark. Sivir doesn't generally win lane early on, especially not into a Varus. It's just a really tough situation coming in for Somber in the bottom lane. But once he gets to level 6, once he starts to group up, it does a lot of good work, because you're essentially propelling both a Poppy and a Kha'Zix into the middle of the enemy team. That's going to be huge going over for them, because it means that they don't need to use the charges of their own, and it just means that they can necessarily get the resets, and that's going to be a lot of damage coming out for this team.
Noxide, they just go for a peek in the enemy jungle, and you still think that, yes, okay, that's aggressive, but they're going to pull on back now anyway. With Noxide, the Kha'Zix, we haven't seen it go amazingly, especially last week. There were a couple of games where you go, yes, this champion's great. And it does have a high win rate in other competitions as Raven just pops his head in on blue buff. But yeah, I mean, I want to see a lot from Dandane coming through here.
I do as well. I mean, Dandane is not known to be a carry-type jungler. He is known to be on the Rex side, a lot more tanky, a lot more engaged. Yeah, both of those tanky in their own rights. And it's really strange to see him mix it up, go for more of an assassin, more of a carry on his side. But, you know, this is actually really smart coming out from Praylist, because what it means is if he can get back into his own jungle, if he can get back onto his top side as well, he's just 3-buffed Dandane. And that's going to be massive, because Dandane is a huge focal point for Noxide.
And Praylist has already set up the blue buff as well. The wolves just pop. He's not going to get it just yet, however. I mean, this is the greatest thing about Ivan is which way is he going to do his camps. He does start with the blue. He starts with the enemy red. Now the blue, and he's going to go for the 3 buff, like you said, Preacher. So
and take a look at this. He did all of that, and Dandane doesn't even know that his red buff is taken. So by the time that Dandane paths down, by the time that he sees, it's already going to be too late. Praylist is going to be at his red, and it's going to be stolen away from him. Dandane put on this much of a disadvantage means that his early ganks are not going to be as potent as we expected it to be, and it's going to be really dangerous.
Well, actually, Dash walks over a ward there, Preacher, so it is going to be noted, and Dandane's going to start moving away. The best thing to note here is that now with red buff, I mean, Kha'Zix loses a bit of kill pressure, opting to normally go for that. He has to go for the Raptors. So, of course, we'll be spotted out by that ward, and that's a really big factor for Dandane.
Yeah, okay, so another big thing is the fact that Dandane sort of knew the fact that he was going to get 3 buffed. He's trying to pull back his advantages where we could. Of course, there was a ward that spotted out Praylist coming out of that red buff, but nonetheless, he is still far behind, which is going to be a huge focal point for this. It means that Dandane can't necessarily get a lot of good work coming down before the 7-minute mark. He needs to get his level 6. He needs to make sure that he gets his first item, even the Corefield's Warhammer, working its way into a Warrior enchantment, just to make sure that he actually can get some damage down at the enemy team. He's not going to have much until then.
Bottom lane continuing to freeze, however. With the Varus Nami. Nami's had a lot of priority coming through in the past couple of weeks, not just on home turf, but all across the world, in fact, going from a bit of a B to an A tier support, moving away from the Zyra, the Misfortune, and now going for something that has a bit more, I guess, charisma, you could say. Is the Nami support
charisma? Well, that's a bit fishy, but anyway, the Nami support in the bottom lane, it works out just so well because of her tidal wave and nothing else. Because of the fact that she can completely disengage a situation, she can make sure that her own team gets a lot of movement speed. Sure, it's nowhere near the amount of movement speed that you get from a Sivir ultimate, but it's still significant enough to sort of chase it down if Noxide is in a bad position.
Well, 4 minutes in, and it's actually a lot calmer than we saw last game, with the junglers pretty much just going around and fishing what they can left. Of course, Praylist is going to have the quickest clear at the start, but then slows down on the Ivan.
Massively.
As Dandane, yeah, well, he's got to wait for his health to come back up as well as the camps. This is very strange down bottom, because, I mean, Jornrigi keeps taking procs, keeps taking damage from both Sprendstammer and tilting in that bottom lane, just to get his own damage off. I mean, he could risk the biscuit, but honestly, it could get a little bit dangerous.
It could, and it's a standard Sona dilemma, right? Like, do I trade 10% of their health for 50% of mine? Maybe not the best thing in the world to try and do for him. He will have to pop a biscuit every single time. In stark comparison on the other side, Tilting, nowhere near, because Tilting has a heal available in the ebb and flow. It's not going to be too bad in terms of trading for Sin Academy's bot lane, and they're always going to have the advantage come early game.
I'm pretty sure I've got to ask you, with Dandane's usual pathing, I mean, Syndra, happy to go into the Orianna. However, the Orianna has seemed to be a bit of a stimulating pick against this one matchup. Is Dandane still going to come mid? It's the usual pathing for him, and now that Bedoink's back, the person who he can synergize best with in this mid lane, do you see this as a priority for him?
I mean, that's definitely where he has to play, but the huge point coming into this week is the fact that he did get 3 buffed away by Praylist, so he's not going to be that much useful. Now, you take a look at Praylist. Praylist hasn't come into a lane either. Both of these two junglers, jungle proximity, that is how often they come into the lanes of their respective team, is very low. In fact, it's 0 coming into this game so far at the 6-minute mark. What it means is that essentially Praylist made Dandane almost as useless as he was, but all in the meantime, Praylist was farming up.
Well, Shockwave was just used, you saw there, on Bedoink. Has to walk away from this one, but still has the unleashed power. I mean, QB didn't really find much of a trade. Not doing too much damage in this early game, so that is an opportunity as we see down bottom. Sin Academy getting bullied against this turret. by the now rising level 5 Sivir. Sombre's going to walk away. Potentially, they're either going for an early dragon here.
Yeah, they can, and there's really not much stopping them. Praelis most certainly cannot contest this because Dandane is now to the point where he can assassinate. It's going to be an easy Drake going over.
Okay, so, I mean, Dandane's going to take a bit of damage, but that's going to be the first Ocean Drake, unable to really call that one Sin Academy. No ward coverage whatsoever in the river. It's a quick Ocean Drake. Now, bottom lane, they can join the rewards. That is missing a bit of CS for a bit of sustain in lane.
I mean, that's huge, right? The fact that you can always sustain through this team fight. We were talking about how that was actually Noxide's downside, the fact that they go for trades and then they lose out because they don't have the sustain. With that Ocean Drake, it just means they can come right back up. It means that John Riggy can now be liberated in terms of going for these trades that traditionally didn't work out too well for him. He's going to have a much better time.
Dandane finally gets the first red of the game as well. He's going to get taken quite low. Probably,
Dan?
He's waiting for his smite. It's almost up. Almost up. There it is. All right. All right, Brett, just
held my breath. Held my breath for a second there. I mean, I was feeling pretty bad for Dandane.
He's flexing. He's going, yeah, all right, I survived. But honestly, at the end of the day, I'm curious to see what Praelis is doing. He's trying to position himself up in that top side, get something from Artiferni. Dandane's going to back off opposite sides of the map of these junglers. And you can see, yeah, there goes Praelis back to base. Will pick up the Tracker's Knife and on his way to the Redemption as well.
One of the things that we will have to reiterate coming into this game yet again is the fact that both Dandane and Praelis have not ganked yet. They have not been in any one of these 3 lanes, which is massive coming in for Dandane, not so much for Praelis. And if this keeps on going on, it's going to swing to the side of Praelis. So Dandane, the fact that he was a little bit behind, he can't really, get that far. He can't essentially put himself into a position in which he's not getting these leads. Because sure, you missed out on your buff, but you need to make more proactive plays. We were talking about this early on before this game started, and it's still reiterated right now.
Well, now that Praelis is level 5, can start giving away that blue buff over to the side of QB. And Orianna with blue is always a pleasant one, but of course, Bedoink going to be picking up his own very shortly. Might have a bit of a tussle up in that top side with the junglers. As Dandane's starting to try and get past that river, go into enemy jungle. He's going to be spotted out by a ward and could easily be collapsed here.
I mean, he could, and this is really strange because Dandane's actually going back to Praelis and saying, you know what? You stole my buff, now I'm potentially going to steal it from you. This could be really dangerous, sir, but he does have the support of Artiferni.
He's also got the isolation. Praelis has to flash away, which is a big call. Now with a flashless Ivan down, I mean, Dandane can just secure this red.
Yeah, it's going to be really easy for him, and in stark contrast, now Praelis is losing behind. It means that Dandane gets an extra red, and it means Dandane can now start making plays around the map. This guy sits really comfortable when he ganks the mid lane. I'm not going to say camp, because a lot of the time he doesn't, but he ganks it at the very least. Now he has the freedom to do it. Could prove deadly onto QB, because Kha'Zix goes in at close range, and Syndra stays very far away. In stark contrast, there's no real way that QB can get a 2-man shockwave.
I mean, it's these minute differences that make everything in a game in the OCS. Ultimate was just used by Artiferni. He's very ambitious. He gets nothing of it, though, as Dandane walks top. They could potentially be looking for the first turret, but Doink comes through here as well. Scatter the weak, waiting for it to come through.
Teleport.
A flash. Actually, a very defensive flash from Raven. Teleport used. QB, I'm not sure what he's doing.
What?
Unleash power, but it's given over to Artiferni. And what a mistake out of that teleport.
That was really strange to see. There was no good reason why QB had to teleport in. I mean, I'm going to say there was no real reason why Raven had to flash out of that situation either. He knew for certain that Bedoink didn't have the cooldowns, but that's going to be first blood and the first structure bonus going over to Nox. So that's a huge chunk of gold.
With this first turret down, the gold is going to jump forward, like you said, Preacher, to almost 1.5k. And you can see that Praelis is trying to get some kind of response out of it. With first turret down up top, he starts moving through the enemy jungle. He's trying to get some invade, potentially look at this bot side.
Yeah, so Praelis is trying to figure out just what advantages he can get, but they're very small. So we're comparing camps to first turrets, to first kills as well. It's nowhere near the same amount of punishment, and at the end of the day, when Dandane walks into his own jungle and he finds that he doesn't have a camp to take, what's he going to do? He's going to gank. Does Kha'Zix hate ganking? I don't really think so, not in the early game anyway. He loves it. He loves getting ahead, so it's not that punishing.
I mean, with the first Ocean Drake going over to Noxide, they get first blood and first turret. Next dragon's coming up, and it's just another objective on the map for them at this point. They have a bit of river control, however, there's control ward sitting.
Oh, damn!
Dan's just altered. QB doesn't spot it. The shockwave comes through. He might trade it off, and he does after a flash auto. Well played by QB.
So that was really odd to see. First of all, Dandane did not activate his ultimate before he jumped. Second of all, the fact that Dandane stayed within turret range to the point where Shockwave would have brought him back, takes 2 turret hits for his troubles, takes a huge Shockwave as well. I don't really know what he was expecting there because Bedoink didn't have enough spears down onto the side. Dandane pulled the trigger way too fast, and they lose out on that fight.
And it's just the mistakes, again, with communication that we've talked about, Preacher, that, I mean, Dandane with Bedoink should not be having these because they have played together for a full split on the old Sin roster. And now we look at a Bedoink who's in a bit of trouble, and he just throws Daisy away.
Ed 2 Daisy throws him all the way away, make sure that Daisy can't get the last auto onto him. Gets out of safety. That was a bit of a strange interaction to see, but fun nonetheless.
Look, I think Bedoink here, I mean, he's doing fine in this laning phase, but even though he's 20 CS ahead, it's kind of been closed with QB getting that kill on the board. He's got Morel and Nomicon already. Bedoink probably going to go back shortly after getting the blue buff, clearing out another wave. Yeah, that's okay. That's very precious. Stops the back down bottom. But as I was saying, Preacher, it's a Syndra that's now behind because of that one kill.
Yeah, and that's going to be massive because usually when you take a look at Bedoink, you always pair him with Dandane and then you always say, you know what, these guys are going to get ahead because that's generally what they do. Dandane gets Bedoink ahead. Either Dandane gets the kill and continues to gank mid, or he gives Bedoink the kill and he solos it from that point onwards. But the fact that they're behind in this lane, the fact that QB has this kill, I think that this is a position that Bedoink hasn't necessarily played from in competitive, and that could really weigh on him. The fact that he has no experience playing from a deficit in the mid lane, and he doesn't really know what to do with it from this point onwards.
Okay, well, we'll have to see how that progresses, because if he doesn't know how to play from a deficit, well, he's already started to sort of be in one. Noxide, of course, still have that 1k gold lead, 1.3k, which is a bit of extra loose change to add to boot. Sin Academy, they still look quite comfortable, and that getting that one pick off the board kind of keeps them in this position as well.
Yeah, they just managed to keep within the 1k gold mark, which is really good for them because it means that there's not going to be too much until the 3k mark is not going to be massive, but this is a dragon fight that could potentially transpire.
I mean, yeah, they're hovering around it. It is going to be another Infernal. Of course, the first one being Ocean for the side of Noxide. Sin Academy want to contest this one. This is one of the biggest dragons. 6% AD and AP.
Bonus.
Well, it's a big stat, Preacher. I mean, it's a lot to give away. Sin Academy now still going around this pit. And look, that's the beauty of Ivan. Except he doesn't have Smite.
No.
So, hang on, use it. There we go.
Okay, so using the Smite on the Scuttle means you don't have Smite for a dragon, and the teleport comes in.
A big teleport from Artifernes coming in the back line. Look at Sprent Summer and tilting. They call trying to rock in a hard place, and Daisy comes in looking for the knockup. Will find it on Artifernes eventually, but the poke damage from Sin Academy is massive. They lock down Artifernes. He has to use the keeper.
Raven?
3-man shockwave. That's huge. And now the cleanup as Unleashed Power comes from Bedoink. But a triple kill. Looking for the Quadra. And a penta kill. Raven. What was that?
We hyped up Raven before this game started. We said this guy can play Fiora. He got 2 solo kills under Froggadog last week. You know what? Throw last week out the window. He just got a pentakill at 15 minutes.
Oh my god, what?
That is insane.
I don't know. Look, I'm not going to ask. Thank you so much. Let's have a look at this.
Alrighty, so practically you always need to take a look at where he is. He's in base and he's about to teleport in. Pretty much Noxide, they try to collapse, but the angle is not right for them. The teleport finally happens, and this is the point. Daisy knocks up Artifernes, and you just have to watch that. So Raven actually doesn't get hit by the brunt of that, and his ultimate pops as well, which keeps him so healthy in the middle of the team fight.
Oh my god.
He just cleans house with that beautiful teleport, beautiful riposte, and beautiful ultimate.
Raven should have died there, Preacher, but the grand challenge gave him so much health back and kind of kept Sin Academy healthy as well. Noxide pick up no kills from that fight.
And you've got to take a look at the build that Raven has right now. He's sitting on a Ravenous at 15 minutes in the game. It pretty much means that he's going to have almost unlimited pushing potential into Artifernes, unlimited sustain as well. This is pretty much as accelerated as your build can get.
I haven't seen a pentakill that early in a very long time. Only in the OCS, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, Sin Academy, now that they've got that on the board, they look at a 2.5k gold lead. They eventually get that Infernal as well, and everything's looking up.
I mean, not only do you get a pentakill, but you even get an Infernal to scale yourself further beyond that point. Look, who's the happiest player right now? I bet my bottom dollar that Raven is, and you really got to feel the burn of your Artifernes, because what it means is that Raven's going to be pushing either top or bot. Artifernes has to really be the only person to counter that, and there's no real way he can, because sure, Poppy gets tanky, Poppy can counter Fiora just because of the sheer amount of tankiness that she gets, but can you get tanky fast enough? We'll have to see.
I'm going to call that a 3k Elo Shockwave Preacher. I think I bet it doesn't matter that it's 4-man and it's not a faker Shockwave.
Nope.
That was incredible from QB as well. So now Sin Academy, they've got the pushing advantage, and a Fiora with 5 kills that has the edge up on Artifernes right now. With the Phage, a bit of extra damage, is happy sitting in one of these side lanes and drawing attention from Noxide.
Yeah, I mean, Noxide are playing it smart. They're not sending any resources down to this. And sure, Raven can always sustain back up. Raven can pretty much deny whatever jungle he wants from Noxide. But so long as he does that and nothing else, it means that Artifernes isn't going to lose too much health, and he can save this turret. So it's not all doom and gloom.
I mean, Raven just popping over the wall, kind of juking Artifernes up with a small roam. They're back in lane. We're at a 3k gold lead pretty much. Sin Academy have the edge after that immaculate team fight. And you've got first items across the board after that. 5 assists is massive too. Noxide have to now look at, okay, what do we do to make sure that doesn't happen again?
I mean, I guess just don't find a choke point where an Orianna can get a massive multi-man shockwave down onto you. That was a huge mistake that Noxide made, and they thought that they were collapsing, but when there's a teleport available, you're never really collapsing onto the enemy team. I mean, the positioning coming out of Sin Academy was awesome. They funneled Noxide into a really small choke point, and Noxide need to really realize that for the next coming fights. The fact that they can't fight in a shot, they can't fight in a closed corridor, and they always need to make sure that they're very spread apart, because if they're not, man, QB's going to wreck him.
I mean, honestly, Spren Summer is doing so much damage to Sombre after getting that Yomu's, and it will be the Essence Reaver coming forward for Sombre. So I just want to highlight how it's going to be a lot of wave clear, a lot of crit as well on that Ricochet. Will slowly get there, but the question is, I mean, can Varus get there quicker?
And also the other thing about Essence Reaver is that it does refund you mana on crits, and that's massive coming up for Sombre, because Sivir has really high mana usage. You know, you use a Q, use a W, that's about a third of your mana gone in that combo alone. The fact that he gets Essence Reaver, I mean, you may say that it's a small bit of pedantic point, but it's going to be in the difference between being able to cast spells and being
Being You could say out of mana Preacher, but that's alright.
I mean, I think everybody knows what means at this level. I
actually didn't know what meant until season 5, I think.
Yeah? I mean, I come from the old WoW days, so whenever somebody said their I just thought it was backwards moo.
Oh. Yeah. Well, lucky we don't have Mountain and 2 Ocean Drakes in this game. A minute 30, speaking of dragons, is your next one coming forward. Baron will spawn in 20, as we're going to say bye to Rift Herald very shortly as well. Where can the rest of Sin Academy go from here? I mean, with all this priority on the map and all this lane pressure coming through, they don't really need... Well, you can't really run a 1-3-1 with Orianna. Why would you?
Yeah, not necessarily. It's going to be a 1-4, but even better than a 1-4, I think that Sin should just play to their strengths. Now, their strengths is coincidentally what we were criticizing a lot before this game started, and that was the fact that they were essentially sitting ducks waiting to lose that game, not really making a lot of proactive plays. But in this game, at the very least, they're playing defensively, and they're also playing reactively. So while there was an engage coming out from Noxide, that last huge team fight, the huge thing to take away from that on Sin Academy's side was the fact that they kited back. They never just said, hey, we're going to leave one of our members dead. We're all going to kite back. We're all going to make sure that we're supporting each other, and we're going to buy time for the teleport to come in.
And whether that works this game, I mean, they're in a bit of a different example this time around, Preachers. So, I mean, we have to adapt our questioning as to whether they have to do that at this point. We want to also label that Raven's building up into that Black Cleaver. If you're wondering why there's a Kindle gem there, the reason is because Black Cleaver now, Preacher, actually builds a very different build path.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So the end item is more or less the same. You just get a little bit more health, a little less AD.
It's 10 less AD and 100 more health.
Yeah, so practically it's more tanky, it's less damage. That's exactly what Raven needs. I mean, Raven is going to be the natural target coming out for Noxide. He is the person with the most kills, and they're going on him as I say so.
On the hunt, he tries to riposte, get out of there. Grand challenge on Dan Zane. This might be his ending. Good tidal wave to get out, and he goes over the wall. Does the old jukey juke. See you later, he says.
The East-West have a rest, as we like to call it, and all of these abilities come out from Noxide, but none of them manage to get onto Raven. Sure, it's a Raven ultimate and also a Nami ultimate coming out, but that was also the On the Hunt coming out from Siva, and that's a massive one coming out from Sombre because it means that Noxide won't have the team fight for the next whole minute.
Do you see how much resource, Preacher, they put up into that top lane? Noxide there, the shockwave comes in, and a couple of flashes burnt as well.
Teleport?
Sin Academy, there might be sandwich here, but Daisy pops out for a bit of a ride in the sunlight. Raven pops in with a teleport and says, 1-2, how do you do?
Well, you know, I want to see 3-4, I'll give us some more, but otherwise, that was just a completely disengaged teamfight coming out from Noxide because pretty much they respected the teamfight potential out of Sin Academy. They knew the devastating effects that running into an Orianna could potentially have, and they just say, you know what? I don't want none of that. Fiora's teleporting in, I'm just going to get the heck out, and that's exactly what they did. They managed to save their own lives, and all in all, it's just a wasted teleport coming out for Raven here.
I mean, but did it save their lives, Preacher?
Well, in the sense they didn't die.
So, I mean, no one died in the end. I guess, yeah, like you said, a wasted teleport. You still have one more from QB, though.
Yep.
So Raven going to have to wait for that cooldown. He now moves back into the bottom lane here. Artifernes is not struggling too much with the Fiora at this point in the game.
No, but here's the deal, right? You mentioned that QB does have a teleport. What's he going to do with the teleport? 1-3-1 or 1-4? No, Orianna can't be the person who's split pushing. So even though he does have the teleport, it pretty much means that QB can go back at free will. Yep. And whenever there's a huge team fight, teleport in and make sure that he still has the shockwave active for him. He's not going to be splitting with that teleport, so it still means that he's not going to be applying a total amount of map pressure alongside the side lanes.
Sin Academy there, they look like they're ready to see tier 2, but getting forced back from Noxide has delayed the game a little bit for us as well. 2k gold lead still stands for Sin Academy, but it has slowed a lot down, slowed down quite a lot, if my English was correct. Especially after there's no more pentakills, I think that really slows the game
I mean,
down.
don't say never. You know, never say never.
Well, if I see another pentakill in this game, Preacher, I tell you what,
You will both lose our voices. I mean, it's going to be rare, but it's not going to be impossible.
I hope we do.
I mean, I predict if there is one, then the next one's going to go over to QB just because his excellent shot.
You got to share, is that why?
Of course, you know, you can't let Raven have all of the fun. What are you going to do? Hype up 2 pentakills? Nobody cares after the first one.
Well, that's, I think opinions differ after what you just said there. 2 pentakills, I just want 1, but yeah, 2 would be great.
Too greedy.
I mean, Raven here, he steals the red buff away. Dandain doesn't even go in for the isolation. Too scared of the Fiora right now. Was willing to take on a 1v3 with a grand challenge. I dare say he could have taken down before he died, but he did play it safe. So he's just interested in scaling. He has 2 items. Merc treads. Be curious to see where Raven goes from here.
Yeah, I want to see what his next item build path is going to be because at this point, Raven has 2 choices.
What would you do, Preacher? Sorry.
I mean, you've got 2 choices, right? The fact that you're so far ahead on Raven and the fact that you've accelerated a 30-minute build path into 25 minutes, you can go for something even more greedy, like, for instance, a Bloodthirster rather than going for the tank. And it just means that your ultimate's going to be doing more damage, your autos and everything else is going to be doing more damage as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Raven were to do that because he wants more sustain going into Art of Fernie, splitting into the side lane. And at the end, Artifernes cannot punish him for doing so.
So much wave clear in the mob of this Sin Academy lineup. They run 3 up in the top, QB's in the middle, and Preacher, this is essentially a 1-3-1 that they're running at 24 minutes in, 25, sorry.
It's odd, but it's working.
I mean, with the bloom, with the brushes, they are playing it deadly. Shockwave and their Scatter the Weak traded off, but Doink is at half health. But now no ultimate on QB, he backs away. And
it's really strange that Bedoink opted not to go for the exhaust in that last trade because that could have been the difference between life and death. You take a look at Bedoink, he still has his ultimate available. Should have just taken that fight straight to QB, use the exhaust.
The range, but
yeah, I mean, all in all, that was the question to ask, right? If you had the range, use your exhaust, put down a couple of balls, use your ultimate, could have been able to 1v1.
This is just like a wave clear battle up in that top lane. Chain of Corruption,
speaking of waves,
by Tidal Wave, has to use the Void Assault. And Sprenstammer, no ultimate, along with tilting. I mean, they're still going to continue to engage. And this is such a strong 1-3-1. So much attention up there.
And you actually got to take a look at the effect that they're having. So yeah, while they use these ultimates, while they're not finding kills, sure, that might be a downside, but what's the upside to this, Hysterics? They're chipping away at the turret, and slowly this turret will eventually go down. It's slow, but it is happening, and you cannot deny it.
Slow's a very good word for it, Preacher. I mean, at this stage, Dandain has now moved top, but Doink was matching QB in the mid lane. I'm not sure if he's going to come up to the top lane yet. If I could Look at the minimap. There he is. Okay, he's up in the top lane. They're looking for an engage.
Oh, on the hunt.
Has been hot teleported in response. Double teleport. In fact, that's QB and Raven.
Double cancel?
Both cancelled at that moment. So Sin Academy, they're going to be a little bit more careful.
And this definitely does favor Sin Academy because it means that QB gets to push mid lane alone. There's going to be no response, and Bedoink is still in the top side.
Okay, so they're keeping up the pressure. Bedoink is looking for Scatter the Weak as he's about to throw over his orb, waiting for it. He missed it. He hits the goal. Unleash power there. Redemption heals them back up. He's looking for the kill. Sprint Starmer still live. Exhaust is used on Dante. They find the kill. But the Chains of Corruption, I believe, no, they only just came up. But that's going to be one kill for Sin Academy. Noxide.
It is one kill for Noxide, but you got to take a look at the effect on the map. You gave up one turret in the mid lane. QB was pushing that solo, and he's not stopping. He's still shoving it in.
Okay, so this has unconventionally become a bit of a base race. Arta Fernies doesn't have teleport available. So he's unable to leave this lane. He might have to back off and run top if he wants to keep pushing, but it looks like Noxide are pulling back. QB gets half health on that middle of turret.
I mean, it will slowly regen, but nonetheless, that is a huge chip going down onto the mid turret. And for what? You get one turret, you chip down another one to half HP, and the only response that you get is a kill onto Sprint Summer, and even then you are still so behind on gold. That is frankly unacceptable coming out from Noxide. If they want to get something, they should have continued to push that along the top side, got an extra turret, because they know that both of the teleports were down for QB and Raven respectively. They could have easily just got one in return.
Well, Raven now is actually going to solo the Dragon, I was about to say, until QB and Praelis rocked up. This is a very interesting first game, I dare say, for Praelis. A very interesting game for these 1-2 lineups. That's 1 win and 2 losses. I mean, in all honesty, I was not expecting Sin Academy to perform like they have so far, but they've been so aggressive and they've been so fortunate to really find these engages, and they just come out ahead. They're 3K ahead, Preacher.
Look, I love it. I love exactly how Sin Academy are playing, and that's really odd because last week they were, the week before, they were playing exactly the same way, and I told you I hated it. The whole reason why I didn't like it was the fact that they weren't making any plays. Yep. They just stayed in their own lanes and they just decided to hard shove, you know, almost like minions do, just not really having any pathing other than going down the lanes and making sure they get the turrets. But in this game, at the very least, with the massive lead that they have, it's working for them, and oh my. Raven's picked up a Guardian Angel.
Whoa, that's pretty annoying. That was a flat second back coming through from Raven. That was a flat Guardian Angel.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a really big move for Sin Academy's top laner right now, and continuing to push down in this bottom lane, picking up more and more farm with those 5 kills, ever accentuating that gold lead. I want to talk about Sin Academy and how they're impressing us at the moment because, I mean, honestly, we said coming into this, it was lack of communication team versus lack of communication. And what really needed to improve was the structure of both of these teams. So far, coming through Sin Academy, I feel like they've improved quite a lot from last week. This looks like a better looking lineup. Everyone's quite focused on their resolve. And in all honesty, I'm liking to look at their new lineup.
They call the fights, they call the teleports as well, and it's working really well for Sin Academy. So I think the one thing they need to take away from this week is the fact that their communication is working. They don't need to be shy when they're making these plays. One huge thing that comes out of shot callers when they're just starting to shot call is the fact that you start to doubt yourself. You don't want to make calls because if you make a bad call, then it's all on you, you know, essentially all on your shoulders, that you made a bad call and that your team lost a fight. But here's the deal. If you don't make any call, you're almost certainly going to lose the game, and then that's going to be blamed on you as well. So Sin Academy coming up with the resolve from this, they're doing a whole lot better.
I mean, items across the map are quite even, apart from those 5 assists that went to every member of Sin Academy. Like, everyone got 5 assists.
Literally everyone.
So there was so much AoE that Sin Academy, you know, they all participated in that. So they get that extra minute gold lead. They're about half our item ahead in a lot of those stances as well. Sombra only just picking up the Phantom Dancer coming through. You can see that the third item's getting worked on for Spren Starmer. And a Rylai is coming through as well from QB. So I like the utility that he's providing.
I mean, it's odd that he picked up the Rylai's. It's not generally a build that Orianans go into, but the one huge thing that does allow him to do, if he does pick this up, the freedom that it allows him to do, is to continue split pushing, because what it means is he's got a little bit extra HP, so some 100 zeros, like for instance Dan Dane's can't 100 0, but speaking of which, it's a teleport.
Things have come out, the teleport's in here. Daisy has appeared on the rift, a teleport response. Dan Dane's getting locked down. Raven has joined the fight. He's instantly exhausted here, and a teleport on the back. QB's a bit far away. Nice scout of the week. Raven still alive and kicking. Goes for the shockwave again. Are you kidding me? A double kill for QB, and Raven lives, locked up by an awesome trigger seed. Dan Dane survives, but 2 kills is really all they need for me to get excited.
Noxide took way too much time on pulling the trigger. They essentially allowed both Raven and QB to get their teleports up, and they both used in that fight, so that was massive coming in for Sin Academy. I think that Noxide had the right idea in trying to take this fight, but they just took way too long in executing it. Raven came in, QB came in with that massive gold lead that they had. They just easily won the fight. And all in the meanwhile, you know, Raven's Guardian Angel still hasn't been popped.
I mean, honestly, there was so much focus on Raven, the exhaust, all the CC even has to flash away from it, and they didn't even focus on QB. He just, like, got the concealing. Yep, this is my kill, and now he's 3-1-5. Baron is getting low. Sin Academy have a lot of control. They start focusing. Dan Dane, he goes in. Oh my god, he gets the steal. He gets shockwave though, and now Noxide have to get out, or maybe not because Sin Academy has to flash out. Sombra picks up Sprentstama. Oh, this game, I love League of Legends.
That was massive. So in all rights, they should have gone over to Sin Academy, but nobody was defending Prayless. He didn't actually get the smite off onto the Baron, and it all goes downhill. So Noxide, while they might not have the gold advantage, they certainly have the pushing advantage with this Baron. Here's some questions coming out though. So you can't use the Baron to its maximum efficiency because you can't 1-4. I mean, you can't 1-3-1, but you can 1-4. And that's good enough for the side of Noxide. Now, can you 1-4 that well? Not necessarily, because the one part of the 1-4 in Art of Fernie's going to a side lane against Raven. His wave is going to be cleared pretty much immediately by this Fiora, but the 4 part is going to be so massive.
Well, I dare say that this is one of the most exciting games in OCS. Hitting the 2-man, 3-man shockwaves, hitting massive ultimates is what I should have said. Raven getting a pentakill, and now Dan Dane stealing away the Baron. Okay, 2k gold lead is where we need to take stock of this situation, this game in fact. 33 minutes in, and Sin Academy, they had control. They've lost a little bit. Art of Fernie starting to push with this Baron buff. And Noxide, they push themselves back into the game. Dan Dane has got to get respect from that Baron still. Otherwise, Sin Academy, had they secured it, that potentially could have led to the end of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And I really have to give praise to Dan Dane, but he wants to find a kill.
Looking for the isolation onto Tilting, has to use the tidal wave. Good trigger seed coming through. Sprentstama snipes down Dan Dane. The Keeper's verdict just to disengage. And Noxide, they do lose Dan Dane, so they just one Baron buff down.
All right, so not so much praise for Dan Dane anymore, but I wanted to praise him for how well he was doing just in terms of trying to push up the vision advantage of Bedoink.
Bedoink gets the solo kill, 1v3. Lockdown, unleash power onto Ivan. He's going to heal up from the redemption, actually walks away from it. The turret goes down in the end, and Noxide, they get some kind of response. But Raven's still up top.
Hysterics, how did that even happen? He didn't even use his Unleashed Power, used it on Prayless, didn't quite take him down, but he still managed to 100-0 Sprentstama. So that is the power of the Syndra coming out. The fact that even without the ultimate, still does so much burst damage. And when you're somebody like a Varus, somebody who can't necessarily dodge out skill shots because you don't have a dash and you don't have a spell shield, you just die.
Well, I dare say that this game could get even more exciting. But Doink picking up that kill was so necessary. He needed that extra gold. He's onto his 4th item coming through, which looks like an Abyssal Scepter. He's already got the Void Staff, Morellonomicon, Rabadon's even picked up.
That's his most optimal build path, and going into an Abyssal once more, amplifying everything that he's already doing by 10%, I don't think you could scale any more. But Doink, he's going straight for the late game. He wants 6 items, and he wants to 100-0 somebody. As far as his build path is concerned, he's going towards it very well.
And it seems like Sprent and Bedoink just moved back to laning phase. Meanwhile, the Cloud Drake is next on the list for Sin Academy, already having 3. They're going to lock in a 4th. But meanwhile, Noxide, they push down a turret, which, I mean, for a Cloud Drake, is it really worth it with the comp they run?
At this point in the game, not so much, and they're caught out.
Oh, they can't see Raven, but Raven's just appeared on the map. Grand challenge. This might be a bit ambitious. He has to flash away. Might have to riposte over the wall, and he's out. Tidal Wave hits 1 member. Dan Dane looking for the engage as the flash comes through against the wall. Locked down. The shockwave again, but no one to follow it up. So Bedoink picks up the kill, and Noxide, they look ahead.
And that was excellent decision-making coming out from Noxide. They see that they force out Raven. They all burst down Raven. Raven goes over the wall. They know that the Fed Fiora can no longer impact the team fight. They go straight and they go ham. Artifernes flashes and Nox tilting into a wall. Even though there was an excellent shockwave coming out from QB, wasn't enough to really defend it, and Noxide come out from a kill. So this is what we were talking about. They need to make more calls like this. The ones that are rough, the ones that are in the middle of team fights, but the ones that work so well. I mean, take a look at the advantage. They get a kill out of it, and they can just continue doing it over and over.
And Raven there, he was a bit ambitious going in for the 1v5. I feel like he potentially could have done it, but has to use his summoners to get out of that. So, I mean, he still has the teleport available. Grand challenges back up as well. Artifernes without a flash too. So both these top laners put themselves in a bit of a positional disadvantage in terms of not having that flash available. They've both got their ultimates available. Sin Academy still, they seem like they're doing a lot more with Raven, is what I would have said 5 minutes ago. But after what Artifernes just
It's slowing down.
Yeah, and with that, Artifernes, I think he likes the pace.
Yeah, and you really got to put a lot of onus of proof onto Raven to say, look, we got you ahead, we got you a pentakill at 15 minutes in the game, and what have you done for it? Look, I don't want to harp on too much about it, but the answer is not that much. I mean, he's been splitting against Artifernes, but he hasn't come up big in the last team fights. I mean, what was his score at 15 minutes? 5-0-0? What's his score now? 5-0-1. So great, he picked up 1 assist, but that's really the only thing that came out for him. And Raven, lots of questions coming out for you, buddy. You got a pentakill. What are you doing with the gold?
Preacher. I mean, honestly, at this stage of the game, the Kha'Zix, he kind of falls back a little bit, right? Like, he's not too fed. You can see that the gold distribution between junglers is not that far apart. Raven, of course, I mean, a pentakill gives you a lot of gold.
Oh, yeah.
So he is pretty far ahead. But down in the bottom lane, not too much of a difference. It's quite minute in comparison to the other games we've seen in the OCS so far. So although it's 5-10 on the board, I mean, that's the difference between a pentakill and Raven again trying to come in. Nice on the hunt.
Teleport?
Yeah.
Cancelled.
Actually gone through and stopped as we were saying that. So Sin Academy, they're going to continue pushing up, but it's like opportunities now. Everyone's a little bit too scared to commit.
Look, it's just wave clear for days. Both of these teams have enough wave clears in their own right, and the wave's not really going to be moving towards either turret specifically. Neither of them are going to crash. I believe that mid turret is all the way back to full HP just because of the sheer amount of time it's been since QB got it down to half HP. The only thing that these two teams are looking for is the Baron, and this is the difference between OCS and potentially OPL and other Premier regions. The fact that these teams, they just don't know how to close out without a Baron. You get a Baron, you get the initial gold buff, you also get the pushing buff itself to go into the enemy base. But until then, you can still make plays, and these teams are just way too hesitant on pulling the trigger.
But not only that, I mean, it's that close at the moment. You can see that the gold's a measly 500 at almost the 40-minute mark. The next Baron's going to be up in 15 seconds.
It's going to be a high priority.
It's going to be a massive priority, like you said. So we'll see if Noxide, they look like they have the positional advantage at the moment. Raven does have teleport, but Artifernes does not. So if Raven wants to go in for this, I mean, he can disengage after getting that first turret, or he can just go for the snipe in that next turret.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous going in for Artifernes, and you know, just like buying some houses, the whole deal about this game is location, 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 because if you can stand in the correct position to constantly threaten this Baron as Sin Academy,
north, of course.
Yeah, of course, you don't need to take the Baron. I actually do believe that not taking the Baron is much more advantageous for Sin Academy than taking the Baron, because what it means is that Raven can have free pushing in the bottom lane. He can constantly pressure that map, and it means that Noxide, they have to devote resources onto stopping the Baron going out from Sin Academy. Raven could get a whole lot more out of this.
Well, the thing about this win on this game, we need to remind everyone that it puts a team to 2-2. So with 2 wins, you start looking like a stronger team and start cementing your lead in the OCS. It's very important that one of these teams sitting at 1 win, 2 losses, can push themselves forward into a better skill grab.
Well, you know, we don't really want to take a look at the negatives going into these two teams, but getting 1 extra win and going to 2-2 means that you're staying very safe away from relegations. And, you know, for these teams, that's a huge deal. The fact that they don't want to be eliminated from the OCS, once you can sit away from relegations, then it is time to start thinking, can we potentially make it into the top bit of the OCS? Can we potentially make it into playoffs and even play the lower teams from the OPL, get promoted ourselves? But until then, you need to win this game, because if you don't, there's a huge morale sink for your team.
Artifernes is like, I'll just get the minion wave and Raven goes straight for the turret. That's at half health.
That's
Remember
huge.
with
That's
the
one
red
push.
buff. I mean, Preacher, he's got the Bloodthirster now, and he's lacking one more item. He's got a control ward in the slot. But curious to what he goes for, whether he goes for
Last Whisper?
Oh, Hex Drinker? I mean, what do you do?
Go for the Last Whisper. Just take Artifernes to his own game. The one deal that Poppy has is she gets more and more tank the more tanks she builds, which is, oddly enough, really actually quite strong in this game. So the fact that the Last Whisper is available for Raven means that he can pretty much win out. Take a look at this trade. He's already winning out really single-handedly into Artifernes. If he gets that item, it could be 100-0.
Trailus gets slowed down, but really doesn't take any damage after that Trigger Seed. Baron now look at again. This next dragon is the Elder, which is now live. Noxide positioning around the left side near the Baron pit. Sin Academy, they know that Raven's pushing. He will get this turret. Artifernes has to back off, and essentially a free inhibitor. Artifernes now has teleport, and Noxide, they want to trade it off for a Baron.
But this is really dangerous in Noxide, but all in the meantime, Raven is still pushing bottom. If you don't defend your turret, you certainly can't defend your inhibitor. That's a huge loss coming out from Noxide. They've got nothing from that little play.
I mean, Sin Academy just get a free inhibitor on the map. Raven is still down in the bottom lane, has teleport, has grand challenge. Artifernes, of course, able to match it, but not very well. He can't stop this Fiora. And now that he's got the inhibitor, I feel like Raven will just go, I'll go topside.
Look, Sin Academy, they are playing towards their strengths right now. I did mention they shouldn't be taking the Baron, but all in all, Noxide, they want to go for it.
One for all and all for one, as they say, but Doink gets bursted out. On the Hunt has been popped. And there is the bubble coming through, the ultimate from Nami. Raven locked up against the wall. He's getting taken down pretty quick. Here comes Daisy. Keeper's verdict knocks him into the air, but in comes Badoink.
Guardian
and
Angel.
Raven, the GA's been popped, bursted down. Two-man shockwave to get him out of there, but in jumps Dandain. He gets a kill with Artifernes. And Sin Academy, they lose one, but they get a response with Spren Starmer. Noxide. Whew, that could have been close.
That was only a 1-for-1, and only the top lane is going down. It's not too much of a loss for either of these two teams, but, you know, taking a look at the positioning, nonetheless, we were talking about how you need to be in prime positioning. Sin Academy, they are in prime positioning to take this dragon.
I mean, the Elder is going to be really big for these guys as well. They've already got 4 elemental drakes. This is huge. If Noxide don't deny this, they're potentially going to go to the Baron, trade that off, but with a 4 elemental Drake and a Fiora who's up in 23 seconds, they can't potentially wait for him. So they're going to take it. That's going to be Raven without the elementals, which is really big.
Yep.
And they start going for Baron as well.
I mean, look, the Baron's not even at half HP. Sin Academy can meet this. They've got the Elder Drake buff. This is massive.
Tidal Wave comes through. It's going to knock up everyone. Sombri just uses the spell shield, and Noxide, they successfully pick it up. Now they've got to get out the flash away. In comes Daisy back into the fight. Sombri still running away from this big tree. And look, the Aqua Prison missed time. But meanwhile, John Riggy gets sniped. And there goes Dandain, sniped down as well.
The teleport.
Raven picks up Badoink. This could be it, Preacher.
This could be over. I mean, nobody can effectively defend from QB. QB could just finish the game by himself.
I can't believe Sin Academy come back from winning against a deficit and then get in a deficit and then they win. Ladies and gentlemen, a very exciting 44-minute game which Sin Academy pick up with an exceptional back.
All right, so while that game did look one-handed just from the stats alone, you got to take a look at how it actually played, and it didn't play out to Sin Academy's favor, because while they did win, there were a lot of questions on board. You got a huge pentakill early on. Great plays by both the mid laner and the top laner, giving all 5 kills over to Raven. Raven, I'm sorry to say, but practically did nothing throughout the whole game with that pentakill.
Hang on, Preacher.
Go on.
I think nothing is a bit of an... We've seen nothing before. He did something. The guy split push for like 20 minutes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, he did go toe-to-toe with Artifernes in the bottom lane. I do believe that was like for a good 15-minute portion of the split push. But yeah, at the end there, you know, they finally managed to pull that game back, and it was really close all in all until the very last straw where they both got the Elder Drake and also the Baron. That was pretty much what sealed the deal. But it lasted for 44 minutes. Last week, the longest game was 46 minutes, and you really got to question the OCS teams. Look, the current meta, it does kind of suit faster games, so the fact that they're going so long, a lot of questions.
I mean, Baron pentakill, 3-man shockwave. Where else can we go wrong in the OCS? We're going to have a quick 5-minute break, and then we're going to be right back with more epic action here in the heart of Sydney. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Oceanic Challenger Series. I'm Hysterics. This is Preacher next to me as well. And after a pentakill Baron, my God, the night has just heated up to an all-time red-hot 10. And we're going to be jumping into our next game as well. Legacy Genesis versus Tainted Minds Blue. Now, although these teams are not red-hot in the competition right now, of course, 0-3 in the standings, we're expecting one of them to pick up a win, Preacher.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I don't want to... That was my worst.
The worst handoff ever.
One of them have to win.
I mean, theoretically, right? Technically, one of them has to win. But taking a look at last series, we didn't really expect that to be so much fun. And then all of a sudden, you know, there was a pentakill, there was a Baron. We talked about it early on. It was just absolute massive hype for us. This game coming into it, neither of these two teams came off of a win last week either. I mean, there certainly is potential, and they have a lot of big pants to fill.
Okay, so I think we have to, pants aside, thank you very much for that. I think pants aside, we have to start talking about Babip. Because Babip's fantastic jungler. He's been around for, I don't know if it's 2 or 3 OCS splits. This guy's seasoned. We've watched him grow as a player as well. So I want to see if he can potentially move forward with his team. You know, continue on the role he's been playing and a more supportive style jungler we liked out of him.
Well, I actually really like how you bring that point up because, yeah, he has been playing for 3 splits, but practically in his first 2, he was playing tank engage frontline champions. The last playing week, he played the Kha'Zix. So he went 2-2-2. It wasn't great. It wasn't too bad. It was just, you know, just sort of that Kha'Zix being in the jungle, not really getting that far ahead.
Just there.
Yeah, it was just there, right? And you really got to question, can you do better on the Rex side? Because I know it's not your signature champion. Dandane's already stolen it, but you still do really well on it.
I like how Legacy Genesis go. The first ban we need to do is Anivia. So Bonivia, of course, being a massive Anivia main. It's in the name. It's a little bit obvious. And that's why that's a ban there if you're wondering, sitting at home. We haven't seen too many people pick up the Rise, so I'm going strange that they prioritize it. Of course, Harry has done it before.
Yep.
I'll never say that again. Sorry. But it's good to see that, yeah, there's been a priority of something a little bit more A-class coming into the ban.
Yeah, and look, I'm just really surprised that these players don't actually prioritize the Rise, because you take a look at OPL, you take a look at international regions as well. Rise is a huge priority. Oh, yeah. And whenever we take a look at the mid lane matchup, you always ask me, look, Syndra's banned away, Corki's picked, what's left? I always say the Rise, but these players, they're just so hesitant in picking him up. Now, the advantage of Rise is the fact that he can 1-3-1 like no other. He can lane phase really safe. And once he gets his tier and his Rod of Ages, he doesn't need any more gold because he's going to be stacking naturally from that point onwards. So the fact that these guys aren't picking him up, huge disadvantage.
I mean, this time Camille was taken away, but it's still going to be the standard pick up. Potentially just Jin coming through. Nami's had a bit more prioritization coming through so far tonight, and I like that because I think Nami adds a lot more in the lane, a lot more sustained. And those tidal waves last game were on point. Like,
her engages and disengages are just absolutely amazing with that tidal wave. So the fact that she has so much in a kit, I mean, it's possibly one of the strongest characters. You also pair that up with the fact that you can always top your ADC up in lane with that ebb and flow. Yeah, nothing really wrong with that champion.
I mean, Dreadlord last week out of Tainted Minds Blue, we haven't talked about that yet, but he had the best performance. He actually had a really high kill participation.
6-2-1. He performed 6-2-1, and he just did absolutely massively. So both of these two junglers actually opted for the Kha'Zix last week. And, you know, Babip, not so great. On the other side, Dreadlord just popped off, did absolutely amazing. Snowballed early on, got a lot of kills later on into the game. Unfortunately, their team didn't win. But, you know, as a focal point, he just managed to carry so much more.
Okay, so this is one we haven't seen in a while.
Wow.
And by picking up that Nidalee, I mean, Babip has played in the past. So
we're talking Season 6.
We're talking Season 5 and 6, Preacher. Like, we're talking old school. The best thing I loved about Babip is when he did play the Nidalee, he looked strong.
Yeah, right? He did. Yeah.
So, you know, maybe he's not as great on the carry-style junglers, but maybe this champion he knows so well that it doesn't really matter.
I mean, we really have to see, right? Some nerfs did come out on Nidalee, and it's not so much the nerfs that really hit her, it's the meta changing, the fact that there's so much tankiness coming in from the top lane, a lot of disengage coming in from the bot lane, and it doesn't really facilitate the Nidalee just going in and assassinating people 100-0. Maybe if Babip can find his way around the jungle, he can assassinate Dreadlord on the Elise, because Elise is very squishy. Have to see.
I feel like Legacy Genesis last game we're watching Raven up top because Fiora is banned away. And with a Rumble ban as well, I feel like that's very specific against the tanks.
Yeah, it just means that you want to run a standard tank, so either a Maokai or a Nautilus in the top lane. The only one thing that really inhibits you from going for that pickup is, of course, the Fiora. So banning her away, taking away all of your problems along with it.
And Bonivia, of course, last week picked up the Orianna. So taking that away, I mean, just taking away the comfort of this guy who has been called a bit of a one-trick before. Not that that's any sort of offensive term towards him, but being really good at a champion, and Orianna as well as a backup. See what he gets opted into, because of course Cassiopeia is taken away as well.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely massive coming out for Bonivia, because they leave Bonivia with the last pick, which can counter a mid lane coming out from Legacy Genesis. We will have to wait and see. Hurry up, Legacy. I want to see.
Keep talking, Preach.
No, I just want to see, because they do actually get the counter pick onto the mid lane Victor, a very hard to counter pick mid laner. So, you know, it's a lot of questions coming out for Bonivia. He pretty much just needs to pick comfort, but, you know, Anivia's off, so what's comfort for him?
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if he can actually adapt to the playstyle, because this team composition looks really good. I mean, Shen has been a fantastic pick. More successful in solo queue than competitive, as we've found.
But he's much more successful in OCS than he is in OPL. So,
okay.
Wow, that pocket pick.
Is that a Vel'Koz mid?
It is.
Is that, or is it a Karma mid?
I mean, it could go either way, but I bet it's a Vel'Koz mid.
I love the OCS. Like, I'm
just
happy to be here. Thank you very much, Riot, for giving me work, because I hope I deserve. Looking at Vel'Koz gets me pretty excited. Yes, it's going to be a Vel'Koz mid, running Ghost as well.
This is a spicy one.
Yeah, and for some reason, Hayuri has Smite, but look, let's move past that. Vel'Koz versus Victor. Yep. What's the matchup? How does it work? How exciting is it?
I mean, Hayuri naturally does have the push with his laser. He also has the poke as well. On the other hand, it really does fall on Bonivia's hands to really, or eye in this instance, to really get those angles off to make sure that he can get trigonometry on point to the point where he can poke out Hayuri. But that's pretty much all that he has going for him, because if he can't get those angles down, it's going to be quite hard for this Vel'Koz to get any sort of a lead into a Victor.
Hayuri still has Smite on. Is he taking that off?
Hello?
Oh, he changed it. Oh, dear. Oh, God. Oh, that was like 1 second ago.
I know,
and he just tilted us.
I think my heart stopped for that last second, because I was wondering, mate, you gotta.
Well, like Smite on Victor mid. That's an interesting talking point. Anyway, look, Victor versus Vel'Koz mid. Interesting point. Everything else is quite standard to the fact. Why are people prioritizing Victor?
I mean, I don't know.
All of a sudden.
In OPL and International, he's simply not prioritized. His Victor goes all the way back to Season 6, where he was picked up just because of the fact that he is uncounterable. You know, you can't really pick anybody into him. He practically turned into Ziggs when Ziggs wasn't really that much meta, because Ziggs also was really hard to counter. But at the end of the day, one thing that Victor can do really well, that Bonivia on Vel'Koz will struggle a little bit with, is Victor can go into a side lane, and Victor can 1-3-1. So they have that extra strategy open for them. And it's going to be quite hard on the other side to really counter that.
Okay, so obviously in each side, we're looking at the junglers to carry, essentially. Tonight has been the story of the junglers. I feel like OCS itself, if you haven't tuned in before, it's always been the story of the junglers, because they've just been doing so much for these teams. They've been the heart of the comp, as a jungler normally is, but more so than usual. And with Babbitt being a really strong jungler, I like him on the Nidalee. I mean, that's another pick that's a bit different.
It is.
But we got to see if he can, work into the carry. But I like him better on junglers like Rek'Sai, like Elise. So curious to see why he didn't opt in for that.
Yeah, but like when you mention comfort one too many times, you get Babbitt on Nidalee. And yeah, last year, he did excellently on Nidalee. Back when Nidalee was meta, he was assassinating people left, right, and center. He was finding all of those plays. Right now, he pretty much only has that opportunity onto the enemy
Nidalee's
jungler.
a woman, by the way. You said he.
Oh, I mean the player, right?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Player is a male. But anyway, going back to point, Nidalee can find kills onto Elise, but that's pretty much her only path of getting early ganks ahead. If she gets massively ahead, then yeah, you can take it into either of the side lanes and keep on pushing it even further. But that's really it. If you don't get ahead, this Nidalee doesn't really do too much.
And of course, Drax not picking up the Kha'Zix is a big mentioning point, because he looks comfortable, he looks great. And of course, Kha'Zix at the moment is an S-tier priority pick in the jungle. Kind of over-deviates that Rengar pick at the moment as well. So my real question is, I mean, Elise not going to be doing the same things as Kha'Zix. Is it really worth it? With the team comp that Tainted Minds Blue have developed, Is it really worth picking the Elise into that?
Look, it really is down to your playstyle, and I think for Legacy Genesis, a team that really does want to play heavy macro and a lot of, not so much cheese, but just, in a sense, catching the enemy people off by surprise by practicing a lot of strategies that you don't normally see, I think the Elise works really massively into that. Because the way that Elise works is she doesn't work too well when she's chasing people down, but she works excellently when people walk towards her because her cocoon is a linear skill shot and it's extremely slow. If the enemy decide to walk towards her with the cocoon, then it could be deadly for them. But in terms of engaging forward, it doesn't really work so well.
And coming into this competition, I mean, both these teams haven't picked up a win yet. So the morale must be pretty low coming through. And a lot of the teams after the 16 bans have had to jigsaw together. And Tainted Minds Blue is no exception. So, I mean, my next question is, and I'm full of questions, as we all know, is whether this Tainted Minds Blue lineup, now after having played a week together with Drax and with the rest of the members. Now Bluezor's back as well, if you didn't see that in the lineup. Can they finally pick up their win and can they finally find the puzzle piece that was missing?
Look, we have to wait and see because, like you said, technically one of these teams must come out with a win. I don't really think it's speaking so much about their ability to go ahead, but, it keeps them sort of that length away from relegations, and it is more comfortable than not to get that win, so it's not too much of a deal for either of these two teams. But nonetheless, what it really is what it really proves to win this game is to say that you are actually meshing together, because that is a huge point that we're coming into this game with. The fact that these two teams, they've sort of had to piece themselves together from other remaining players, and if you can mesh together, then you're talking a lot of good stuff about yourself.
Would you find any other strengths on Legacy Genesis? Because we overtalk Babip, and I mean, he's not the only player on the squad.
No,
are there any other points you would look at Legacy Genesis? And you, of course, sitting at home, do you see that there's any... Oh, I'm asking you the question now. Do you see, Preacher, any other possibility of anyone else sort of stepping up in the Legacy Genesis
Look,
lineup?
I want to see their bot lane really step up, because I think in the OCS as a whole, I don't think we've had distinctly a bot lane that can just carry as a duo by themselves without any real interference on the other side of the maps. We haven't really seen a bot lane that can take off the weight from the shoulders of the mid lane and also the top lane, and that's going to be massive coming into this. Like, if we can see a bot lane really dominate, I'm going to really be excited, because what it means is that top lanes don't need to make plays. Mid lanes just farm up, make sure that you don't get poked out by your enemy by making stupid trades here and there, and then bot lane's just going to drive you all the way home.
So you wouldn't rate Harry at all? I mean, Harry as a player has been the other person that I've sort of looked to, and as someone who in Legacy Genesis is quite a strong member. I mean, would you give it to Harry? Would you think that Harry is able to step up and sort of affiliate with Babip in potentially what like Bedoink and Dandayan were doing?
Well, that's the question, right? We just have to wait and see, and it's going to be really massive to see if Harry does step up, but only time will tell, because we will have to take a look at this game. I don't think this game will be a really huge indication of whether they can, hard carry or not, but it's going to be really fun to watch nonetheless.
I tell you what, fun to watch with Vel'Koz resuming his lifespan in the mid lane. Can't wait to see that Disintegration Ray come out from Bo Nivea. Doesn't get the Anivia, doesn't get the Orianna, so resorts to, and the Cassiopeia, mind you, resorts back to that Vel'Koz, which I didn't know he had in him. But interesting game number 3 of the night for the Oceanic Challenger Series, week number 4. Get on your hype train. You're sitting at home, you're thinking, what more do I need tonight? Well, another game with a pentakill or another game that's exciting. You got it. We'll give it to you. We promise to deliver. Well, the players do at least. Preacher, Low has started with boots and 4 pots.
Yep, that's a very standard thing that some ADCs do. Because because what they want to do is they actually want to get the sustain out of 4 potions.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty much saying, you know what, we're just going to sacrifice our laning phase. We're going to accept the fact that this Victor is just going to poke us out. This Varus is going to poke us out a lot with his piercing arrow.
Really?
Yeah, and we're just going to trade with that, because the other side, you got a Nami who's always topping up your ADC. On this side, all Low needs to do is farm up. He doesn't want to trade a lot, because Jhin traditionally cannot trade that much into a Varus. That's pretty much the whole deal.
Isn't that like Season 2 picking up boots and 4 pots?
It is, and it's sort of conceding defeat before the game even starts, picking up that those boots just to make sure that you can get those 4 potions. But, at the end of the day, if they stay really healthy, then it's only you who looks silly.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Preacher. Babip starting on the blue side, of course, red side for Dreadlord as well. You get a leash from both their top laners. Get the Javelin toss. Okay, close. Only has Q. Yeah, there we go. Okay.
Are you playing a blue tank?
Yeah, I love it. Babip sits there for a second and thinks about what he should level up. I mean, with Nidalee, it's always... Who is that in the mid lane, Preacher?
What do you mean? It's Harry.
No. On the other side, who's that?
Oh, I have no idea.
It's definitely not Vel'Koz. Look, I mean, hey, Babip, I'm curious to see if he starts prioritizing the Vel'Koz, because technically Vel'Koz, he has nothing but his movement abilities to really kite around. Of course, he's got his stun, his knock-up, I should say, but he's already low. Babip's spears early do so much damage.
Okay, but here's the other deal. I think Bonivia at the last second actually opted to trade out his Ghost for the barrier, so he's going to have surprising amount of survivability in this mid lane. It's going to be really good for him coming out, and Babip, especially on the other side, it could be dangerous, but speaking of dangerous, Dreadlord's coming in.
The red buff is pretty low.
Babip has no smite. Neither of them have smite.
Right. The cocoon! Oh, no! I think Babip got it, Preacher. I think we can...
He did.
No triple buff for Dreadlord. He's going to miss the spear. Babip chasing after him. That was like 20 health, and Dreadlord goes for the cocoon to lock down the red buff.
I mean, the cocoon didn't actually land onto Babip, so... actually, that trading is going to be massive. This is what we were talking about. Babip really wants to trade with the enemy jungler, so even though Dreadlord was actively walking towards Babip, and Babip wasn't going into Dreadlord's jungle, they still do manage to trade off a bit of health, and Babip sits a little bit better in this trade because he can heal. Now, there is innate tankiness coming out from Elise with her W, but that's pretty much all she has in order to get this health back.
I dare say that Jin without a longsword creature could be very dangerous. I mean, come on, be honest with me. No, there's 10 damage. Take it away. 10 damage is a lot.
I mean, it's only dangerous when you plan to trade with the Varus, but when Varus stands so far back, it's not too much of a problem.
Oh, God, these junglers
going... Flash!
Dreadlord flashes in.
What cocoon?
Into the Raptors. No! Okie dokie.
We spoke wonders about Dreadlord, and all of a sudden he flashes and cocoons a small chicken. You know what? That's not winner chicken dinner. You get nothing from this trade-up. And that's going to be a flashdown for Dreadlord. You have no idea how massive this is going to be as a deficit coming in for Elise. It means that she can't gank lanes as effectively.
That was so preempt. It was like, I'm going to flash now. The Javelin Toss does miss mid. Babip just walks away. Bonivia had no mana, so if that hit, that was going to be the first blood. But yeah, no flash for Dreadlord. I mean, it's going to make you question. Babip now kind of gets an advantage.
It's a cast a curse, right? As soon as we hype somebody up, all of a sudden they do something like that, but it's all right. We won't talk about them anymore. Yeah, that's really the whole name of the game right here.
Drax is pretty low up in this top lane. I know Rumble doesn't have... They banned away Rumble again. That's why they banned Rumble. I was just thinking, Preacher. I mean, no one wants to let this guy have his namesake.
All right, so here's a little backstory about the top laner of Legacy Genesis. His name originally, back when he started playing, was not Rumble. It was Rumby with a capital I, but it looked like a Rumble, so everybody just started banning away ever since.
Fair enough. Babip again comes into a lane, doesn't find much, just a bit of excess damage. And low on Bluezor, I mean, should be fine down in this bottom lane. He's got mobility, Preacher.
He's got... Well, take a look at how he's sitting in the lane. Is he trading with Varus? No, he's not. But is he low? He's also not. I mean, he is in terms of the player name, but otherwise, he's got the potions. He's sitting very comfortable. Going into a Nami, somebody who can sustain this lane, you need to get it just to make sure that you're not falling behind on HP.
And Rumble's still pushing hard in this top lane. 10 CS deficit. Drax is already finding himself at... Across the board, everything else is pretty much even. A slower early game apart from that strange flash, but Babip is looking quite fine on this. Nidalee, of course, going to catch up in the clearing. Dreadlord potentially hovering around this first Mountain Drake, looking in the enemy jungle as well. He's gone back and he's rushed Mobies.
Yeah, he's rushed Moby. He just wants to sit in Babip's jungle, but it is going to be really awkward for him. Yeah, Babip's not even there, so he's not going to be able to take away too much. I guess he can go to the chicken camp, but that's pretty much it. Other than that, it's just going to be Babip farming up his top side, and overall, that's going to be really punishing for Dreadlord because it means he wastes so much time moving into the bottom side. He's not going to get too much, but he's actually coming over with Bonivia. This could be a huge gank in the bottom lane.
Oh my god, Vel'Koz follows as well. Dreadlord looking for the cocoon. Oh! He misses, but it doesn't matter because the disintegration rate helps get some damage. Repel into the air. Bonivia picks up a kill as well. And guess what? That is 2 kills for TMB and potentially the first turret.
That was so clean. Essentially what happened...
Essentially clean.
Yeah, essentially clean. Almost. Because Dreadlord, he actually cleared the way down to the bottom side. He didn't see that Babip was over there. What he said was, all right, Bonivia, come along with me. We know for certain you won't be intercepted by Babip. Let's just dive bottom lane.
And it did miss the cocoon, I will admit. But, I mean, honestly, like, the positioning of Vel'Koz there was fantastic. Bonivia picking up 1 kill, 1 assist. able to go back, get the lost chapter. A bit of sustain in this Victor lane is going to go a long way. And Babip now, after everything that happened down bottom, he starts trying to rejuvenate his team's loss and starts invading again.
I mean, this is really all that Babip can do. If Dreadlord's going to be ganking 24/7 and Babip's just going to be denying his jungle, at the end of the day, Dreadlord still comes out ahead. You got to take a look at the jungle proximity for Babip. He's barely ganked anything at all. He went into the mid lane, didn't hit a sphere onto Bonivia, just stopped ganking at that point. He just really gave up and admitted defeat in the face of Dreadlord, and that's going to be really punishing coming out for Legacy Genesis, because they need this Nidalee to really come into these lanes to affect them.
And I feel like, honestly, Tendermines Blue, they pick up the first couple of kills of the game, but they haven't found themselves far ahead as far as they would have liked because of that top lane CS to the mid lane. And now a flash comes through from Plug.
Wow.
Tendermines still getting something off the map.
Oh, no!
Oh, geometry, hello!
The
Our
angles!
hands on our head.
The angles!
It makes sense, Preacher.
I know! Look, that was next level calculations
that
from
was
Bonivia.
the 1-2, how do you do? That was if I've ever seen one.
It was. All right, you know what? When you're right, you're right. I got to admit it. It was the 1-2. How do you do? The one angle missed, the two angle hit, and he picks up that kill.
Bonivia used to do geometry, obviously, in high school. He's now looking for it again. The flash away from Harry uses Ghost as well. Chaos Storm, but no, Dreadlord finishes off the kill. Chaos Storm disintegrates as Bonivia is like 100% kill participation and looking pretty good on the Vel'Koz.
Okay, so I don't think that we should be calling this guy a one-trick anymore. He plays a lot of Anivia and solo queue, but coming into competitive, his Vel'Koz looks really challenging.
I mean, the word I've got... Preacher, I think, you know, we saw this last game with Zyta on the first game of the night with the Zerath. I feel like we have to wait and see how he transitions into the macro.
Into late game teamfights.
Whoa.
Wow.
Okie dokie, Curtain Call is popped here as well. Plug is just trying to take it up. Chains of Corruption. The last hit gets Aldoric, and he goes down. Tatumines Blue, 5-0.
It's not over. Babip's coming around the backside.
Okay, well, I mean, Babip has just gone in.
Dreadlord, sorry.
Dreadlord.
That was my bad.
Babip, that's all right, Preacher, you know. Same but not same. That's 6 kills on the board. Tatumines Blue are going to pick up the first turret as well. Wow, what did we say at the start, Preacher? They needed to find, you know, some kind of jigsaw piece. They need to find out what's missing, and they found it.
It looks like they're the most dominant team at the current moment simply because of their cross-map rotations, and in stark contrast to their first 3 weeks, you got to really question, where were they? Because this is going to be massive, and speaking of which, Legacy's in the top lane.
Tatumines Blue just did this exact play in the bottom lane like 4 minutes ago. Babip will get the kill, which is a good response for Legacy Genesis, but there's still a gold disparity.
Yeah, even if they pick up this turret, which I doubt they can just because of the size of the minion wave, it's still not going to be enough to come back from those 2 massive ganks down into the bottom lane. And all in all, Tatumines Blue is still sitting so far ahead.
Well, I mean, the Victor has to walk back down to mid lane because Vel'Koz is just zapping away at the turret. Dreadlord is back here as well.
Babip.
Rumble, why didn't you stay? No, he's going to save his own life. Babip. Rest in peace, my friend. Low picks up the kill.
I don't think that Babip would have lived if Rumble decided to stop, so I think it was the smartest possible decision to go back from the Nautilus. All in all, leaves Babip, you know, to get run over, but it's still, nonetheless, it's better to give away 1 death than to give away 2.
Well, at this time, I mean, Legacy Genesis take away the flawless possibility, but 3K gold lead at 11 minutes in the game. Another turret is going to be rotated out of Tatumines Blue. Nautilus comes in trying to stop it, but it's at half health. I mean, honestly, these cross-map plays from Tatumines Blue are exceptional, and they're finally finding some kind of drive. And like I said, the jigsaw piece, it's there, it's stuck. And it's getting a lot better.
And it's night and day for this bot lane, because last week, it wasn't low in the bottom lane. They had a lot of problems. It wasn't Bluesaw, sorry, in the bottom lane. They had a lot of problems trying to just get ahead as a 2v2 unit, and now they're doing massively. This is essentially what I was asking for. How a bot lane can just carry as a duo, and take a look at them. They're doing massive work, so already they're impressing.
Rumble's getting forced out, but this is a great response from Legacy Genesis, getting something else on the board, closing that gold gap as soon as possible before Tatumines Blue run away with this. You've got your carry in the mid, 202, 204 on the Jhin, 302 on the Elise. everyone that needs to do damage is doing it exceptionally as the flash comes through. Good Dredge to lock down. Deadly flourish. Dreadlord is on a rampage now.
And I think that was a stand United just for a little bit of safety, but they didn't even need it because they just go straight for the turret. They might even get 2.
I mean, they're continuing to push it down. The Mountain Drake goes down to Babip. Again, a good response, but someone has to do something about this top lane. Victor's still mid. Harry's not really paying much attention. He's backing, in fact, at full health.
That's insane.
He's got enough mana for the Chaos Ray. Sorry, the Death Ray. And that's a second turret. Tainted Mind's blue. This is a very big improvement from last week.
Give him an inch, and they won't just take a mile. They'll take your entire base. That's what they're going to do, and they just haven't stopped from the get-go. Excellent ganking coming out from Dreadlord, and this guy, he's doing so well.
Preacher, I mean, honestly, at the moment, it's like you give Tainted Minds...
Yes?
It's Legacy Genesis. I'm just trying to derive where Legacy Genesis are going to go from here, because Legacy Genesis only want to give Tainted Minds a biddle, and they're giving them a bit, honestly.
Yeah, they're giving him much more than they can handle, and it's really Babip not making his impact around the map. He's just going into Dreadlord's jungle, opposite jungle of wherever he's ganking, trying to get some camps back to really deny Dreadlord. But that's pretty much it, because they're not actually getting that much of a lead. Denying camps for ganks and turrets, it's never a good trade-off.
The Karma's 0-0 and 7. I mean, Bluezor has rushed Mobies. This is what I love to see on a Karma, because so mobile, so accessible. And again, going for Rumble. He will get Bluezor knocked down, Deadly Flourish to lock in place. And it's like Rumble has to just dredge line out because he's too afraid what the consequences could be. Dreadlord again.
Going in.
He locks down.
Teleport.
Tidal Wave comes through. Dreadlord actually response gank coming through. And the teleport comes up from Rumble. This has turned from bad to worse.
Wow.
For Tainted Mind's blue.
That was really slow from Bonivia. Frankly speaking, he just wasn't there at the start of the gank. And now they give up a lot. He has to ult just for the wave.
The Chaos Storm comes through as well. Lock down Harry, but doesn't find Bonivia this time around. Bonivia actually goes a little bit too far forward, has to barrier, in fact. And you saw that disintegration rate, that is down as well. A good response from Tainted Mind's blue, but potentially those mistakes up top shouldn't have happened.
So even when Tainted Mind's blue are losing, they're still winning. They get even more objectives on the other side of the map, and you really got to give it to them. Bluezor, was that your missing piece? I'd like to say so, because they just keep on making so many good plays from that moment onwards.
It's still going well for Tainted Mind's blue. However, Legacy Genesis finding some kind of response, which was well needed. Babip in the right place at the right time. A really good response gank. Because Dreadlord has been so mobile. I mean, would you respond with Babip at the moment? Tainted Mind's blue, they're going to get this other mid turret.
Yeah, I mean, look at Tainted Minds. They've pretty much taken 5 turrets down now, and it's only 15 minutes. How much crazier can you get? That is pretty much the fastest rotation that we've ever seen from these two teams. And even then, you got to say, well, if Tainted Minds blue, they're getting these turrets. What else are they getting? They get kills as well.
My question is, if you're Babip, do you get Mobies to match Dreadlord?
I mean, at this point, I don't really think Mobies would do too much.
He's got a different boost, but would you have? I mean, like, optimally to match the at least it's ganking at the speed of light and he's always everywhere around the map. Wouldn't you want to contest that?
I mean, what would Mobies do for Babip? Just get him closer to Dreadlord's jungle to take away more camps? Once again, you really got to take a look at the impact that he's had. If Babip goes into lanes, yeah, I think that Mobies would have been an amazing pickup, but that's not the way that he's gone for it. Take a look at that.
The corruption on the boat, Nivea, Tidal Wave, everything's used. Unfortunately, it goes over to Plug, but again, it's a needed kill, it's a needed assist. And Legacy Genesis, they find something else.
And it's needed map pressure as well, so they get some pressure off onto the mid lane. Don't think it's going to come to much fruition because Low can clear these waves.
Wow. Beautiful damage coming through from Aldoric on the Varus. But again, I mean, like, Plug is finding his deceptive ultimates, which aren't very deceptive, really. He's helping push the advantage that Legacy Genesis is trying to find. And at this point in the game, Tainted Mind's blue, they may lose his mid turret as well. Low is a very, very big threat.
And you were questioning Low in his very first build path, getting the boots first, but it's worked out wonders for him, and he's managed to transition into quite a bit of lethality over to his side. So Low's going to be doing a lot of damage. Bo Nivea's going to be doing true damage with his passive as well. This is a team that's setting up for a lot of base damage coming out for the mid game. I think their power spike will really stop being that really big mountain when they get to about 25 minutes and they scale down. But from 16 to 25, I think it's Tainted Mind's Blue's game to shine.
And it has been, Preacher. That's the thing, you know, it has been, and will it continue? Well, at this point, it does look like they're holding their own, but Legacy Genesis finding some kind of fight back left in the system. The Rift Herald is now looked at, and a serious look, if I dare say. I mean, your Shen's down in the bottom lane. Don't tell me they're going to give it to Vel'Koz.
I mean, look, this is a sign of just how far ahead Tandem Minds Blue is. Rift Herald requires so much resources for so much time. They're going to give it over to Dreadlord for that extra assassination. But going back to my point, you know how far ahead a team is by their ability to do Rift Herald. And the fact that Dreadlord could take it simply because no outer turrets were standing in the way for them to demolish is a real feat of strength going over Tandem Minds. Pretty much essentially any team that has the freedom to take a Rift Herald, you can say is so far ahead.
Next Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, however, because Legacy Genesis picked up the first one. Now that was bad.
Low!
That one ult misses, but another does not. Low is low,
Stand United.
I dare say. Stand United used on him to save away from that piercing arrow. But remember, that is 2 ultimates from Legacy Genesis and 1 in response from TMB.
But it sets Drax up in a really good position. They can potentially fight this. Remember, they still do have more than a 3k gold advantage. The advantage is swinging over to Tandem Minds Blue, and it's their fight to lose.
So now that the next Dragon is available, only an Ocean Drake, so whether TMB put that much priority on it, Babip has come back into the fray.
Off? What?
Legacy Genesis. Okay, they've backed off. They don't want to risk it. Do they rush down mid here?
Did they just trade positions and lose their positioning on Dragon? Not too certain what they were trying to do there.
Is this the bait? Is this the team fight of a century? I dare say maybe it's not. Legacy Genesis still have the opt-in. TMB have the inner track on mid, however, but they back off. The Defiance use Integration Ray doesn't really hit anyone. Curtain Call has come through, looking for Babip. They do get the final shot. They force them out.
Watch
Legacy
Rumble.
Genesis are trying to get into mid. Rumble knocked up the dystonic plate, or whatever you call it, from Vel'Koz. The angles are right. Low picks up the kill. Dreadlord comes in as well. Now Drax looking for more, but doesn't find the follow-up. TMB, they get 2, and they get some damage on the turret.
Look, I'm going to be frank and talk to Rumble straight here, 1v1. Of course, he can't hear me, but anyway, the fact that Nautilus was standing around and being a frontline for his team without actually engaging, without setting up any sort of kill pressure over for Legacy Genesis, really, really questionable coming out there, and eventually he falls without getting too much of an advantage. Every turret outside of the base is down.
Chain of Corruption, the Flash Shadow, actually finds Aldoric, but in the side, this is the true strength of a Nidalee. Doesn't matter if you don't have Rift Herald, you're still going to find a double kill. Babip stepping up huge for Legacy Genesis.
All right, I guess when you're pushing so far ahead, yeah, Nidalee's ability to simply collapse onto the enemy team as they're pushing a little bit beyond their means is legendary. But that's pretty much her only advantage, and that's the only one that she managed to use.
I mean, it's like Babip is clawing back from the grave, saying we do not want to go down without a fight. And what a fantastic engage. They're going to get this mid turret. Legacy Genesis find some clawback on that gold, and we are just going to go to a quick pause. Unfortunately, in the heart of the action, but 4K gold lead for TMB. Yep. It was a bit bigger a while ago, and now Legacy Genesis, like, they're just finding ways through Babip to find themselves still in the game.
Well, you take a look at the way that the game has gone.
Yep.
Half the turrets have now gone over to Legacy Genesis, so they still have the other half to go outside of the base. They still have more standing latent gold for them to pick up along the map, and if Babip can scale into the mid-game, go into late game even, and make sure that this Nidalee does more work than Dreadlord's Elise, then he can do a lot of good work. Now, was he doing so much early game? I'm going to say a flat no. I'm going to say that he was scaling up, waiting for the mid-game, but, you know, now he's reached the mid-game. This is his time to shine.
And now Legacy Genesis, with all this pressure on the map, they can start pushing back. I mean, Legacy Genesis haven't really had too much success with their macro, let's be honest. It's been the problem case. It's been where they've fallen behind, but both teams this week looking a lot better. TMB able to make those proactive plays. Legacy Genesis able to react really well.
Yeah, so Legacy Genesis, you know, they are finally managing to pull this game a little bit back towards themselves, and that's a really huge advantage that is going over to them. The fact that they were sitting at a massive deficit, now all of their turrets outside of their base have been taken down, and yet they're still not giving up. They're still getting kills left, right, and center, and they're still picking up turrets of their own. It's no mean feat, you know. You got to take a look at them and say, you're at a goal deficit. You're still picking this up. You're doing well for yourself. You're collapsing well in the Nidalee, but it all does fall down to the way that they play. Because if they can find all of these picks, it's going to be great for them. If they can't, then Babip, he's not going to do too much.
Now that we're in the heart of the mid game, I'm curious to see, Preacher, the team fights right coming through. Legacy Genesis or TMB, which favor does it go? I mean, at the moment, TMB have that 5k gold lead, but let's say it's dead even, right? You're into the late game. Which team composition wins it? Which is the biggest destruction? I wanted to say disintegration, but I know I'd be leaning towards Vel'Koz.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, look.
What's the biggest problem?
Look, the biggest problem is the fact that Tainted Minds just won a little too hard too early, okay? So the fact that they took down all of the turrets outside of the base would actually work against them because their biggest strength, if you take a look at their early game, was the fact that they were moving around the map as a four-man unit. You know, you got Dreadlord and you've also got Bo Nivea. They were both ganking the bottom lane and they were doing amazing work down in the bottom lane. The fact that all of these turrets are taken down and you can no longer collapse on the enemy team, that could be a huge point of weakness for this team. You know, the fact that they can't really take uneven numbers, and once you push them into even numbered scenarios, could fall apart.
I mean, the thing is, experience versus experience, right? So some of these players on both the teams have had experience in the OCS before. We know that Low and Blues work as a really good bottom lane, and people haven't rated them that high. But the thing is, they're getting better and better. Their ability to adapt in-game is magnificent. So these guys, they're going up and up quicker than other bot lanes. We could potentially see them as being one of the best. They've just got to sort of develop more and more. If you have just joined us, we were in a pause, but now you can see back on your screen, that is the game. That is Legacy Genesis going back. And with a 4k gold discrepancy, I mean, TMB don't have as much control as they did before. The Baron is now live.
Look, I just want to say a quick point before we completely move back to this game. Low and Bluezor.
Too late, we're in it.
Yeah, they are a huge bot lane duo. You know, we've seen them from ages back, and I don't want to toot our horns, but we were the casters who were there when they won the very first game as international Australians. So, you know, they have that experience behind them, but Bluezor's caught.
Okay, so Preacher, look, I think here, I mean, Plug is making fantastic engages. Bluezor is playing more on the defensive, which is working for his team right now.
Yep.
I mean, 009, mobility, and a lot's going on.
Yeah, a lot is going on between them. Right now, the latent gold stands such that there is a lot of turrets going down. All inner turrets are currently available for Tainted Minds Blue, which means that Legacy Genesis, if they want to pick up that gold, they can, but what it means is they need to get some picks out first. Once again, that will have to rely on Tainted Minds sort of walking in towards Legacy and Legacy collapsing from within, because if they don't do that, I don't think they can win a straight team fight.
I mean, honestly, TMB here, they're positioning around the Baron, they're looking for that control-centric environment, which you want to find in the river. Clearing, getting rid of it. Now, they start positioning towards Baron. That was one Q. That was Bo Nivea taking one piercing arrow. I mean, is he going to build Zhonya's? Like,
I mean, that is a huge amount of damage coming out from essentially 1.5 lethality items coming out from this Varus here. So that is a huge amount of damage. Bro, Nivea, you need to watch yourself, man.
Yeah, before you wreck yourself? Is that what you were going to...
Check yourself before you wreck yourself? Wasn't going in that direction, but if you insist.
Thanks very much, Jimmy Preacher Food. Biggest questions still remain if Legacy Genesis can continue to claw back. With the structure that their team have provided in the past, they've fallen behind, they've struggled at the macro level. Harry has been on something like the Rise, which he looks more comfortable on. The Victor has shown up so far, but not in the best way. I feel like if we had a Rise in this comp, Legacy Genesis would potentially be at a less great deficit.
Yeah, it could work in a whole lot better favor. For a start, he could be one of the split pushes coming into this. You take a look at the top lane of the map. It's completely uninhabited by either of these two teams. If you had a Rise up there, if you were running a 1-3-1, that could be seeing a completely different song going on for Legacy Genesis. It could mean that somebody on Tainted Minds Blue has to respond to it, namely Bo Nivea, and it means that they don't have that ultimate ready for a team fight.
I mean, running a 1-3-1 against Vel'Koz, wouldn't that be pretty much the worst case scenario?
No, because who would respond to the other one? You've got Drax as one of the people who are responding, and on the other side, who are you going to send? You can't send Low, you can't send Dreadlord, you have to send Bo Nivea, which means his ultimate is only up for one person.
Well, that's right. As I said, Preacher, wouldn't that be bad for Bo Nivea? Yes, yes.
Yes.
That is what I was waiting for. Okay, so TMB are trying to sneak the Baron here. A teleport has started up. Stand United already used. Redemption's going to come in as well. They're running a 50-50 Baron. Rumble goes in, but it is secured by TMB. Now they have to get the hell out of there. Why did he hit the plant? Come back in. TMB are getting crushed here. 4 members get deleted as Harry gets a triple kill. I recall someone hit the blast cone.
Yeah, that was a bit strange. Watching Bonivia try to get back into that. They managed to pick up the Baron as well, so the gold goes over to Tainted Minds, but they lose out on 4 of their 5 members. Only Low has a Baron buff left. This could easily be an inhibitor take by Legacy.
I mean, that was fantastic team fight. Using a Chaos Storm in that brink of the Baron pit is really what you want out of a victor.
There's no way you can escape it.
Exactly right. Legacy Genesis, they claw back. They start hitting down this middle turret. Mid inhib is going to be next. There's really no denial coming through from Tainted Minds Blue. They're going to try. Dreadlord has gone in.
Harry?
Very deep. Goes against Harry. He picks up the kill. Repel into the air. Very bold indeed. I dare say that Disintegration Ray was a bit overkill, but better be safe than sorry. Low picks up the kill. 2 for nothing after that short engage. Defiance used. TMB are still looking for blood.
That was really odd because Legacy Genesis, they could have easily got that turret if they were pushing a little bit faster. They were a little bit hesitant around the captive audience that Low did lay down before. Yeah, the inhibitor. And they don't end up getting it. They actually lose down on Harry. Harry gets to go back. He gets to pick up some gold. He gets to pick up some items from the gold that he got from his triple kill. But that's pretty much all that you can really salvage from Legacy Genesis because the gold went over to Tainted Minds Blue as far as Baron is concerned. And they're just sitting a little bit further ahead than Legacy, although not as much as what they had early game.
I mean, I thought Dreadlord was just being bold. Like, he was just right, I'm going to get a kill.
It was.
Gets the kill so quick, no one there to chain CC him. Repels up.
There was a flash as well. Harry flashed and he died anyway.
You've still got Low on Baron buff.
Yep.
So, I mean, TMB, they do lose 4 members, but they've still got 1 holding the Baron. If they can keep Low alive, I feel like they can use this Baron buff and still go for a really good siege.
I mean, the only place that Low can really position himself right now is in the mid lane because take a look, super minions are barreling down all the way to the side of Tainted Minds and now they have to be able to respond to this and it's going to be even more deadly because this is where Legacy Genesis's comp really goes to fruition as Drax gets caught.
Depth charge used, knocked into the air, Javelin toss lands. Really nice gravity field to lock him down, and he will get locked down. Fabid has to rely on the redemption, runs out of it, in fact, but locked down by Low on Jhin. And no one from TMB dies, Drax survives.
Okay, so that was a little bit odd coming from Babib. Not too sure why he went that low and he opted to stand a little bit before he moved backwards. In the end, was his own demise, but Legacy Genesis, this is pretty much their story. They get a lead and then they start to fall a little bit behind. It really will be up to Tainted Minds to see how far they push it. Of course, like you said, Low does still have the Baron buff, so they can push the top lane, but everybody needs to hang around Low because if anybody moves away, it's going to be bad, bad times ahead.
But I feel like it's the same story with Tainted Minds Blue. They find a lead and then they kind of throw it away in certain scenarios. So both with a similar story, it's just like last game. It's at this point, Tainted Minds Blue, it was their game to lose. But I feel like we could say that with Legacy Genesis as well. Both teams clawing back, finding some kind of response to each other's plays. And this game is pretty much like a seesaw.
That's it. And the only real things that they're fighting over are objectives, so namely the Baron and also the Dragon. They're not necessarily fighting over these turrets. If one of them decides to go for it, they generally can't really take it because their siege is subpar. What they need to do is they need to wait until they get these objectives up to really fight around them. And that's really a sloppy way to play League of Legends in the sense that if you go for that, then you don't really have a lot of play time apart from when these objectives are up.
So, I mean, Bonivia's only got 2 items at this stage of the game. Victor working towards his 3rd. With a Vel'Koz that doesn't have his 3-4 items, I feel like he doesn't have his strength just yet. Of course, always going to do that true damage. But Bonivia, he needs a bit more of an item spike.
I mean, the deal with Vel'Koz is that if you get behind, you don't really get behind because you have passive. And similarly, if you get ahead, you don't really get ahead either because your passive is very static. It doesn't scale with any AP. It just scales with levels and levels alone. So that's a real disadvantage coming out from the Vel'Koz. But nonetheless, you know, Bonivia has been doing a lot of good work on it. Early game, he has been using that presence. And it's not so much that Vel'Koz does a lot of damage inherently by himself. It's the fact that he's been that 4th man. Whenever there was a gank onto the bottom lane, whenever there was a rotation, it's always him. But now, Legacy Genesis, they want to see each top lane.
Again, Drax under fire as Legacy Genesis, the 5-man unit, walk away. They are going to stick around for this next wave, though, so this is going to be a continuous thing. Dredge line lands on Dread Lord. Ultimate comes through. He actually bonyas, though, and there's the Tidal Wave. Ultimate used by Nautilus, though. Rumble has to walk away. Nice Chaos Storm, getting some good ticks as well. Velkoz's still holding on,
wow,
but he does go down. A double kill so far for Harry in the mid lane. Now looking for his third. Bluezor has to flash away. Death Ray just to poke away. Legacy Genesis, they lose one, but get two.
That was a beautifully positioned Tidal Wave coming out from Plug there. Now, there was a little bit of a downside. Take a look at the base. Yeah, the base is completely being destroyed on Tainted Minds. They've got to give it up.
This is sad news. BD.
One more.
Oh my god. And now he's hitting the Nexus. Look at this guy.
He doesn't. He's a trooper.
For this minion.
He's a trooper. Look at that. Promote him. Give him a raise.
Turn him into a champion. Tainted Minds blue. Nexus is now bare. Legacy Genesis. I mean, you honestly wouldn't think that they'd have such an advantage as this. Mid and him will respawn.
That was perfect timing for Legacy, to be honest. I mean, take a look back through this team fight. It's not so much an action-filled team fight. It is more just Legacy trying to deny as much time as possible. Dreadlord inevitably denies even more time with the Sonias. The one downside is that Tidal Wave did not hit low. It didn't cancel the curtain call, but nonetheless, it's going to be a very small number of trades between these two teams. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, the wave is just pushing and pushing and pushing. Not too much more is going to get traded off from either of these two teams, but that's not the goal of Legacy. They just needed to waste time.
But I mean, I think you got to praise Rumble in that team fight, Jimmy, because he used the depth charge to stop the disintegration ray coming through from Bonivia. I mean, he was through half his channel, gets knocked up, Tidal Wave. It's just the thing about Nami we've seen is that her ultimate has so much progress. It's so great to watch because it can stop so many things.
It can cancel a plan that's coming out from Tainted Minds Blue.
Team fight.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look. They've got 3 hard channels. You've got a Shen ultimate that requires a channel. You've got a Jhin ultimate that requires a channel. And you've also got a Velkoz's ultimate that requires a channel. All 3 of them can be disrupted by a very well-placed Tidal Wave. And that's the power that Plug brings along to his team.
Now, vision control is done by Legacy Genesis, getting that Scuttle Crab around the Baron Pit. 30 seconds to that next Dragon. Not sure if it's going to be Elder, however, Legacy Genesis stick around the Baron Pit, potentially backing away.
It's not going to be an Elder. It's not 35 minutes.
Okay, thanks, mate.
Yeah, it's just a calculation. It's not 35 minutes.
I'm excited to see another Elder. Jimmy Preacher
be one, mate.
Well, not just yet, but 10 seconds on that next Elemental then.
Yep.
And Legacy Genesis start pushing the waves back. I mean, Drax is still heavily into that bottom lane.
Oh, low, hey.
Yeah, okay, that's a big hit.
Yeah, I mean, even though this Nidalee isn't that far ahead, you still can't afford to get that spear onto you because it means that she can jump onto you. That could be an assassination.
And I mean, she's pretty much building full AP as well. Got Leandri's, Abyssal, the Runic Echoes. Curious to see what's next. Maybe a Void stuff.
Why aren't Legacy taking this Dragon? This is their perfect position to take it. Tainted Minds was slow. They had about 5 whole seconds to burn down that Dragon. Now they've lost her.
And now they start pushing mid instead. I mean, Defiance has been used. They don't really go anywhere with it. The Varus to poke out. Legacy Genesis back off the Dragon as well. This is very interesting.
This is volatile, and if Tainted Minds Blue decide to go for this Dragon, it's going to be really easy for them to take... Okay, no, actually, Legacy decides to stay rather than back, so it's going to be a bit more pressure applied to them, but it was really odd how they just didn't take it, because they had the positional pressure, they had the man pressure, they should have just gone for it, to be honest.
Potential lack of vision, who knows, but it's going to be an Infernal picked up by Legacy Genesis, making their 3rd Elemental, and yes, the next one will be an Elder Drake coming through as well. Babip is still looking fantastic on this Nidalee. I take back what I said about the carry-style junglers. I mean, he has played this champion a lot in the Season 6 meta. In the OCS as well, he was pretty much undisputed Nidalee king. So it's great to see him bringing that back in what is potentially not a Nidalee meta.
Yeah, I mean, the only downside to the Nidalee is what she's always had, and that is the fact that she takes a while to scale up. Her early game without any flat items can be a little bit questionable. She needs that Runic Echoes early on to really start doing a lot of damage to the enemy, but, you know, we're well past that point. So, Bab, if you are, you know, flexing your muscles on this Nidalee, you're showing why this Nidalee was a good pickup last time, and it really is going into Tainted Minds Blue, 2 teams, you know, Legacy Genesis and Tainted Minds Blue, 2 teams who are yet to pick up a victory. You got to really say, you know, I could just play comfort because it's not too much of a problem.
Well, first win of the split is definitely needed coming into week 4. Try and keep these guys safe from relegation. I mean, that's what TMB are looking for. They had a lot of promise at the start of the split, but unfortunately have picked up their first win, hoping to change it this time around. Baron still prioritized, looking for the first team to kind of start it up, and it will be Legacy Genesis.
Yeah, so Legacy are going a bit ham on this, and Tane and Mine, frankly speaking, they're a little bit too far. They finally caught up, but I don't think it's enough.
Got a control ward. Disintegration Ray comes in. No, secured by Bab. It knocked up. Nautilus over the wall actually flashes. He wants to hit the blast cone now, but Dreadlord comes over with him. He's locked down. Locked down again. Nice tidal wave, and Dreadlord goes down. Nautilus is still alive, but not for long. Nice geometry, but again, not the follow-up damage. A 1-for-1 trade with the Baron. Legacy Genesis is going to be happy with that.
Yeah, Legacy Genesis are coming out ahead, and Tane and Mine Blue are reeling. So they got the Baron last time, now it gets handed over to their enemies. Tane and Mines have to really be careful because we were talking about it. They've got an inhib bear. After the inhib gets taken down, they've got a Nexus bear. So if this one push from Legacy Genesis, which realistically should just be in the mid lane, goes massively for them, then they could just win the game off of that.
I mean, Tane and Mines Blue had such a gold lead as well. It was quite insane at one point.
It was insane, yeah. It was like 5k.
Yeah, so, I mean, Legacy Genesis now have clawed back. They've evened it up. A measly 500 gold is between Legacy Genesis and TMB. That's what's standing in their way. They've evened up the turrets. They've got more elemental dragons as well. The play behind from a deficit has been the theme of today's OCS. With an amazing Nidalee pick, with the spirit that comes from the Christmas of Varus. And Nami today has had a huge success rate.
Oh yeah, this Nami is a huge pickup in the OCS, and I think that's a really big thing to talk about when it comes to next week's champion select. Prioritize the Nami. Make sure that you get it, because in terms of disruption, your team can have a lot of plans. You can say, okay, I'm going to Jhin ult, I'm going to use a Shen ult as well. Both of those things can get easily cancelled out by the Nami. Yeah.
He's not here.
I know, unfortunate, because I love that guy. Yeah,
3
tomorrow.
p.m. OPL.
I mean, I'm going to be here as well. He's going to be amazing.
That is what you call a shameless Legacy Genesis plug.
No hysterics.
Oh, please. I want to keep my job. As I say that, though, it looks like Legacy Genesis want to go on another team fight, and Plug sends the tidal wave. Rumble just trying to be a front line for this tanking situation. True damage comes out of Bonibir. They get their first kill. They're now looking for Aldoric. He goes down a double kill for the Jhin so far. Low is looking for his next with the curtain call. Locks down Plug. Good slow. Drax going to help finish it off with Blue Zor. Harry still on the side. Flashes very defensively. And 3 members down for Legacy Genesis. Tane and Mines Blue, they don't have anything left on the board to really take except for defense.
The weirdest part about that fight was just how far ahead Aldoric was. He was practically frontlining right after Rumble died. Why is Varus so far ahead? You've got long range on your Q. There's no reason to go that ham. He didn't even pick up a kill, and this could be dangerous for them because they've got 2 members left with Barons. But now, Tane and Mines, they've got the push pressure once more.
And they've brought back the gold. What did we say 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago, Preacher? What's the game like?
You know...
Seesaw.
Yeah, it could go either way. And right now, when we take stock of pretty much everything that's happened, I actually do reckon that if Tane and Mines can wait a little while, it could swing towards their favor. Two things are distinctly stopping them. One thing is the fact that Legacy Genesis have 2 Barons on them, and the other thing is the fact that they've got an inhib down. So both of those things are going to be great Achilles heels going into Tane and Mines Blue, but still they've got the gold advantage.
And still, I mean, they still hold some kind of regard in this game. With the Elder Drake coming up in a minute 15, I mean, Legacy Genesis have to, again, claw their way back. They clawed from a deficit. Now they've got to claw from a deficit again. And Legacy Genesis, my question to you right now is, how can you do it? How do you get this Elder Drake?
It's going to be really difficult because Elder's going to take quite a while to take. I mean, quite a long time to take because Legacy, they distinctly do lack a lot of DPS coming out from their team composition. Also, the fact that this Elder generally just isn't that strong when it comes to forcing fights for Legacy Genesis. I think the Baron is much more of a call for them. If Tane and Mines want to contest this, then it means that Legacy, they're not going to have too much of a problem fighting it. You know, in stark contrast to the Baron, there's no debuff that the Dragon applies, so they can sit very comfortable.
That next turret goes down. Legacy Genesis trying to force their options, but Drax up in the top lane.
It's not fast.
No, it's not fast, but he is slowly pushing it down. It is matched by Rumble, who at this stage of the game, the Nautilus is massive. I mean, 0, 6, and 10. He's died 6 times. That's news to me. But, I mean, Drax he's built a damage item, whereas you see that Rumble does not.
Yeah, oh,
no, Dreadlord walks blindly into that blue side brush. Harry's on a killing spree now. I mean, this guy on the Victor's looking great. Legacy Genesis, they start up the Elder Drake.
Is that the legacy bush that we've heard so much about? The fact that they just camp a bush and wait for one person? around an Elder Drake is perfect positioning, to be honest.
I think that's normally Tatum Mines that does that. Whoa, three-man knock-up disintegration ray. Bonivia picks up 2. That's a great response for Tatum Mines Blue.
That's a massive response. I think Bonivia really did a whole lot of hard work over there to save Tatum
Now
Mines.
they start chasing down. Drax looking for Rumble. Shadow Dash Flash is available. Does he use it on Rumble or Babip is the real question. He's denied though with the Dredge line. Well timed by Rumble. Low still alive, but he's taking a bit of damage, so he's got to back away. Drax and Bluezor. I think Bluezor could be dead here if he's not too careful. Drax is still so tanky, but Low has no mana. Babip chases, a flash comes through. They're looking for the snipe. Tatum Mines Blue are kiting this back.
The fact that Low managed to get out with so little health.
Okay, now maybe he's out. I don't know. Drax is 1v2ing.
It's not over, Hysterics.
Oh, God.
Help.
Help. Rumble's going to get locked down eventually. Wow, Tidal Wave's back up. There's a long time coming. Wait, Shadow Dash. He still hasn't used Flash. Kurt calls back available. Uses the Shadow Dash. Last hit. Misses. That's a big crucial part. No, Deadly Flourish missed as well.
Oh,
Bluezor just healed back up. And he's got to get back out.
Oh, my Hysterics.
Redemption's almost back up.
What a team fight to behold. I mean, I think that was a lot of misplays coming out from both of these two sides. Neither of them managed to get a huge priority after the initial deaths that happened, but as it stands, Dragon's still alive. Baron's coming up in half a minute. Both of these teams, they need to put a lot of priority. I think Baron would be the higher priority for both these teams, but just because of the fact that they position themselves so well along the bottom side, you know, it's sort of this Cold War style situation where they've already been here for so long that they just can't give away the positioning to the other one.
I mean, Babip has been very provocative in this game so far, and he's going to continue doing so in this Dragon Pit. It looks like Elder's still some kind of priority. Bonivia before, I mean, that was legendary. Like, that was actually a 3-man knock-up.
Yep.
With
into his ultimate.
Tectonic displacement, I think it's called. Into the disintegration ray. I mean, it's doing a lot. He's now got a Rabadons, which I was waiting for. Looks like next item will be Void Staff. There's going to be a lot of flat AP coming.
Yeah, and if he manages to get that, then Bonivia's sitting in a really good position. Now, we were really questioning Bonivia about the sheer amount of damage that he could output, but speaking of which, he needs to output a lot because Legacy are on this Dragon.
I think Legacy have a Mount Drake under their belt. Well, Kurtcall comes in, Dreadlord has to flash in, doesn't get the fight. However, TMB is trying to clean this one up. Aldrich almost goes down. They need to just kill him, but the Redemption brings him back out. This is insane from Legacy Genesis. Low goes into the fray. He's going to get taken down by a massive hook. Dreadlord, the last to die. But somehow, Drax picks up a kill. He's still alive. Go, get Aldrich. He's so close. No, a double kill. Bluezor's the last one to live. But Harry, he starts walking into the base. And with the Nexus open after this in him, I dare say Legacy Genesis, after that clown, weird fiesta of a fight, will take it.
Wow, Aldrich, you really got to give it to him. His positioning in that last team fight was exquisite. He was down to about an inch of his life, but he just doesn't die in the end there. Takes down so much, and at the end, they finally pull out this game. Yet another long game for Legacy Genesis.
Unfortunately, TMB not able to pick up their first win, but Legacy Genesis well deserved. You can say that both those teams really improved this week.
They did.
I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter, you know, what you think. Oh, yes, it was a long game. Yes, it was hard for them to close out, and it was a bit of a seesaw. But both teams become very reactive and very, you know, they know their situations. They know where they need to go. It's just sort of locking in exactly what they're going to do.
And I think that that's a real strength coming out of OCS, just the fact that these teams are so well positioned to come back from deficits that, you know, these guys, you got to pat them on the back and say, when you're behind, you don't make these aggressive plays to try to come back and go even further behind. You sit comfortable, you wait until the enemy make aggressive plays trying to get objectives, and then you just win off of that. So Legacy Genesis, they definitely played towards that strong point, and Babip playing towards his power spikes as Nidalee waiting, not making too many plays in the early game, ultimately paid off for him.
Well, now that Legacy Genesis have picked up their first win of the competition means we only have 2 teams left remaining. It's going to be Alpha Sydney versus Outlaws coming up for the last game of the night. Welcome back to the OCS, and it's been a very interesting night. You're with Hysterics, and next to me, Preacher here. And our last game of the night, Outlaws versus Alpha Sydney. This is potentially going to be the game of the night, and what a time to put it at game number 4. Preacher.
I mean, look, I'm excited to get into this game because both of these two teams, they came off of a win last week, so I just want to see how they take it into this next game. I have a little bit of a thing to say about them now. I think that Outlaws, they won the longest game of last week, and Alpha Sydney, by stark contrast, they won the shortest game of last week. So I think a lot of that comes to the fact that Outlaws, they know how to play as a 5-man unit, don't know how to close games, complete opposite situation for Alpha Sydney.
I mean, Alpha Sydney, at the moment, they have got a loss on the board at the very first week, but their lineup has been growing and changing and adapting to whatever the OCS has been throwing their way. With Outlaws undefeated, 3-0, just like Regicide, who picked up a win earlier. So my question is, can Alpha Sydney beat the potential top 2 and move up into the top 2 themselves?
I mean, the interesting thing about Alpha Sydney is if they do, then they cement themselves as a tie for second place in the OCS right now, and that would make them feel really comfortable going over Hump Week. You know, you go into the last half of this tournament and you just say, look, I've got all these wins behind my belt. I'm sitting comfortable to be challenging the OPL teams.
And I mean, Scam Diggity has been stepping up a lot. He's been changing, and I think adaptation is the biggest thing about this Outlaws mob as well. Just like Alpha Sydney, but we'll get to that in a moment. With Outlaws, they've just been growing and growing and growing and growing, and Scam Diggity as a jungler is so good at playing from behind.
Oh yeah, and I don't want to say this, but I feel as if it's almost obligatory. Mubu, in a lot of games, because these two teams haven't faced off against each other, look like Scam Diggity light, in the sense that he plays the same champions, he plays in the same way as Scam Diggity. If he falls behind early on, just like Scam, he can still come back, but it really will be up to these two to prove who's better.
And now that we move into Champ Select, I mean, this is a really important one. This does cement midweek, and because we're in week 4, mid-split, I should say, this is a really important game. And by taking off comforts, like for Frogger he plays the Shen when he has to play reactive, but taking off the Fiora is really good. I mean, Farah's taken off as a first pick, and taking away Frogger Shen, I mean, that's bold.
I don't think that's the be-all, end-all for Alpha Sydney. I still think they have a lot in their top lane to really pull out. The Nautilus is one of them. I think Nautilus is possibly the best champion to go into Shen, just because if you see Shen ulting, all you need to do is ult him, and then you've stopped his ultimate from going through. You've got a plethora of other hard CCs to stop him, be it your passive or your dredge line. I don't think it's the end of the world for Frogger, but yeah, it's really weird seeing that they banned off the Fiora, because they could have first picked it and given a lot of stress over to Frogger.
Curious that they picked the top lane in the first rotation, Preacher.
Yeah.
I mean, or at least, you know, as a very first pick coming through.
They simply wanted to deny it from Frogger. I mean, we saw it from last week. Even though Frogger was a little bit questionable going into their series, he was the one weakest link for their team. He still did massively, and although he didn't perform well in a 1v1 situation, he did exactly what his team needed, which was ult the carry.
I mean, Scam Diggity picking up the Lee Sin, that's something surprising because he has been playing the Ivan, and going into the Lee Sin, I feel like the Ivan would be a little bit more suited.
To be honest, I'm actually surprised that both of these two junglers didn't pick up the Ivan, right? Because both Mubu and Scam Diggity have picked up the Ivan, and they're all done really well with him. So the fact that Ivan has escaped this one, it really does indicate that both of these two junglers, they just want to carry in their own rights. And, you know, they have the tools to do so, because we've seen them do it time and time again. And
playing more aggressive against the top-tier teams rather than playing defensively against the bottom-tier teams, I think is the message coming through here. And with a Syndra picked up, that'd be curious if you pick up a Janna as a priority in the first rotation.
Not too sure it's going to be a... Yeah, I mean, like, Janna hasn't really
been... when I saw the Aatrox, like, what's going on? What's real?
I think we really need to, you know, escape past all of these hovers. I don't really think that hovers indicate...
You're, like, teaching me how to cast now. I like it.
Yeah, just ignore it and you'll be fine, because you won't get baited into hypothesizing.
Right.
But yeah...
Even producers telling me I'm right. I know I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like, looking at how this goes, you know, Orianna, it's a very standard one. It's also good for Chaz, because Chaz has played this Orianna before. Questionable ultimate, some extremely good. Not saying that it's bad. Some were extremely good, but others did not hit the mark. So I really hope to see a lot of good ones come out, because he should know they're going into a team that hasn't lost a game yet. He needs to up his game.
Really focusing Rain here by taking these 80 carry bans off as well. And by taking the Nami off, which has had such a big win rate tonight, I feel like he's a general sort of ban coming through. So much priority moving up to that A tier, I feel Nami is at the moment. And then looking at Rain, I feel like he might suffer from these 380 carry bans.
Oh, but here's the deal, okay? It doesn't really matter what ADC Rain picks up, because take a look at the support support pool that is currently available for both of these sides. Zyra, MF, Malzahar, they are all open, which is absolutely crazy going into this second half.
Okay, my hands are in the air because I just noticed Willaris actually going into support again. This is like 4 not days.
Okay.
So Rysand is in the mid. He is actually, Willaris is actually the shot caller for this team. If you didn't know sitting at home, he's a shot caller, and the biggest thing is he provides so much for his team. Like, he's a really good shot caller. So curious to see him in the support position. But I mean, at least he's still functional. Leaving Rysand in the mid because Rysand has had a really good.
Oh yeah, Rysand was absolutely dominant, but yeah, they don't want to give up with Laris, that voice of reason going into this fight.
Oh, can I talk about the hovers now?
Please. Go. Good.
Okay, Vayne into a Jhin Janna, and Janna has actually been locked in for Luminium.
So that's massive because last week Luminium was playing the Nami. Luminium had a 90% kill participation, so that was like possibly the highest out of the whole night. And now he's on the Janna. I mean, Janna is very similar to Nami, a lot different in other ways. The most notable one is the tidal wave doesn't go into the middle of the enemy team. Your one is just for disengaging. But yeah, wow. I mean, talk about this bot lane.
I love the picks tonight. They've been off chart, a little bit off meta, but picking up the Bard with the Vayne, of course, against the Janna Jhin. An interesting bottom lane that I want to talk about soon. And you said to deny the Shen, pick up the Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus is just a very standard one. You tank up to the point where Shen can't even trade with his Twilight Assault. He can't really ult because you can just stop it with any one of your 3 abilities that you choose to do so. And yeah, it's just going to be really hard for Little Cop to find his way into the middle of team fights. As soon as Little Cop backs off, essentially what Froggadog should be saying to his team is, hey guys, Shen is out of my vision. It means that he wants to ult him.
A lot of crowd control coming on the side of Alpha Sydney there. I mean, the Graves and the Jhin obviously going to offer a lot of that essential AD damage, but the Monsoon that comes out of Janna's got to be huge here.
It's going to be huge because you take a look at the top lane and the jungle for Outlaws respectively. Now you got a Shen who needs to dash in order to really have much of an impact in the middle of a team fight, and also the Lee Sin, somebody who needs to go into the middle of the enemy team before he can Dragon's Rage somebody back into his own. Dragon Rage whichever direction he wants to essentially. Luminium can stop both of those. So this Janna pickup is not terrible. Given the fact that Nami was banned away, I think this is possibly the best pickup he could have.
And a respectful Darius ban is the one thing I needed to highlight against Froggadog. You know, in week 1 he played against a Riven top.
Yeah, he played against Panda.
Yeah.
I think Panda went pretty well.
We're not going to talk about Panda. We're going to talk about Vayne and Bard down in the bottom lane. Now, Willaris has been a big fan of the Lulu.
Yeah.
So what changes? I mean, picking up the Janna instead of, picking up the Janna, and then your response is, okay, let's play Bard instead of the Lulu.
You just want to kill lane, essentially, because before level 6, Janna will have her Tempest in order to stop a lot of damage coming in, but that's pretty much it. Tempest has been nerfed, the AD on Tempest has been nerfed as well, so practically, you know, a double whammy hitting Janna. It means that she doesn't really trade too much in the early game. Going into it as a Vayne and a Bud, sure, Vayne doesn't do too much early on, but if you want to go for the standard AD path, not a lot of attack speed, a lot of the 3-hit combos that we've seen some Vaynes go for, you know, the Infinity Edge Rush, and that could do a lot of work in the bot, because what it means is that essentially Bud, he can set up some kills to really get Vayne ahead.
Do you see a lethality build coming for Vayne? Because we know that in the past it has been tried. It has actually been tried.
It's not impossible. I mean, like, you can go for the Yumu's Rush, and that is still as strong as it ever was. The only downside to building full lethality is the fact that the more you build, the less valuable it becomes, because a lot of your damage is coming from Silver Bolt. So, you know, that's already true damage. It doesn't need any lethality in order to pierce the armor of the enemies. And I just want to see more of an AD rush. So yeah, you can build the Ghostblade first just because it helps with your early game trading. You can queue Tumble for massive amounts of damage, but after that, go for the Infinity Edge.
So do you think it was a potentially a good pick picking up the Vayne instead of, I mean, Misfortune was open as an AD carry. Now remember, she hasn't been nerfed just yet, and lethality is pretty much the meta, right? Like, any AD carry that can harness lethality is fantastic at the moment. So worth getting the Vayne, who potentially won't build lethality, over something like the MF, who can do a massive amount of burst.
Misfortune fits into the meta in a really niche slot. So she is definitely not for all team compositions. If you just simply say MF because she's for the sake of being open, then it's going to really backfire into you unless you draft a team around it. The only upside that MF has is she roams really crazy, and she makes macro plays really crazy because she's got the passive strut, and she's also got extra movement speed. You know, every single lethality item gives you movement speed. So practically she's sitting at about 500, 600 movement speed in the mid game. That's massive. You know, you just
600?
Yeah, like you just walk around the map.
I don't think it's that much.
Oh, it's higher than 500.
No.
So, yeah, it's
512.
No, it's crazy.
Maybe.
Well, 512 is higher than 500,
Okay,
but still, like,
know.
yeah, it's crazy amount of crazy amount of movement speed coming out of MF, and she fits a really niche composition. You know, you can't just pick her into anything.
Okay, so the biggest question I want to ask is, my biggest note in this book this week was, can Frogger step up? Like, can he step up? Because in the past week, Alpha Sydney, yes, they've been pulling out wins, but it looks like Frogger has been the one struggling the most in the team comp.
So I see what you're trying to say, especially from last week, because Frogger did die twice. Going into Raven.
Which is nothing.
Yeah, like solo kills we're talking about. Shen into a Fiora. I mean, there is a little bit of a point to make to say that Fiora does just naturally beat Shen. You know, you use your grand challenge and then all of a sudden Shen just dies and you wonder where he went and why your health is on. Anyway,
essentially.
Yeah, going into it, he still does provide everything that his team needs. He provides a lot of CCBs. He's on the Nautilus. He's got the engage. He's got the peel. I don't really think that his team is lacking anything. He doesn't need to do too well early on. I think that is the real strength of Alpha Sydney. The fact that Frogger does not need to do well. He just needs to be a tank line. He needs to disrupt people diving in, and he's already doing his job.
But even as a tank line, do you feel like his playstyle needs to change at all?
I mean, there's always something that everybody can do better. I think that as a weak link, I think that Frogger should maybe take a look at the way that he plays, the way that he interacts when he's not with his team. But other than that, in a 5v5 team setting, he plays perfectly. So just work on your 1v1s, and I think that you'd be a really top-class player.
And I think potentially working on the Shens as well has got to be something really big, because we've seen Shen quite a bit in the OCS, but it hasn't been prioritized that much. Of course, at the start of the split, Maokai was a massive one. But now that Grasp of the Undying looks to be stronger than Courage of the Colossus, it's things like, well, I mean, Nautilus is still getting picked. I'm curious to see what mastery he actually has, but Grasp looks to be the stronger trade up.
I'd like to say Grasp, because Colossus has been nerfed really heavily coming into this patch.
Okay, Preacher, game number 4. This is the last game of the night. Don't cry if you're sitting at home. Just because it's game number 4, we always come back, and the OCS has many weeks available. And of course, the OPL tomorrow night, Preacher. Ooh, afternoon.
Oh, man, look, I'm looking forward to
3
it,
PM.
but don't cry that it's over. Just smile that it ever happened. And look, coming into the very last game, Outlaws versus Alpha Sydney, you've got to be smiling all the way through.
I mean, there's a lot to offer in the Oceanic scene. You can go to soundcloud.com/the OPL show. The new OPL podcast was just released week number 4.
It was. I haven't had an opportunity to listen to it. I believe it only came out recently. You've listened to a whole 5 minutes of it.
No, okay. I've listened to the first 10 minutes, Preacher. I had to come in.
Did you sneak an extra 5 when I wasn't there?
No, I put it in my ears while I'm casting right now. I'm just listening to Spawn on the side and Hingers. Look, as we jump back into game, Outlaws, you know, they're undefeated here. So this is a really big game for them. And to risk everything and play Vayne, which is not exactly S tier at the moment in AD carry.
I don't even think it's on the radar, to be honest. I think that Vayne is a champion who has a lot of weaknesses, namely her range. The fact that she doesn't have any range beyond her auto attacks. Her auto attacks are the lowest range out of all ADCs in the game. Taking Vayne into a lot of situations is really difficult. And
is Vayne lower than Lucian?
Yes, Vayne is lower.
Really?
I think Vayne is on the same mark as Lucian. 450. Urgot is the lowest, but we don't talk about Urgot.
We don't talk about Urgot is taboo.
We don't talk anymore.
Fun fact, Urgot's actually been played top in solo queue in Korea, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know.
It's really interesting, but not too sure.
I'm waiting for Urgot.
Same.
Won't be played this game, however, so we have to stay realistic and look at the fact that Ajana's finally being played once again in that bottom lane. I mean, there was no Zyra MF, right? Or Malzahar. Was there a Malzahar ban? I don't think so.
No, all 3 of those supports were open, and instead of getting those, we got a Bard and we got a Janna. So I'm not upset that we see this when both of
Just disappointed.
No, honestly, when both of these 2 supports decide to pick playmaking champions who are a little bit defensive in the early game, it works out really well. It's only when one decides to do it and the other one just picks up a Malzahar, he just ruins the fun.
And the first time in a while that we've actually seen a Doran's Blade AD carry. Yeah. I mean, it's always been longsword and 3 pots, but a Doran's Blade for Rain, looking for the sustain, and I dare say he has Warlord's Bloodlust as well.
I mean, it has to be the standard, right? Fervor of Battle simply doesn't work on Vayne because you never get off enough auto attacks. If you haven't murdered them in 3 auto attacks with the Silver Bolts, then you're not really doing your job properly anyway. So yeah, Fervor coming out. Rain's going to be sitting really far ahead. I would hazard a guess and say that he would have done better with the longsword just because it builds into the Yumu's early on, but that's the only criticism I have.
Oh, the 1v1 in the jungle. Mubu has no mana here. Scam Diggity looking for first blood. The mid laners, they don't want any part of it. 4 splash after each other. Rysand helps the Sonic Wave to follow. Chaz has to cleanse. Now looking for the turret shot. A flash. Willaris, how did you get here? Anyway, it's a first blood for Scam Diggity.
That was insane. And look, Scam finally cements the fact that he is the jungle king going into this as Rain might be aggressive.
Just walks away. I mean, 1v2 from Vayne has been done before and won't be done this time. Outlaws looking ahead. Willaris just appeared in the mid lane.
I mean, that's the power of Bard, right? Being able to roam whenever. Do you know where he is? I can never pin him down. But the other part of the story was the fact that the early part of that skirmish, Scam Diggity was just 1v1 Mubu. And finally, you know, a lot of the rumors did come out that Mubu simply plays the same way that Scam Diggity does. Finally, it's been laid to rest. Scam is the better player.
Well, that 1v1 is going to settle it at least in the early game. See if we get another 1v1 later on.
Hope to see it.
But a 1k gold lead so far for Outlaws. 4 minutes into this game, and an exceptional start for the Lee Sin in the jungle. Means he's going to get a bit of extra jungle time as well. Goes back, gets that Caulfield Warhammer.
Massive.
A bit of cooldown reduction and a bit of damage goes a long way.
Yeah, he's just going to be sitting so comfortable going into his own jungle. Essentially, he can clear and gank at a pace that's just outclassing Mubu right now. Not only that, but he's also got the distinct experience advantage. You can't see it in his levels, but he will reach level 5 before Mubu does. That's going to be massive going into Graves, because what that ultimately means is level 6 for Scam Diggity, level 5 for Mubu, a huge disparity in damage.
I mean, I think Scam Diggity here, he's got the potential to continue invading. He smites it away and he secures Raptors. I mean, that's a big camp for the side of Mubu. He is at a discrepancy. Rysand's here just to give some support. And I like the functionality of this mid lane so far. I mean, Rysand making sure that there's no real window for Chaz to interrupt.
And take a look at the way that this mid lane has interacted with each other. So Chaz had all the time in the world to get a CS advantage over Rysand, but because Rysand moved upwards towards Scam Diggity, Chaz couldn't even last hit. Take a look at the CS discrepancy. It's more than 10 in the mid lane. It's only 5 minutes. That is insane going over to Rysand's favor.
Rysand now has no mana, but gets some good trading off on Chaz in the mid lane, who, remember, has no cleanse, but Rysand had to use Flash and Exhaust to help secure that kill. He's now summonerless.
Hashtag worth.
Yeah, but he's going to back away. Look, you can see already, that's a big gold lead for the jungle. I mean, like, that's 800 gold.
It's a huge one, and jungle is possibly the most impactful one going into the early game. So the fact that Scam Diggity can get this huge lead really does propel him when he wants to go for even more ganks later on.
So, Preacher, I mean, with Outlaws here, their team composition looks like a late game, oh man, what do you want to call it? Destruction, darkness, destroying composition.
1-4. You want to call it a 1-4.
You've got a Vayne, though. Like a Vayne, a Syndra.
Team fight. It's extremely teamfight oriented in the sense that they don't really want to go for any macro plays. They just want to set up a death bush and hopefully 100-0 whoever walks into it.
Sounds like the Tainted Mind.
I mean, like, you know, it's a standard strategy. It's not really restricted to any one team, and it's just how they decide to play together.
And honestly, in the side of Alpha City, it feels like they've got that advantage as well, so you can't write them off, especially when you get to the late game. Cleanse back up for Chaz. Really important note, but you got level 6 on both those mid laners. Expecting Scam Diggity to rush, because he's got that extra level, and potentially look for the Dragon's Rage mid.
Yeah, so that Dragon's Rage is going to be huge. One thing that we got to watch out for is how fast Scam does his camps, because he has been falling just that little bit behind Mubu sooner on. I mean, Mubu is still level 4, but we got to watch this, because they're going into the top side. This could be dangerous for Froggadog.
Are we going to see... No, not the blasting cone again, like where the mid laner and the jungle pop over on the Krug side and just get the top laner.
I mean, Froggadog is really far ahead in his lane. They could have just ganked it. It would have been a free kill, essentially.
And he can't really walk back at this stage.
And there's no flash for Froggadog.
There's a control ward in that tri-brush up top, so he is going to start walking back. And I think Scam Diggity will just pull that apart, that control ward, I mean. I want to start highlighting the fact that so far, Rain has gone for the BF sword. Movers, this is a weird gang. Okay, Flash Force from Willaris, so that's good. But Rain is starting to lose CS. He's got the BF sword, so it looks like he's going for the Infinity Edge, right?
Yeah, he wants to go for the Infinity Edge Rush, and you baited me, Hysterics. You baited me into talking about all the lethality and the cool things you can do with the U-moves, but Infinity Edge is still standard. You get the IE and nothing else. Vayne can still 100-0 in 3 hits. So that is exactly what Rain is betting on, what he's banking on. And if he can make it to that Infinity Edge safely, then it really is a lot of questions coming out from Alpha City. How did you not deny a Vayne who's effectively doing nothing until that item spike from doing that?
And especially, I mean, Janna provides a lot of utility as well, and you can go in and, I guess, supplement some kind of engage with the Jhin, with the Janna shield, trading off. But they haven't found anything just yet, and Bremen and Aluminium look pretty complacent down in this bottom lane. Rain, Willaris, they're about to get ganked as well by Mubu Preacher.
Yeah, this could be a little bit dangerous, but he's on the wrong side.
A curtain call pop, uses the magical journey. Willaris is out of this, but Graves kind of like blocked them off, but I guess Willaris is just going to keep on walking. That's an ultimate down for Remen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too much of a problem. I think the only thing that we do need to comment about the bot lane duo of Alpha Sydney is the fact that Luminium has a really easy time putting his shields on Remen. When do I put it on you? Don't even need to ask that question. Whenever Remen is ulting, so he gets even more damage off come the shots. But beyond that point, you know, Alpha Sydney, they just got the most dominant lane, but it's not going to be that deal because going into team fights, these ADCs have 2 distinct different roles. Rain wants to just tumble into the middle of the enemy team with his ultimate stealth. Yeah, and then just completely murder somebody 100-0. Maybe Mubu, maybe Remen, but on the other side, Remen wants to sit so far behind and just make sure that he can get his shots off before he enters the fight.
Now remember that Rysand has been a fantastic Corki in the past and pretty good Syndra as well. So this guy, he's feeling pretty comfortable in the mid lane. He is actually up in CS as well. 14 CS, and he's zoning out Chaz. Like, the Oriental does not look comfortable at all.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of comfort questions coming out for Chaz. Like, why are you so far behind on CS going into Rysand? Rysand roamed twice to get some kills off and a lot of pressure from Scam Diggity. Surely you would at least be even on CS. So a lot of questions coming out. Chaz, if you impress us with your shockwaves, all will be forgiven.
Lara's still going for the magical journey. And I mean that in 2 ways, because he's still walking around the map. Outlaws still hold some kind of gold lead, but it's not too much. It's 1.3k at this early game stage. And continuing on, I mean, the team composition from Outlaws, if it stays at this kind of lead, I guess you could say, it's going to keep on fluctuating up to that really good level. And you're going to see a Syndra and a Vayne, even a Lee Sin, who are pretty dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, all of these champions are going to scale up like no other come the late game. Rain, his build will be a little bit unorthodox if they get to 6 items, but still, you know, a Vayne who's able to just 3-shot anybody he puts his eyes on is still a very lethal champion. And overall, you really got to give it to Outlaws. The fact that they didn't fall behind early, the fact that they even picked up a kill early, they are really playing towards their win conditions.
Have you noticed that Scam Diggity has taken that same Raptor camp 3 times in a row?
That is huge.
Like, Mubu hasn't had access to that camp pretty much at all this game.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
I think if only once.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. It really does highlight how much of an advantage Scam can pull off from that very early kill. It means that if Mubu ever sees Scam in his own jungle, instead of fighting him, he's going to say, nope, because he remembers what happened last time, and it wasn't too pretty for him.
I mean, 22 CS ahead is the discrepancy right now, which is quite disgusting when you compare how well Mubu's done in the past couple of weeks and how well Scam Diggity does from a discrepancy. So if he's ahead, I wonder how he goes.
Oh, he goes even better. I mean, we saw it on the Ivan, somebody who doesn't have a lot of playmaking potential in terms of damage.
Yeah.
Even then, he managed to snowball 5-1-12, I believe its end score was on the last playing week on Ivan. Yeah, Scam Diggity really does know how to play from behind, play from ahead. This is a really fearful jungle because it means that even if you pressure him, even if you punish him, nothing too bad's going to come of it.
Mobility boots picked up from Willara, so expect to see this Bard all over the map. Especially in that mid lane, I feel like there's so much scared Chaz right now that someone from Alpha City need to do something mid. But Outlaws, they might just abuse this, right? They might just send Willaris around the map and might just get another kill.
If Alpha Sydney can't punish Rain, that's exactly what Outlaws will do. I mean, Willaris doesn't need to sit bot if nothing's happening bot. If anything does happen bot, he's got about 2 seconds to fire his ultimate off and get Rain into safety. So any way that you spin it, Willaris is essentially a freed resource ready to go off onto any part of the map that he so chooses. With Scam Diggity on his back, that's going to be huge.
With Outlaws first getting that Ocean Drake, They start looking at the potential of an engage, but no one really to lock them down. Outlaws just, they're going to get the objective, walk away, potentially look mid.
And once again, scaling up, making sure that not too much action happens. Worst case scenario coming out for Alpha Sydney.
Flashing away from Mubu there. I think that was range intention, but the curtain called down. Good tempered fate from Willaris. Stand United comes through onto Scam Diggity, misses the Sonic Wave, so there's the first teleport. Outlaws back away. Frogodog really not tanky just yet. The true damage from Silverbolt's going to be massive. Collateral damage comes through. Scatter the Weak misses. And you can see all he's got left is end of the line. Really, Outlaws, they survive the fight, but they take some summoners from Frogodog.
Punishing, punishing, punishing. The fact that Alpha Sydney go so proactive and do not pick up any objective from it is possibly the worst case scenario for them, because we were talking about it all the time. The fact that Outlaws, their win condition is just wait until the late game. And the fact that they are not finding any kills over to Alpha Sydney is really the most punishing thing that is coming out of these fights. They're going ham, not finding anything. They're going reactionary, still not finding anything. And now you really got to ask them, find a good gank path, because without it, Mubu, your team's not going to get that far ahead.
After so much hype in that bottom lane fight, nothing comes of it, and both top laners go back to their respective lanes. Excuse me, I think Rysan is just doing fantastic on this mid lane. He's continuously doing moves like that, just to scare Chaz out. Chaz is getting blue buffs just to survive.
It's huge.
And it's constantly, the wave's getting pushed. Chaz is missing farm. And it's showing the experience of these two mid laners at work.
That is exactly why Outlaws decided to sub in their support for Willaris rather than the mid lane. They wanted Rysan's pressure in the mid lane. And sure, Willaris can make shot calls and also do a lot of fancy plays in the mid, but as far as just a 1v1 micro player goes, Rysan is just leagues and bounds ahead of him. And that's not saying anything bad about Willaris, because he's still on the team, simply saying that they want a lot of micro.
You see there the dredge line tried by Frogodog, but Scam literally just walks past it. Again, he's had so much control in this jungle. He didn't just steal Raptors again. I think he was going to steal Raptors again.
He wanted to. That would have been 4 times in a row.
Scam has just impressed us in leaps and bounds. You got to get it, Scam.
There's a wall. No. You know what's happening.
Scam. No, he's left it. Okay. All right, so there's a Raptor train effectively silenced, but he still walks past. He goes, oh. Oh, no, they're not there. He will pick up the control wall, though. This guy is 30 CS ahead. He's got a Sonic Wave onto Mubu, but he doesn't want to follow it with a Resonating Strike. Instead, Rysan just moves back mid, gets Scatter the Weak, and just keeps lobbing damage at him. Something needs to be done about this mid lane Preacher. And Mubu needs to step in.
Yeah, Mubu does need to step in. And sure, we get it, Mubu, you were punished a little bit at the start. You lost the 1v1 into Scam Diggity, but you still do need to gank. You need to make your presence known on the map. You can't just keep on farming up against Scam Diggity. Take a look at how much that's gotten you. You're far behind. You need to start making ganks. The fact that he's level 8 and he's only made 1 appearance in the bottom lane, not really as a gank, but as a team fight, that's massive.
I want to point out something that's, Preacher, I want to talk about a little bit because it's huge. Look at the gold. That is, let me do math for a second.
Go, do it.
That's 1,300 gold. More. That's 1,400 gold between Mubu and Scam.
Yeah, which means that Scam is sitting so far ahead, and he wants to apply it all around the map. That's the other thing that you really got to give it to him. Not only does he get ahead, but he makes sure that the lanes feel that he's getting ahead by making sure that there's pressure. Not getting ganks off, fair enough. You're at least pressuring them because there are wards there. They know that you're coming, they back off, they lose a bit of CS, they even lose a bit of experience, and on the other side, Mubu's just not doing the same thing.
Okay, so Mubu has Berserker Greaves, which I want to talk about in a second. Is that a thing, Preach? I mean, like, are you sacrificing a lot by not taking...
Mobies?
Well, I mean, you could get Mobies. What else could you get?
That's pretty much it, right? I think a lot of Greys take Mobies just because of their ability to walk around the map as a jungler. You know, it is the favored boots coming out from junglers. But yeah, seeing that he's gone for the Zerker Greaves, it means he wants to farm. He doesn't want to go for ganks, he wants to farm, which really is admitting defeat before the game even starts, really. Just saying, I don't really want to take it to my lanes, but that's really not the way that you have to play if you're going for an aggressive character like Graves.
Continuous trading down bottom is turning very interesting. I mean, Outlaws obviously can't win it unless they've got the help of Scam Diggity. As I say that, though, Scam Diggity's here. Gets lensed out. Sonic Wave lands onto Luminium.
Oh, he wants it!
Has to use the Howling Gale. The Stand United is coming down. Here's Little Cop joins the fray.
What?
This is a 5-man Magical Journey. Sends Rain back onto the side. A Flash comes through. A Tempered Fate as well. Blasco, no! Help Little Cop! He didn't make it! The Shockwave comes through as well. And he finally Shadow Dashes over the wall. Oh, help.
Troll Outlaws leaving Little Cop for the Wolves, but he says no Wolves today, and he just managed to get out to safety. Feel a little bit bad for him, but I feel even worse for Alpha Sydney, the fact that they were effectively sitting 1v5 when Little Cop was on the wrong side of that little log, and he just didn't get taken down anyway. So the fact that Alpha Sydney once again can't capitalize, huge questions.
And we said, look, Outlaws, you know, that they're running a really interesting comp and they probably just want to sit in a brush and get something. Well, effectively, they're trying to do that, but a little bit more aggressively. Rysan continuously pushing out this mid-wave. Chaz is just scared to get into touching distance, really.
And look, both the jungler and the mid lane of Alpha Sydney, I think that's the story of the game. They're scared. They're scared to both make plays, and they're also scared to get the necessary amount of CS for them. Doesn't work well in the long run, because what it means is that you just lose out so much on resources. And you know, that little bit of gold, we're talking like 100, 200 every 5 minutes, that starts adding up to thousands.
With this continually applied mid lane pressure, with a bit of help from Luminium, Rysan, I mean, they have the option to go for this Dragon. It is a Cloud Drake for the first one on the board. Sorry, second one. First was Ocean, of course, for Outlaws.
Yep.
They're not getting the best run-of-the-mill, but I mean, still, they're not looking at it just yet. They're potentially just looking for another gank.
I think that Ocean is potentially the best Dragon to take early on, just because Infernal, you don't really have any stats, so you'll be getting like at most 5 extra AD or AP coming out from that Infernal Drake. Mountain, on the other hand, you're not pushing too much either, but Ocean, it just means that you've got so much sustain and it allows him to get even more.
Well, this one's a Cloud creature, so what do you think about that?
I like it. I mean, if you're asking, do you want this Cloud or not, answer's always going to be yes, right? But Willaris is caught.
Oh, wow, gets bursted down, Mubu in the right position.
Crazy.
Alpha Sydney get finally one onto the board. It is the cost of a Cloud Drake, but dare say getting that extra gold is definitely worth it.
I mean, that was absolutely bonkers. There was no real reason why Willaris should have been in the middle of the enemy jungle.
He's having a good time.
Picking up chimes, having a magical journey. Sorry, buddy, doesn't really work out for you too much, because you might get that extra movement speed, might get those extra means, but you give over your life, not a worthwhile trade.
Willaris has got Mobies and he's just running around the map. Actually has the Fiendish Codex.
Scam once again!
Sorry, no. It's actually Little Cop with a Stand United. Scam Diggy picks up the kill. Vayne has popped the final hour, gets knocked up by Howling Gale. Good Shadow Dash. Rain picks up his first kill of the game. And now they're just walking away from the turret, but they're going to start looking at it.
The huge plays coming out from Scam Diggity. That was the second time they did that combo. The Lee Sin jumping in with his excellent mobility, delivering Little Cop right into the middle of the enemy team. You know, I might as well call him Ozpost, because he gets there by 9 AM guaranteed.
I'm not gifting that with a reaction.
Yeah,
Look,
alright.
I think Alpha Sydney trying to get a response in the mid lane. It's reasonable. You know, it's not your first turret on the board. However, it still brings that gold back within realistic grasp. As you can see on the board, 2.5k for Outlaws. They've got this early game down packed. They're moving into the mid game with a really good advantage on Scam Diggity, as well as now Rain, who's got Static Shiv as his first item, BF Sword close to the IE, and again we're seeing an engage. As Rysan gets locked down. Three-man Shockwave. They're going insane tonight because Remen is finishing it up with a curtain call. Down goes Rysan as well. Locked down his Little Cop. He's next on the board. Rain, you can flash, but you can't run. Okay, apparently you can. That's 4 members, Preacher. What is it with Oriana's tonight in hitting the 4K Elo Shockwave?
That was massive amount of shockwaves coming over from Chaz, and you just got to give it to Alpha Sydney. They're playing towards their strengths right now. It may have taken them 20 minutes, sure, but what they know for certain is they play best when the enemy tests them. When they force these fights that Alpha Sydney don't look like they want to take, that actually is their best scenario. They want to take those fights full on, and Outlaws go way too aggressive. That is the downside of going way too ham into the enemy. The fact that you get a little bit out of position, your front line maybe isn't where it needs to be, your back line can't get damaged, and you just got to watch Rain in this fight. Because Rain, he's not putting too much damage down, and already his whole team is just getting locked down.
Preacher, Let me just wrap it through.
Go for it.
So, Shockwave got 3 people.
Yep.
Depth Charge got 2 people, and then the same 2 people, like Willaris and I think it was Little Cop, got knocked up twice, as we might finally see a response onto Frogadog. Yep. Nice unleashed power. Rain picks up the kill. Tempered Fate locks down 1 member.
Chaz?
Going to be Chaz on the side. He gets slowed down. Scamdigi finds the Sonic Wave. Good little stun. But again, the Shockwave juked away by Scamdigi. They use the Stand United just in case.
I think that's the story of this game. Whenever you see Little Cop use his Stand United, it's always going to be onto Scamdigi, and for good reason, because Scam can always get him into a good position no matter what time he uses it. It gives you a 1.5 second window to really say, okay, I have to reposition. Lee Sin can do that with a multitude of abilities, so it's going on really well for Outlaws. Saying that, they lost that last team fight massively.
Absolutely. Look, it was a big blow to them as the curtain call comes out, trying to find some kind of response again. Last shot will miss. And Outlaw's still trying to siege his top turret. Preacher, I was going to say Depth Charge and Howling Gale. 2 same people got knocked up, but I didn't get to say it in the end.
No, you didn't.
It's completely irrelevant, don't worry. 2 minutes, I want to say,
I mean, where's
is the next
Chaz's
dragon.
Yasuo?
Yeah,
that's the question, because there's so much knockups coming out from Alpha Sydney, but, you know, like, that's a problem for another day, so we weren't really talking about it.
Can't get the 4K Elo Shockwave if you're on the Yasuo.
Yeah, you can't get the 4K Elo Shockwave if you don't have Shockwave, right?
You get the 5-man Steel Tempest, Preacher.
I don't...
Steel Tempest is a Q.
Yeah, is a Q? Last Breath is his ultimate. Why are we talking about Yasuo?
Because we want to see... Look,
you want to see Yasuo.
Everyone wants to see Yasuo, Preacher. 1 minute 20 to this next dragon on the board. 2 already picked up by Outlaws. One's an Ocean, one's an, I was going to say Wind, but it's going to be Cloud Drake. So next one coming through very shortly.
Next one's going to be an Infernal Drake.
24 minutes. Well, that's a big one. I mean, this is bigger than ever. Outlaws having lost that gold gap, 2.5k. It's still not really enough to cement this game so far. And Alpha Sydney, they're still in it. They're still in it with a chance. And keep hitting shockwaves like that, can definitely take out the game.
But on the other side, I actually like how Outlaws, they don't really back off in terms of how ham they're going. Take a look at Willaris. Where did he die? In the enemy jungle. Where was he just a second ago? In the enemy jungle, still trying to contest that blue buff. The resilience coming out from Outlaws to say, hey, that was just a bad coincidence that we happened to lose that team fight, that we happened to lose these rotations. Let's go at it again. Is remarkable coming out of them. The fact that they don't really give up their win conditions just because it fails once. It's actually quite pleasurable to watch.
Curtain call's just been popped here as well. Looks like Alpha Sydney looking for another team fight. Zoned off on the side, moving really good. Cosmic Binding kind of dissembles anything that they have to offer from Alpha Sydney.
And that's always going to be the case with Willaris, right? Being that real nuisance who can both use his Q and his ultimate to disengage any hard situation that he can see coming on the map. That's exactly what Rain needs. Rain needs time to scale. The later this game goes, the happier the Rain gets. So Willaris can most certainly facilitate that with his kit.
Oh my god, again, the Howling Gale's knocked up so many members. Rysan almost walks in front of Scamdigi. He's going to get locked down. One shockwave's enough. He used Unleashed Power on Chaz, but it's not enough. They pick up the kill onto Rysan, and now they look at this Infernal. It could be uncontested. Yeah,
it's definitely uncontested. The only person who could take it was Scam, and even then, Scam was not in the right position to do it. So all in all, goes over to Alpha Sydney. They find a burst onto Rysan. Doesn't matter that it's a one-man shockwave. I mean, if it kills him, and that's the end of the story.
Unfortunately, we are going into a quick pause, but for the last game of the night, we'll be back very shortly. Look, Rysan, he's doing a lot in this game so far, but not as much as Chaz is doing.
No, he's not. I mean, like, take a look at the way that last team fight went. I think the real big point was the fact that Rysan did half of Mubu's HP with 1 Q and 1 E alone. So you summon the sphere, and then you bop it into him. All of a sudden, his health bar is so ridiculously low.
The sphere?
Yeah, the sphere. The ball, right?
Oh, it is a sphere, you're right.
And then all of a sudden, you know, nothing good comes of it. He gets caught in a bad position. He doesn't necessarily kill anybody on the enemy team. And he just dies off his own accord. So you really got to say, Rysan, while your damage is ridiculously high because you're a Cinder and that's the way that your champion works, stand in a better position. Make sure that you can do it without dying.
I mean, honestly, the Nautilus ults at the moment are doing so much.
Oh, yeah.
Like, getting the double knock-up, getting the Howling Gale. Can we now talk about it? Because I was just amazed. Because 3-man Shockwave, like the 7th, 8th, 9th 3-man Shockwave of tonight. I hope you've been watching it. This doesn't result in a pentakill, but it results in like, okay, 3-man Shockwave.
Yep. Results in a team fight 1.
Yep. 2-man knock up through the depth charge.
Yep.
There's a 2-man knock up through the Howling Gale as well, and it's like Willaris just stayed in the air. Like he literally just died.
He had
never
no
came
chance
down.
to use any of his abilities, which is really rough because if you use them, you get knocked up, you come down, you use them again, not a problem. But he never had a chance to use them in the first place. So
True.
no disengage coming out from Outlaws. Their team composition doesn't work in that instance because it really does hinge on Willaris making a lot of those plays, making sure that they can disrupt the enemy team, making a lot of plays. The fact that Willaris couldn't do it really just pulled it apart.
I mean, honestly, here, Outlaws, remember, are undefeated coming through this. So they're looking for their next win. And if Alpha City knock them off, we then have to realize, okay, who is our top 2? Have we got the statistics right? Because Regicide looks strong.
Yep.
Like, they are still undefeated, and we can definitely put them up there for the time being. I mean, it's going to take a miracle for another team to take them down.
Sure.
But if Alpha Sydney win this game, suddenly we're thinking, right, a team at the start of the split, we never sort of gave any...
attention.
Yeah, attention or looks towards. We then go, hang on, this team's a serious contender for potentially looking at a spot in the OPL promotion tournament. So, where are they going to go from here?
Keep on winning. I mean, that's the only way that you can get into the OPL tournament. But, like, I think that that's the only way up ahead. And, like, this game is really going to be the biggest test that they have going into this one because, it is the hardest opponent, I believe, to date. I believe that other than that, they've performed exceptionally well beyond this point. So, yeah, it really is just up to this game for them to really cement their way up to the top because we were always talking about how this is the midway of the tournament, how if you manage to find your way across, it's good for you.
If we jump back into the game, Little Cop going to sneak a turret. The gold still stands at 2.5k. That's right, we're back into the last game.
We're back, baby.
Arr, there's no gangplank in this. Okay, look, Rysan, he's down for 15 seconds. Alpha Sydney don't look like they can get anything off this play. I mean, it has already been the Infernal Drake, which was easily secured because of that pick. But a turret in response for Outlaws is a pretty good trade.
Yeah, I mean, that turret was awesome, and it's always going to be that case with Little Cobb, how he's going to be pushing a side lane. He's already got both of the turrets in the top lane. Now that he's just going to rotate bottom, and in timely fashion, because Baron's up. Baron's a huge priority come 26 minutes on the map, and that's exactly where his priorities are going to lay. Get away from our Scream Willaris.
He just Willaris just follows.
He just woo all along the map. Doesn't care.
Well, he's far. Look, hang on, get a chime.
Woo.
There's the speed. Get your T. Get your T. Okay, no, never mind. I get aggressive on Bard.
Do you?
I don't know. No,
Weird,
I am
Bard
right
doesn't
now.
output much damage. You just hope that your team follows on, that they're as mad as you are.
I mean, Willaris, he's been an interesting support in the past. He's been a fantastic Lulu. I'll give him that, whether he's mid, support, but haven't seen the Bard too much. So far, it's impressive, but I feel like a lot of the time it's been... It would have been better to see something like maybe a Brom. I don't know.
Without a doubt, it's good. The only thing that I'm going to say is it can be better because he was caught out once in the enemy jungle. A lot of pathing errors, a lot of positional errors when it comes to knowing where the enemy is. Beyond that, he's all in all doing generally as good as a Bard should be doing.
Well, Scam Diggity right now waiting for an opportunity. Kurt Calls come out again. Scam is going to look for the flank here. Collateral damage onto Rysan, he has to flash away. You can see that the dredge line did not land. Scam Diggity still doesn't find his flank.
Oh,
look
Luminium.
Effort fade. As Luminium comes out, no one follows up. So Outlaws, they use a lot, but so does Alpha Sydney.
So the whole dependency that comes out of the Outlaws team composition is hitting their skill shots. I mean, they got a Lee Sin, they got a Shen. You can even call his Shadow Dash a skill shot. And you've got Willaris with his binding and also with his ultimate Tempered Fate. Either way, if you don't hit your skill shots, you're not setting up your team for success. Rain himself cannot really do much to a target that's not CC'd. Really does need that stun, or at the very least stop available to make sure that he can get damage off safely onto the enemy team. Bit strange they're going for the Baron though. It may be a bit too early.
So Willaris hit the ward, which kind of gave away that Outlaws were in the pit, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't hit the ward, then your enemy don't know. Sure, they've got a ward in there, but it doesn't really show Baron. So the fact that Willaris hit it, they just knew. It just gave them away.
They just wanted to disengage anyway, so and that's what they did. Outlaws still trying to find some crazy play to push them forward into the lead they once were. Rysan, I mean, he's 0-2 and 4. Hasn't really picked up a kill yet. He's got the Void stuff as a second item. I mean, he's going to need more damage. He's going to need more items.
Always more. That's essentially how Syndra works. She hasn't got much in a kit. I mean, you can't be relying on a Scout of the Week with a few spheres in order to CC the enemy team. That's really the job of Little Cop. So if you're really depending on Ryzen to be the main CC factor of your team, you're going to be in for a bad time. All in all, you'd be expecting Ryzen just to be bursting 100-0 because that is his goal as a Syndra.
Lara still walking around the map, very mobile. Mubu just continuing to look for him. Look at this, Scam Diggity.
That was nice. That was actually really nice.
It was like, okay, I'm going to dodge from the smoke screen, safeguard through, they can't see it.
Shame that nothing came of it, but because it was a really good play. It means that they didn't spot Scam Diggity coming through that small choke point.
They will now.
Potentially, yeah, they do now with the captive audience. But
nice.
they should have gone for a more aggressive play.
Well, this is going to be it because they're going to start up Baron once again. Second time round, maybe third time lucky, we don't know just yet. Luminium locked down. There's the Magical Journey. Teleport's coming through as well. No one locked down. They still follow it through. And look, Willaris is zoned out. I think he's dead. Has to flash over the wall.
Whoa!
No, gets hit mid-air.
No!
After getting the blast cone. That feels pretty bad.
Feels bad, man. I mean, like, there's not a lot to say about that instance. It's just Willaris getting caught out of position. And the last shot, it must have been the absolute edge of the ultimate coming out for Remen, but really it does show his prowess on this Jhin. We saw him last week on the Varus. He's been hitting all of those snipes. Sniping is a transferable skill between Jhin and Varus.
I definitely agree with that. Meanwhile, Little Cop just not taking part in the thing. Outlaws are going to continue to siege, this time mid lane.
This is a huge 1-3.
Yeah, so now that it's getting run, such efficiency. Chaz takes Unleashed Power, almost dies. Nice shockwave, Scam Diggity set back. Lockdown, he's going to die. An auto attack is helped. Frogodog picks up a kill, but in response, the mid lane turret. In response again, the bottom lane turret.
Yes, it's a 1-for-1 turret trade. All in all, that still does go against Outlaws. Yeah, and Outlaws don't get to pick up the mid turret. So if they don't manage to take down this mid turret, it's going to be punishing for them because they lost out of this
get
trade.
in there. Where's Syndra?
Syndra?
Yeah, I don't know.
Syndra?
Oh, wow. Stand United, Shadow Dash, Bremen locked down. He was sitting in a side lane. Little Cop picks up a kill. And wow, okay, Willaris' baits are starting to work.
It was their strength and it is their downfall. The fact that Remen was pushing the top lane, they managed to get a turret out in response, but they also lose their ADC. So now Remen should really be grouping up with his team. Realistically, he should have been grouping up with his team after he took down that turret. The fact that he didn't might be a little punishing, not too bad, not the worst thing in the world, because these timers are not too long. The fact that only Dragon is up, the Baron's not that much of a priority for either of these two teams because they know their disengage potential. Nobody's really happy or sad about that.
Rain so far hasn't died. I mean, he's 2-0-1 in this vein. He's just been farming up, you know, getting himself ahead. I'm curious to see how he goes in this team fight.
Oh, round 4. Here we go.
I think this is 3. I'm not sure, Jimmy.
No, this is 4. Definitely 4.
Well, okay, so they know what's going on this time, though, and Alpha City is sitting around the side of the pit.
They don't care.
They're going to go for a 50-50 Baron play
Ham,
here.
cheese, and tomato.
No, they don't get Mumu, but they do get the Baron lockdown, Unleashed Power. Scam Diggity survives only by an inch of his health. And Rain is starting to pop off on this vein. The final hour is at hand, he says, and starts going into Frogodog. The true damage, that's got to hurt. Scam Diggity now chasing this one up as well. 2 members down for Alpha Sydney, and Outlaws pick up the Baron.
It's not even the true damage, Hysterics. It's the crits coming out from the Infinity Edge. It's massive.
Hit it!
Help! Okay, they finally
right,
get that. Okay, but they also have a Baron buff, which is massive coming out for Outlaws because now they have the push potential. Going out on this team is massive because Little Cop, he has his Stand United, he has his teleport. This 4-1 has never been stronger.
And now Outlaws just rotate that pressure, go to the next dragon, which happens to be an Ocean Dragon on the board as well. And with comfort, they're going to pick this one up. Alpha Sydney have to be careful because next comes the Baron season.
Yeah, very careful because the Baron power play starts now. When they all go back and when they all start grouping, that is when it really does fall on the shoulders of Alpha Sydney to defend this one. And what a massive defense it has to be because the 4 part of the 1-4 is massive. You got Rain who can assassinate Frogodog if Frogodog jumps in. Can also easily assassinate Mubu if Mubu jumps a little bit too far
assassinate's an
forward.
interesting word for Vayne.
I mean, you know, it is strange, but it is the way that the champion works. And you also got Ryzen, somebody who can just completely disable any situation almost. On the other hand, Little Cop just pushing his merry way because he's got to Stand United. Doesn't really care where he is on the map. Can always join the fight.
Doesn't have teleport, but yeah, still has a Stand United available. They now switch to top lane. Sorry,
Whoa.
bottom lane. Wow, that damage from Unleashed Power was filthy, putrid. Give it a word. I don't care. Outlaws are going to get this inhibitor. Hang on.
Hello?
Interesting. I think it's dead.
Okay, yeah, it is.
Inhibitor is dead. We're now going to see the siege continuing on for Outlaws as they run away. They are going to get the inhibitor. They're also going to get, wow, next turret coming through
I mean,
as well.
Little Cop, this is the power of a Shen split pushing. He still has Stand United. You got to pay attention to that. That is massive. He won't stop pushing until there's a fight forced.
Well, there's the fight. Depth charges started. Good Dragon's Rage disengages. Redemption to heal back up. And even the Curtain Call can't do any damage. So Outlaws, they're still comfortable in this base. And with such a gold lead and the Baron doing so much
Baron's
work.
still got a third of the time. Outlaws could very well close this game. I mean, not fast, but within the time limit of Baron, yeah, they've got more than enough. Take a look at this turret.
Alan Gale gets scammed diggity, but no one else. Dredgeline comes in again, but they get the first Nexus turret, or at least they're getting pretty close to it. Sorry, that was actually Little Cop.
Getting the inhib on top side.
That's exactly right. So now that Outlaws have got so many objectives on the board, they stand at an 8k gold lead, and that's what we were waiting for.
Baron power play completed, took 2 inhibitors down. That's the best case scenario that you could have possibly wanted from Outlaws. Now all they need to do is march it straight down mid. There's no Dragon, there's no Baron. Keep your eyes on the prize and just win the game.
Froggadog is doing a lot, but really not enough, I feel, at this stage of the game. After such an amazing play in the mid-game by Chaz, by the rest of Alpha Sydney, I mean, it is a shame, but Outlaws, they're just playing contingency here. They're playing the great macro that they're so well known for.
They are, and take a look. It's not happening right now, but the fact is Outlaws don't need to make an aggressive play, but Rain might be caught.
Depth charge onto Rain. Scam Diggity gets knocked up as well. He's not locked down by the deadly flurry. Ryzan comes through here. Shockwave bursts him down. Unleashed powers used onto Froggadog. Dragon's Rage gets Chaz and Froggadog. In fact, Little Cop is in on this mid lane. However, Outlaws, they do lose one, and now they're fighting back a little bit more fierce.
But that's all right. I think the only downside of Outlaws' push was the fact that they didn't respect the man unit advantage that they had on the 2 side lanes. Super minions pushing down both of the side lanes respectively. They spent a little bit too much time going forward. You know, they should have just waited. Essentially, Ryzan had no real reason to be going ahead. Rain getting the depth charge put onto her. Perfect scenario, because what it means is that Froggadog won't have it for later times. Just tumble backwards and nobody can engage on the side of Alpha City. Should have waited for all these supers to barrel into the base, but instead went a bit too ham and they don't get anything out of it. It's got to be punishing for Outlaws.
So the Mercurial Scimitar, that does work with the depth charge, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
So, I mean, that's honestly, that's a big negation out of Froggadog's ultimate. Probably can't use it on Chaz's.
No.
Well, that is some reaction time if you can use it on the
I mean,
Orianna.
the major thing that comes out of Orianna Shockwaves isn't necessarily the movement of it alone. It's the sheer damage that comes out of it.
I mean, you have to flash away from it. I think you have to use it and then
because the deal with heals, as we do see here, sorry.
Good call. Actually just going to go into Little Cop. Alpha Sydney's still just trying to find their response. This next dragon coming on the board can confirm it is an Elder.
Yep, alright, so going back to the point that I was trying to say, the whole point of cleansing your CC if you are knocked up is that it removes the CC portion of your knock-up and doesn't remove the knock-up portion, so you're allowed to flash away, but if you don't flash, then there's no point getting rid of the knock-up CC.
So, Rain does have the flash available. Leads us to the next point. I mean, he will be safe after 1, but Dredgeline, a very low cooldown if he wants to use it again, but depth charge, of course, close to the same cooldown. Yep. We will see the Baron respawning in 1 minute 30. Outlaws are continuing the siege. They really don't have to force this, I don't feel. They could just keep on trying to push mid.
Take a look at where Mumu is. Mumu has to clear this wave. All they need to do is keep on chipping away at this turret. Sure, it may not look like much. It's about 10% of his health. Do it 10 times in a row. How can Mumu really respond?
They now start going bottom again. I mean, mid turret's the one turret they can't crack, so they just walk into the base with the siege minion wave coming through as well. Alpha Sydney has to defend this, otherwise Outlaws are going to start crushing into that first Nexus turret.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely huge. You have to take a look at the division between these two teams right now. Alpha Sydney, they're putting so much pressure here.
Well, you see the depth charge was actually used, but no one really to follow up again. Alpha Sydney playing so defensively, so scared at the moment. Baron up in 45 seconds, and Outlaws, they're just playing with their meat.
Yeah, effectively, Alpha Sydney, what they need to do is they need to defend this, but Outlaws putting pressure down onto the bottom lane as well could spell disaster coming out for Outlaws. I mean, not a lot of reprieve can come out of them at this point, and take a look at the turret. It's starting to chip massively.
Cinder again getting a lot of poke damage. Curtain Call back up and available. Redemption to heal them both back up. That's Chaz and Aluminium. Dredgeline finds Scam Diggity, but he doesn't really want the engage. Good little stun from Willaris. Find anyone has to go around. Again, takes a magical journey, but baited in is Mubu. He follows it, never follows the magical journey. Outlaws are going to start crushing this. Already a double kill for Rain. And with 2 kills off the board, that's Mubu and Remen. Those are the main damage dealers gone.
March it in, Hysterics. I think that Outlaws might have their conditions to win. 5v3, a turret already down. Another one on barely any HP at all. Open Nexus. This game's certainly Outlaws.
Oh, Outlaws have just played from a deficit again. A big shockwave, but it's not going to do too much for Chaz. As the GA brings Frogodog back alive. He can't get Rain. That's a feisty AD carry. Hit him. Hit Frogodog. There we go. Okay, so true damage. Lockdown again. The real question, okay, he's safe. But
what
Vayne, 6-0 and 4, that is a flawless Vayne and a flawless Outlaws who are still undefeated in the OCS.
And when a Vayne is allowed to go so unpunished in laning phase, you really got to tip your hat to Willaris' support because, look, Vayne can get hugely punished. By Janna, maybe not, but by Jhin, certainly. You know, you got the crit happening off of your 4th auto. If Vayne ever goes into last hit with that, you can pretty much just punish her every single time. Do 4 of those in a row, she has to back off. So the fact that Rain managed to just survive the early game, managed to work his way into that Infinity Edge mid-game, that was just so crazy coming out of Outlaws.
And at the start we said, do Alpha Sydney need to adapt? Does Frogodog need to adapt at all? And you said, no, not really. You know, like he's doing what he needs to do, and he did. Like I think he improved a lot this game. I think this week of OCS was the biggest improvement we've had.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with his performance, even though he did lose the game. The whole thing that Nautilus was providing was interrupting Shen and also making sure that he was using that CC in the middle of a team fight. And in that sense, he succeeded immensely. So I'm really happy about that.
Well, Outlaws picking a very decisive game at the end of the day. But that's it for the OCS, unfortunately. We will be back with you next week. But if you tune in tomorrow, 3 p.m. to the OPL, or if you want to get up on your knowledge before Week 4 of the OPL podcast was just released, soundcloud.com/the OPL show. And you can tune into that one there. But 3 p.m. tomorrow and Sunday will be the OPL. We'll see you next week. Bye for now. Not forever.